All right, we got some fresh subjects to cover here tonight. Aside from the usual Al Heyman bashing, which we all know, you know what I mean? I got plenty to say and I got plenty more coming. But there's some subjects that caught my attention in the news. Didn't want to necessarily dedicate a segment to them, but they did catch my attention. Was goody Jack? Was goody Kelvin? Was goody Toby? Was goody Old Dirty? Was goody Consolidated? Malachi was goody. Militant was good. West Side was good. Sacred was good. Edwin, que lo que, manin? And we out here. A couple of subjects that grabbed my attention. One in particular. I get annoyed when I see, whenever I'm reminded that the WBC is deciding to take a political stance when it comes to what's going on and when it comes to what's going on between Russia and Ukraine. And it's because leave the politics to the politicians, leave that to them. That stuff that's going on over there has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with your organization. It has nothing to do with boxing. The WBC president, Mauricio Suleiman, has reiterated that the WBC still currently have a ban on Russian fighters. Hence why he expects Artur Beterbiev to defend versus Callum Smith next, and not have Undisputed with Dmitry Bivol. He said Bivol would have to request an exemption. And that has no bearing over the conflict in Ukraine. It has no bearing. It's useless. If you want to do your part for the war effort, you send supplies, you send aid, you send blankets, you send food, canned goods, you send money if you want to make a difference. The act of banning Russian fighters from competition, which you're not even doing anyway, not really, the act of banning Russian fighters does absolutely nothing for the conflict. What does that have to do with anything? Furthermore, you're a nonprofit organization and you're in sports. Leave the politics to the politicians. Jules was goody. That fight is ridiculous, bro. That fight is it's ridiculous. And I see what they're doing and I'm thinking to myself, what's the point? And I just feel like it's another way for them to siphon money from fighters, because I'm pretty sure that you have to pay for this exemption. You likely have to pay for a form, and it's probably, anywhere in between 4 and 5 figures for you to pay for the form, to pay for the exemption. And it's ridiculous. Like, bro, that shit ain't none of your business over there. That don't got nothing to do with you. And you doing this is not helping nobody in the Ukraine. What is you doing this? What does you doing this? In what way does that help the people that are over there in the Ukraine? What does this have to do with the war? Punish the fighter for a war he has nothing to do with. That's what I see. And I said that before, that it's not about sympathizing with side A or sympathizing with side B, but you're essentially penalizing people that can't do anything about it. It's not their war. They didn't start it. They can't end it. It's not up to them. What they are working class individuals that you're basically not allowing into your ranks because you want to take a position on the war when that shit ain't none of your business. WBC pushing xenophobia. That's the look of it. So I'm going to open up the chat to the panel right now, and we're going to get into this. There's a few subjects I want to cover tonight. I got my screenshots ready. So let's get into it, and let's see how people are feeling tonight about the WBC's stance. Because it seems to me that they're adding a step. They're adding a step to this process on the premise that they want to be political, when there's no point in being political. If you care about the people in Ukraine, send them supplies. That would help. This does not help. Nothing chilling.
Mauricio's retarded, bro.
He is.
He just be doing stuff. Like he's banning Russian fighters. He's making a transgender division. He's making Bridgerweight division.
And then franchise before that.
And then franchise, and then he's allowing a mandatory to be fulfilled by going up in weight. Like, make it make sense. He's just I don't know what this guy does for boxing.
You know what? It's called virtue signaling, number one. Number two, it all means nothing. It's
Yeah.
bullshit. Complete 100% bullshit.
Oh, I don't like this guy, man. Get him out of boxing.
I don't like what he's doing either, because I can't help but think that he's just using that as a means to siphon money from people. That's kind of what I get from it. When I see that he says that he has to file an exemption, I just keep thinking, and what does the form cost? What's the form like? Is it a $10,000 form, a $15,000 form, a $20,000 form? Because the dude has no scruples, and that's what I see about him. A transgender division.
There's nothing this guy wouldn't do.
There's nothing he wouldn't. That's
He
what
wouldn't
I'm getting
sleep,
at.
he tried to give what's it called, Jacob a ranking. Like, you can't make this shit up.
And you know, when that thing happened with that kid, I think his name is Bridger, the kid whose face got all mauled up by the dog when he was saving his sister, right?
Yeah.
It's like that was virtue signaling at its finest. Like, bro, that kid saving his sister don't got nothing to do with anybody between 200 and 225 or whatever. Them two things ain't got nothing to do with each other. But you use that to try to soften it up for people, like, oh, we're going to call it the Bridger weight division because they can't possibly criticize us if we use the name of Young Bridger.
I didn't even know that's why he called it that.
Literally, bro.
What's that old saying? Get woke, go broke. He'll learn the hard way once he starts losing money.
I mean, like think about it. The story was that there was a rabid dog that was going to attack the kid's sister. So he protected his kid's sister, and he got scratched up. You know, he got bit by the dog.
Yeah.
Now, tell me what that has to do with boxing.
Absolutely nada.
Does somebody help me, Virtuoso? What does that have to do with boxing?
This has fuck all to do with boxing, and more to do with public relations.
Yeah.
Because you look at every like corporate outlet,
Shit, Mauricio got him.
they all got this
Mauricio
symbol,
got him.
you know.
He got him.
Support Ukraine.
Let me
That's
go
how
to
it is, man.
Let me go to Julio with the shit. Julio, you know, I don't know if you know about the Bridgerweight division's inception, for example, and why they chose to call it the Bridgerweight division, right? But there was a kid, there was a rabid dog. The dog attacked the kid's sister, so he went to defend his sister. He got all bit up by the dog. Can you explain to me what that has to do with boxing?
Absolutely not. No correlation.
All right. And can you explain to me why Dimitri Bivol must petition for an exemption? He's not even a champion with them, bear in mind. Why do I got to file anything? I don't even got y'all belt. Why do I got to file something, right? But he's basically saying that Dimitri Bivol would have to petition for an exemption in order to challenge Artur for the WBC title. What do you think about that?
I think it's fucked up, man. Being Russian is not a political statement. He's
It
just
isn't.
it's not his choice that he's born in Russia. Like, I don't understand why the WBC is continuing this nonsense against Russian and Belarusian fighters. Like, what? Like, it's not like they're telling
Russia.
people to
He was
do
born
it.
in Korea.
One at a time, fellas. One at a time.
Well, also, yeah, that's
but he wasn't born in Russia. He was born in Korea.
well, that's actually a great point because Artur is an ethnic Chechen and Dmitry Bivol is a lot of things. So the idea that you can just paint all these Russian fighters with a broad brush is ridiculous. And it's not like they even fucking support Russia or they've made any sort of active political statements in support of what's going on anyway.
That's true.
So it's fucking ridiculous, man. Fuck the WBC.
JPM, what do you think about it? What do you think about Mauricio trying to make boxing more political than it already is?
It's bullshit, bro. Like it sucks so much, bro, that the WBC has to be passed on to family members because they just keep doing what the previous person did. You know, you can't put anybody in there that's like has like new perspectives, you know, like somebody younger that knows the way that boxing is working more, because man, he's really putting a bad reputation, especially with the whole Ariel situation too, that this motherfucker ain't even defending his belt at the 147, and you're doing all these stipulations for Bivol. Like it's bad for
I still
boxing.
say that
Really bad.
that's the worst thing about the WBC, that it's a family business essentially. It's not like you can hire someone from elsewhere to do this stuff. You know, he's never going to relinquish power, so it's just going to be the same nonsense.
Yeah, the WBC can't veto Mauricio out or anything. He's He's the owner because he's the es el heredador principal, and it's a family
Yeah, it's
business, I
his
think.
father's business, bro. It's basically a family business. Like, I don't know why they use that handle that they're a non-profit organization, because then you tell me, what do they do with the sanctioning fees? What are they doing with that money if this is a quote unquote non-profit?
Were
You
there
know,
always
They,
sanctioning fees?
bro, there's always sanctioning fees, bro.
No, I'm
Bro,
saying like in the past, were there always
Oh
sanctioning fees?
yes, bro.
always.
Yes, that's the
it's the
All
pay
the
to
racket.
time.
play. That's the name of the game.
Okay.
That's literally their livelihood, is the sanctioning fees that they get from sanctioning a fight. It's like when you hear people say that the ranks are bought. Yes, it's true. You have to pay to be ranked, but where you're ranked is contingent upon your competition, and every
Or
so
your
often,
compensation.
yeah, every so often there is chicanery, like what we see with Keith Thurman. That how could you be the number one welterweight in the ranks when you haven't even fought in like 2 years and you fighting a dude from 140? How the fuck does that make you number one at 147? It's shit like it's shit
No,
like that happens like that. You look at it, it's like, bro, that shit don't even make sense. The dude you fighting ain't done nothing at 147, and you haven't done nothing at 147 in 2 years, and you coming off a loss. So how could you be number one? It's shit like that.
Yo, what I would recommend to Bebo, bro, honestly, I don't want anybody to call him a traitor or anything, but yo pienso that he should give up his Russian nationality and go to his North Korean nationality, because he was born in North Korea, but
No,
he,
he
you
was
know, he,
born in
he
Kyrgyzstan, bro. He was born in
Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, I think
Kyrgyzstan.
one of his parents is like Korean or half Korean. I forget,
He
but
was
yeah,
born,
he's
but
Kyrgyzstan.
but what you're recommending would actually work, though. That's the thing, that what you're recommending, because that's what Better Beef did. Better Beef has a Canadian citizenship, so
Yeah,
he's basically saying, "Look, I'm from Canada," and he does live in Canada. He is based out of there, so it's not like he's lying, and it's not a new development. He's been based out of Canada for years. So since Dimitri, he's nationally, he was born in Kyrgyzstan. Yo, claim that shit.
yeah, why not?
hmm
Claim
yeah.
that
So
shit.
that way they're not fucking around with him like that.
B
You
Grader
can see that
says
they moved the goalpost.
it was punishment enough when Bivol couldn't even get a proper walkout for his Canelo fight. No flag, nothing on his fight trunks. Go back and watch how pitiful his walkout was for that fight. Yeah, it's almost like you're chastising the fighters when the fighters aren't Putin. They don't have no control over this. And I don't know what their political allegiances are. For all I know, they might be against this shit. They
Right?
might be. I don't know. But you
Hmm.
got to keep the politics for the politicians. That shit ain't for the fighters.
But see, this isn't social justice. This is public relations. Again,
Yes,
they're trying
PR.
to, yeah, they're not trying to appear as though they're sympathizing for the Russians, but this doesn't make any fucking type of sense because they have never sworn any allegiance to the Kremlin or the Russian government. They never voiced their support for the war. They're just fucking fighters. They're just athletes, man. They have nothing to do with the situation.
Exactly.
Let me
Yeah,
read
they're
this.
like Ukrainians in like a bomb shelter right now celebrating because Mauricio Suleiman says that Dmitry Bivol has to request an exemption. It's
Oh
total
yeah,
nonsense.
they're lighting fireworks in Kiev right now, bro. Because of Mauricio's decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're having a parade in Odessa.
Oh shit, let me read the super chat. It's hard to take the WBC seriously when you realize that Spence versus Thurman is sanctioned at 154. They have lost their minds. Let me go to the great Chaim of the tri-state area. Chaim, what do you think about it?
We talking about the WBC and the garbage that they're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's just completely unfair to the Russian fighters. It's really bad. I want to know, did Bivol ever even get his check from the last time? Remember they said they was holding
Oh
up
yeah,
his
I'm,
money
I'm
and stuff.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he got
Yeah,
his
he got to get his pay.
gotta
I
get.
think this is insane. I think that's just crazy. I don't appreciate that at all in no way, shape, or form. It's too hard of a job to do to not get paid and not have your acknowledgement and your recognition and be able to do things the right way. That's ridiculous. Of course, it should be an undisputed fight. You know.
Yeah, it's like a whistle coming through with some shit. I don't know what that
Oh,
shit is. But what I'm saying is, like, you got to leave the politics to the politicians, man. Like, you got to. This is sports. This is not for that. And that shit ain't none of our business, irrespective of what your stance might be, whether you think they right, they wrong, or whatever. Because if we sit here and we're gonna have an objective argument, there are two sides to that story. And what the world likes to do today, and it's not that I'm a sympathizer, I don't have a stance because that shit ain't my problem. That's how I look at that. That shit don't got nothing to do with me. But there's two sides to every argument. And what I noticed that they like to do in this country now is when you try to hear the other argument, what's going on here, they want to cancel you and they want to do all
they want to label you as a crazy person and all of that. It's so crazy. I have a unique stance on this only because I live in Brighton Beach. And in Brighton Beach, there's only like three groups of people there. There's the Georgians, the Ukrainians, and the Russians.
Them Georgians don't play, bro.
Yeah, Georgians don't play. So the Ukrainians and the Russians are like living here in their own in one community, but literally killing their family members in another community around the world. So it's kind of crazy over here in Brighton Beach. You know what I mean? And you do see some protests and little things like that. So it makes me think it's not the first time they politicize a sport. You know, they've been doing this since Schmeling and Joe Louis and all of that stuff.
Yeah, they have.
They've been doing it forever. But it's just unfair to the actual people, like the people that want to just watch the fight or want to watch the whatever. You know what I mean?
Let me go to Leo. Leo, what do you think about this shit? Do you think that you have to take a political stance in sports? Is that really necessary? Is what's going on? Because see, there's certain things I understand. For example, and I don't want to lose anybody, when things are happening internally in a nation, within a nation, then I understand the members of that nation taking a stance because it does affect them. You see what I mean? If something is going on in America, for example, an athlete might have a political stance. But this shit, you a sanctioning body and you a non-profit. Why are you politicizing shit? What do you think about it, Leo?
Okay. If I going to be fair, because
whoever eats potato chips, please stop that.
If we are talking about for example, the Schmeling versus Joey Louis fight, all that the Germany versus the world thing was everyone kind of knew that the German people was acting up like real crazy, and they knew not only the political stance, they knew the ideological stance about the Nazi propaganda and all that shit. And that was true. Because, come on, dude, you cannot label an entire race of people like rats and shit like that. Now, as the Russian people are doing a similar thing, kinda. If you have to be fair, they're kinda doing that. They're using all labels. It's a whole mess. The Russian people has its own propaganda. It's all justification to invade Ukraine and probably to invade the rest of the.
Ok, Leo, lo voy a decirlo en español, manín, espera, lo voy a decirlo en español. Si tú le vas a decir a esa gente que, ustedes están mal porque you're invading Ukraine, nosotros no estamos mal por invading Irak. We're not wrong?
Yeah, kind of, sí.
Y eso es lo que yo estoy diciendo. Eso es lo que yo estoy diciendo. Que no venga con tu vaina de que your white knight bullshit. Y que, porque ellos están yendo para allá y ellos no pertenecen allá. Pero espera un momento, manín. We went over there to Iraq. And we were supposed to be looking for a guy, but a lot of people got in the way. And a lot of things happened to a lot of people. So if we're going to be political, let's be political. All right? Now, I didn't see the WBC saying shit about that.
But also, like, if Putin is like this crazy madman that, you know, I'm sure Mauricio believes, like, aren't you endangering the lives of Russian fighters by essentially by proxy trying to push them to come out against their government in a situation where they're under the rule of like this tyrant? Like, of course, like, even if Bivol was sympathetic to the Ukrainian people, I'm sure he wouldn't say anything because it could fucking endanger him.
Yeah, you got to keep the politics out of it, if anything, as much as you possibly can, and be Switzerland, which isn't difficult. Just shut the fuck up and do your job. That's all you have to do is shut the fuck up and do your job. But you're politicizing it, and when I look at it, because I'm from another planet, so I don't have political allegiances. I am an alien, for those that don't know. Candace, I'm an alien. And when I look at it, there is no gray area. If you're going to chastise them for an invasion, you must also chastise them for their invasion, which was unjustified. Weapons of mass destruction. Where were they?
Yep, they weren't. They were non-existent. It was a
Where were they? Did you find anything?
Nope.
Did you at least get the oil? Please tell me you got the oil. You didn't get the oil.
They got the oil. They got the
They
oil.
didn't get the fucking oil, bro.
They didn't get the fucking oil. La
They didn't
verga.
get the fucking oil, bro. And I would have been okay with it if you got the fucking oil. So from where I'm sitting, my thing is this. Mauricio Suleiman didn't bat an eyelash about that. And he doesn't bat an eyelash about a lot of geopolitics. You see what I mean? And I'm not saying that I'm for or against a stance. I'm saying that you cannot take a stance with this and then you don't say nothing about that. And you don't say nothing about that. Because in case you're not aware, that's not the only thing that's going on in the world. It's not.
You know where they can kind of do it is because they don't have that many Russian fighters, but they have a lot of American fighters. So if they decide to just castigate American fighters, they're not going to have no business at all because that's the majority of the fighters.
Eso fue lo que yo dije. That's what I said when they first came out with that listen, the only reason they're doing that is because at this point right now, they can afford to. Most of their fighters come from other places anyway. It's not like the WBC's rank standings are all that proliferated with Russian fighters anyway. So if you do this, you can actually afford to do it. But it's still wrong. And you shouldn't take a stance on politics anyway, because you know those aren't the only politics.
And you know it's a double standard because if it was the other way around, they wouldn't do it.
They wouldn't do it. You know they wouldn't do it. You know they wouldn't do it.
This is all because Mauricio,
they wouldn't do it.
He's so comfortable with how much power he has. I mean, for fuck's sake, he's making a tranny weight. Bro. How is that gonna work?
Jesus Christ! Yeah, he is too comfortable with the power.
Who in the hell is even gonna bother to watch that?
That's you know that's what I asked, country. That I'm like, listen, you're already talking about a subsect of the community that is a small percentage of the community, and then you have to look within that community and say, okay, well, which one of y'all want to be a boxer?
I mean, they're not even that many
percentage compared to the overall pocket.
Yeah, actually, if they could put on competitive fights, I'd fucking watch it. But what are the chances of that actually happening?
We still don't even have that many women fighters.
Oh, who cares, man? Yo, Jules, let me ask you a quick question. We all know that there's a group of men in the Russian community that are very serious men, very wealthy men. Mm-hmm. You might call them whatever you want to call. You might call them the Russian mob. Let's just be honest, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right. So now, are these men? Because from the research that I'm doing, they up to like 6.5 billion annually. So now, if that's the truth, is the world of boxing so dangerous? As so much of a threat, world of boxing, right? Are they so much of a threat that these guys like Mauricio Suleiman is treating them the way we said Bob Arum was treating Kinahan, to where he trying to stop his flow before he even start. You know what I mean?
You're talking about the promotional outfit, right?
Yes,
World of Boxing.
The World of Boxing promotional outfit. I'm not saying that they directly connected to something, but I'm just saying it's boxing, it's Russia. Come on. So now, are they so dangerous to Mauricio Suleiman and that he's trying to get a heads up on them the way Bob Arum is trying to get a heads up on?
Well, see, let's put it this way, bro. See, it's different with Bob and Daniel because Daniel was trying to put his hand in Bob's cookie jar, which is America, right? That's essentially what that is, that Bob don't want another competitor stepping on his toes over here. Correct. Whereas World of Boxing is a promotional outfit, not a sanctioning body. So they're not actually competition for Mauricio and Gilberto and Paco. They're not competition. Right, what this really is that Mauricio is a cornball. Like he really on some corny shit. And moreover, he has no scruples.
But Jules, the purse bid, the only thing that really
but he
allows you to
from that money.
What I'm saying, the only thing that really allows you to like pass by sanctioning bodies and everything. The only thing that really allows you to really make your own moves in boxing is that purse bid stuff. And we know World of Boxing got big pockets.
We
so
know
I
that.
think
But see, this is the thing. No, but wait a minute. This is the thing. That irrespective of which they do, for those that don't know, they have a lot of fucking money. More than people realize. But that is not a detriment to the WBC. Their money is not a threat to them. If anything, it's an asset to them because that's what they're here for. They're here for the bread. So it's
but not all the time. Not all the time. Because what if WBC got an agreement?
You can't use Kinahan and Bob as a parallel for the WBC and World of Boxing because World of Boxing is not a sanction. Like if they was trying to come out with their own belt, then I would agree with you. They're like, oh, I see what y'all doing. Y'all don't want no competition. So da-da-da-da-da. But in reality, World of Boxing is not competition for the WBC. Mauricio just being a dickhead trying to be political when that shit ain't it's not none of his business. Like, I'm sorry.
I think they are maybe they're not a threat in that manner, but I think they are a threat to the status quo. And I think that's where the connection comes in. I think the World of Boxing is a threat to the status quo overall because they can control purse bids, they can control what fights go on what networks because they have enough money to do so.
But go back to before the war started. Wait a minute. Go back to before the war started, right? World of Boxing is not a new outfit. They've been around.
No, yeah, they've been around.
And they do their own shows. So when you think about it, it's like, how much was they actually affecting the status quo? If anything, they were insulated. You know, like Russian fights involving Russians in Russia, funded by Russia. Yeah, I mean,
but before the war started,
you're gonna send the Baba Yaga.
Before the war started, they started to open up. They had Povetkin fighting Joshua. They had now Bivol doing his thing. I think, and they starting to open up. And I think somebody is seeing them as a threat and trying to cut them at the knees.
That's what I was about to say, though, is that it's too bad the war broke out because they could have had that undisputed fight in Russia and had the broadcast rights over to everybody else, and I bet you it would have been jumped.
I agree with you, country. I think that's country.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, country. Believe it or not, before the war started, they tried. Dmitry Bivol jumped into bed with World of Boxing, right? And he went to Top Rank, and he said, which I believe him, he said they're not interested. A week later, Bob Arum comes out with a statement saying, well, look, Dimitri's boring. That was at the end of 2021. He said he has no pizzazz.
Yeah,
kind of boring.
Exactly. Because that. I think that kind of supports my point. I think Bob Arum as well, and the group we were just talking about, the WBC. I think they trying to keep the outsiders on the outside because these guys is coming in with heavy pockets and they got pressure. They got fighters that are in position to actually make an impact. That's what I kind of see.
What you got to show me is okay. Put it like this, right? You tell me, how is the WBC hurt by their money? How?
Hey, Jules, I can't pronounce the guy's name, but he says Carlos Slim, who was worth $62 billion, was with Mauricio in his last WBC dinner.
Yeah, Carlos Slim Hayu. He's a telecommunications billionaire from Mexico. He's been on the top 5 richest men in the world for years.
That's my.
He's a big fat guy. He's a tall fat guy. That's what he is.
But my question. Wait, my question to Hayam. Wait, let me ask my question.
Okay.
My question to Hayam is okay. If you feel that World of Boxing is in some way, shape, or form a threat.
Yeah.
In what way do they threaten the WBC? Because
this is what I would say. This is my response. My response would be that the WBC already has ingrained agreements with certain groups, certain networks, whatever, and fucking up the status quo, which is what big money boys do. World of Boxing comes in, and now they putting pressure on the WBC to where the WBC can't keep up with their original agreements. That's what I see.
So you feel that the WBC is using the conflict as a scapegoat to freeze out the Russians, in a nutshell?
Yeah, exactly. That's their political cover right now to try to say, "Oh, we can't accept your money right now. It's because of this. It's because of that. We got to hold off on it because they ties with Al Heyman obviously and everybody else. They trying to play that game. They trying to wait people out. Everybody got to play that game, no matter what what industry you in. There's always a game that got to be played.
Well,
And
I'll
that's what
tell
I
you
see.
what, it's compelling. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't rule it out. I haven't bought. I'm not.
I know it's a little conspiracy. I know it's a little conspiracy.
But
I know
it's not that crazy either because
it ain't.
It ain't that crazy like that. It could be that way. Go ahead, Leo.
There's a possibility that this is just about money and sponsors and sponsorships.
Yes.
Because look, what do you know about the war in Ukraine and Russia now? Do you know what is happening now?
I know we sending them money in truckloads. We sending them more money than we use it to clean up our own streets.
What the word on the streets is in March. There's going to be a huge mobilizations, and that's going to mean that a lot of people are going to die. Now, the sponsorships see this shit, and probably they're gonna want to stay away from certain things that have some kind of to alliance to Russia in any kind of form, and that includes fighters. I have the feeling that probably at the level of money and sponsorships, that anytime a Russian fighter is involved, the fight is gonna get smaller. Because some sponsors they're not gonna have to be involved with that kind of fighter, especially after March, because March is gonna be a shit show in Ukraine.
Let me read these super chats. I'm getting nervous. Which fighters dropping the WBC would it take to stop this bullshit from WBC? WBC needs to stick to boxing and only boxing and leave politics to politicians. I'm in full agreement. Edwin Castillo says next they'll have a WBC inactive champion belt for Spence, and Jamal will be sanctioned as defending it for him. Let me go to the next.
Undisputed.
I mean, Jamel is undisputed. Jamal is semi-retired. If the WBC wants to be so inclusive, can they use LDBC fanboys to make a mentally disabled division? You know what? That's not a bad idea. The mentally disabled belt could be a very lucrative belt. You know what I mean?
And they're gonna put Artman on the belt.
They're
gonna replace Duran with Art.
Rolly is on that belt.
I was gonna say Rolly already won.
Rolly is on that belt. Rolly
man, Rolly's king.
Rolly is the world champion.
He's undisputed at that division.
Now let's say this. I want to explore what Leo just said. You're saying that in March a major move is going to be made. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, Russia's planning a new offensive, right?
Dude, Ukraine has. They stole a lot of shit from the Russians. They have a lot of shit from Polonia and the other regions, and the United States and everywhere. They're going to be full armed, and Russia is going to regroup. They're going to be probably have a contingency of strong of 500,000 ready to mobilize to Ukraine. It's going to be all this year is going to be a fucking shit show. Is going down.
Oh yeah, that's why Zelensky had
the scarier part is that could be a trigger for where we end up.
Jules, you might have to step in, bro.
Yeah, that's why
I'm leaving, bro.
That's why Zelensky had to thank J.P. Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, a bunch of these fucking weapons manufacturers for giving them these new weapons that they're gonna play with this year.
Yeah, but my problem is that how long does that go on before they interpret it as an act of war?
The thing is, Jules, wars are not being fought to be won. They're being fought to be sustained because there's money in war.
Yep.
Exactly.
No, so you're not understanding me. The amount of assistance that they're getting from the West, and it is so obviously you're getting assistance from the West. It is obvious. The Russians know it. Everyone knows it, right? Yeah. And at what point do the Russians say, I'm fucking tired of these fucking guys?
Oh yeah, that's 50 Cent, Ja Rule, and Fat Joe. I agree with you. You standing next to him, I'm trying to kill him, and you standing next to him. So when am I going to kill you? Because in a minute you going to be a target.
Exactly.
I get it.
That's what that's what I was preluding to. Is that could be the trigger of like World War III and shit, man.
And when I look at that, it's like I look at the opposing arguments because I am an extraterrestrial. I'm not joking. And when I look at it, it's like, well, what's the argument in their favor? What's their problem? NATO's too close to their borders. We wouldn't want our enemies. If Mexico started dealing with somebody that we not cool with and they rocking hard body, they fucking bitches, they getting money, and they right at our door, we wouldn't like that anymore than they like that shit.
If Canada started arming separatist groups in Michigan, we would be losing our shit and wanting to invade and capture Montreal. It's like, come on, bro. That doesn't mean I don't support the Ukrainian people.
That was funny, but that was the truth.
I look past a lot of shit because I'm like, look, I dig it when you want your independence, but I also look at it like this, like, look, man, you got to be strong enough to stand on your own 2 feet. And if the only way for you to stand on your own 2 feet is to rely on the West, you putting us in some shit is what you're doing.
And it's so obvious that the U.S. has like made Ukraine act in an aggressive way because we want Ukraine to sacrifice as much as possible to advance our interests. And if anyone's interested in like learning about this, just look up this political scientist called John Mersheimer because he's known about this for years.
I'm not bad-mouthing Ukraine at all. Don't get me wrong, but Ukraine is not even a member of NATO, but we're acting like they are.
But they
now they run.
I'm just looking, and I'm where country is. Look, it's not about bad-mouthing them. It's not about bad-mouthing them because it's their conflict. They're fighting. I'm just on the outside looking in, and I'm thinking, well, look, if this is not a NATO ally, man, you got to let them go at it, bro.
Let the chips fall where it may. They've been fighting in their history, like Eva was saying. They've been fighting off and on in their history for a long time.
Exactly, like that's they beef. You got to let them do that. Like that's between them. You know what I mean? Like I remember when they invaded Georgia a couple of years ago. It's like, bro, that's their shit.
We in Atlanta going crazy, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
But there's bigger issues here.
The other thing too is if the U.S. did get some stuff rooted with Ukraine, that's right on Russia's doorstep. They don't want one of our bases over there on their front doorstep.
That was the basis.
There's also bigger things going on. There's also bigger things going on. You got to be aware that Russia, as a country, only has a warm water port for 3 months of the year. So 9 months of the year they can't trade. So they try to conquer everybody around them, Afghanistan included, try to conquer everybody around them so they could get a warm water port so they could bring in their shit. But once Russia start bringing in their shit, they're going to change the balance of power in the world. So that's why America is paying attention.
Don't want.
Yeah, they scared of that shit. I mean, you let these niggas get loose, they gonna get real loose.
I just think that's
So that's the problem.
I just think that the only way this thing turns around is that there's going to be American boots on the ground, and once that happens, the doomsday clock is going to be well past midnight, and you might as well throw it in the trash.
I agree.
I'm going to Chile with Leo. Like I speak great Spanish, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got a rocket ship in my backyard. I'm gonna fly to another planet, and I'm gonna call it Canada.
I don't give a shit. When the
might
shit
go Costa Rica or Dubai.
I'm going to Santiago, bro. I'm going to Santiago with Leo, bro. Fuck this shit. Like, I ain't doing this shit.
Russia is
I'm gonna go to Dubai with Sawab.
Yeah, Dubai.
Look at the map of Russia. That country is so crazy. It's so fucking big. It has not natural borders, because they need to be safe. They need to feel safe. The amount of territory they have to occupy to be safe. Dude, I'm talking about half of Europe.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Bro,
Leo, we're all gonna be visiting you, man.
I'm gonna be in Chile. I'm gonna be drinking café con leche. I'm gonna find out what the popular coffee is over there. I'm gonna wear the fly shit in Chile. Like, bro, I'm out of here, bro. Like, fuck this bullshit for real. And the fact that this is still going on it's like, bro, this is not our beef. How many times we gotta be in some shit? This is not our beef. It's not our beef.
They come in the
Well, that's the very premise in NATO. Like, NATO was first established in order to challenge the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union's been gone for fucking decades. So why the fuck is NATO still here? Why are we still dealing with these issues that NATO creates?
Money laundering.
Why is there so much? I feel like they put the burden. See, this is the sucker shit, right? This is the sucker shit. It feel like America is like the big bro, you know? Motherfucker can't fight, end up in some shit, he gonna call big bro. You gonna put big bro in some shit because you can't fight this fight, when really, if you can't fight this fight, then you shouldn't be fighting.
The thing is, a lot of countries depend on us to send them weapons.
Yeah, a lot of people.
So as long as there's a war economy, you're always going to have some type of level of U.S. involvement.
But that's the problem. We've interfered with way too many countries.
Yeah, but you got Germany, Finland, Norway, all these guys. Man, handle that shit.
America act like the police. That's the problem.
Castillo says he'll head to PBC Island because they don't worry about fighting.
That was hilarious.
That was
crazy.
Yo, listen, PBC Island. PBC Island, I'm going to tell y'all where it is, and I want y'all remember this. PBC Island is the furthest point away from land on planet Earth. It's Point Nemo in the Pacific. Look it up. And there, you know, it's not on the map because it's not supposed to be. It's PBC Island. Point Nemo, the furthest point away from land, so far away from land that the closest humans to you will be the ones in space. That's how far away from land PBC Island is. You can get there, I can show you, but once you're there, you don't leave. All right?
So it's like Hotel California.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's in the Pacific Ocean. And Skull Island, where Kong lives, he's not far away, but it's in the Pacific. It's very hard to find.
You'll find Godzilla hanging around over there.
Well, no, Godzilla's in the center of the earth. He don't hang out with them guys, man. He just likes warm weather. He likes to stay out of trouble. That's why he be down there. He just be swimming, working on his doggy paddle. This shit like that.
Hi, fellas. Sorry I'm late.
And another story, away from this political shit, another story that caught my attention was this.
I was going to ask you about that, Jules, man. What's up with that?
Oh, yeah. Let me read. Hold up. I was surprised when I heard you. Is that Carlos Adames? Is that Carlos Adames?
Yep, that's
Carlos
Adames.
That's Dr. Umar.
And Yanni Beck says it'll be an easier fight than sparring. He said, "Be ready."
Now here's what we need to know. You know, at the last WBC convention, Carlos Adames actually petitioned the WBC to mandate the fight between him and Jamal. His petition was denied. So basically, you're not about to get the Charlo fight, and you know you can make that inference based on Jamal's inactivity that you're not going to come off of that inactivity that amount of time away from the ring and fight somebody like Carlos. Of course not. So I'm thinking, because the PBC don't have nothing for this man to do, they don't, like, what the fuck he gonna do? He don't got nothing to do over there. He ain't gonna get the Charlo fight. Can this fight happen?
I think so.
I think so. I just don't understand.
Will they let him go to top rank for him?
Well, he would have to, because they're the ones. Remember what Bob said 2 months ago, or whatever it was. He said he got a lot of money for anybody.
He'll pay big money for anybody to fight Yanni Beck. Yeah, so I don't see why not.
So I'm saying, are you guys confident, looking at that Yanni Beck has warmed up to the idea of fighting Carlos? Do y'all believe this fight could happen?
I think so.
Yeah.
Hasn't Adames already worked with Top Rank before?
Yeah, he used to be a top ranked fighter till he got beat by Teixeira.
Damn.
Yeah.
Who wins the fight, Julio?
I'm going with Adames, actually.
You like Adames?
I do, man. I like his style, and he's strong, smart southpaw. I think Yanni Beck hasn't looked that good recently.
I'm going to say that I'm going with Yanni Beck. I think Yanni Beck beats him. There's two things about Adames that have my attention, and that's the creative matchmaking. He has been looking good, Julio, but against who? Montiel. Montiel is subpar. The only reason that beating Montiel matters is because Charlo looked like shit.
Yep.
If Charlo didn't look like shit,
what Montiel really did. What he did. What he do. Then you beat Sergey Derevyanchenko sandwich, and that was like off a year layoff. He already got beat by Danny. He already got beat by Gennady. Already he got beat by Charlo, and then you fought him. So I'm wondering, I look at that and I'm like, did he get better? Did he? Did he really? I don't know. What do you say to that?
How much did we know about Yanni Beck, though?
Yeah, I was gonna say like his best performances against Danny Dingham.
They're kind of like on the same.
I say it's a, this,
Yeah,
was,
it's like
this might be 50-50. This might be
Yeah,
50-50.
that's actually a great point.
Oh, man, I don't know.
JBN channel the Azteca Spirits. What are they telling you?
El Dios de boxeo me está diciendo that it's gonna be a tie. They're gonna knock each other out.
God, boys.
Nah, man. I'm going a little bit more towards Yanni Beck. I think he will edge it out. I think he'll win. But I wouldn't be surprised if Carlos Adames wins, man. It is kind of like a 50-50 or 60-40 fight.
I must go to the Brighton Beach Spirits in Brighton Beach in the salt water and syringes that's in the sand. Hayam, who wins this fight?
I go Carlos Adames.
Think Carlos Adames wins this fight?
He's more versatile. Janet Beck is a little too straight up and down, no special effects. Like Floyd said, it's about Triple G. He's a little too straight up and down, no special effects. Carlos Adames is bringing a whole package to him. I think Carlos Adames either knocks him out or outpoints him.
Let's go to Michael.
I think he's not that good as everybody says. Johnny Beck, I think he's kind of he wants to be a Triple G, but he don't got the fundamentals down like he thinks he does.
He's Triple C. He's not Triple.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go to Canada. Michael, who wins this fucking fight? That's true.
Oh no,
I agree.
Are you talking about Yanni Beck and Adames? That I don't know because I find they're both still unproven to me. You know what I mean? I don't know which one's worse. Yanni Beck, he has good performances, then he has bad performances, and then Adames' matchmaking has been iffy. So I don't know.
All right, we got to go to the Bronx now. Virtuoso, what's happening? Who wins this fight?
Okay, so I'm picking Adames based on Broadway Joe's pick. Because he's the official voice of Dominican boxing, so I'm gonna pick him. No, I really don't know who the fuck Adames is, and I really haven't seen much of Johnny Beck to really gauge how good he really is. Because he's not facing shit. But I would edge it towards Johnny Beck. Based on aggression.
Let me go to the Chilean water spirits. Leo, who wins this fight? Come on, Leo.
I agree.
Before Russia attacks us, who wins this fight?
I agree.
Good point, Leo.
I knew they would knock each other out.
Putin got him, bro.
Putin got him.
No.
Putin got him. He gave away too much.
Johnny Beck got
Al Heyman and put him.
Oh, he's there.
Yeah, Johnny Beck. I think he's gonna beat him. I don't. It's more than anything is because I don't think Carlos Adames takes the best punch.
Me neither.
And I think you need a chin. More than pressure and anything, you need a chin to beat Johnny Beck. I don't think Johnny Beck is a Triple G or anything, but I don't think it's gonna hold up.
Go to Jay on the West Coast, which is the best coast, I'm told. Who wins this fight?
Let's see. 55%. Well, 55-45 in Yanni Beck's favor. Leo made a good point. He doesn't have the best chin, and Adames is explosive, but I think Yanni Beck could probably take what he's got for the most part. And I don't think Adames could take what Yanni Beck can, because I don't know if you guys noticed this in the Montiel fight. Even though Adames got him out like pretty early, I noticed in maybe I think the first or second round, Montiel was starting to touch him up with some shit. I think he was bothered by it a little bit, just a little, just a little. But then he pulled the knockout out of the bag. So yeah, that 55-45 in Yanni Beck's favor.
We got to go to Harlem now. We got to go to Harlem. Grant Projects, Taft, Wagner, all them good places. Candice was going to win this fight if they even fight.
Well, I'm about to go with you on this one, Jules. I'm gonna go with Yanni back on this one because I don't know who the fuck the other dude is, and I'm about to go with you on this one, man.
I got it. Like I said, see, this is the thing. I always look at what did the guy do that people giving him who TV is that? I always look at what did the guy do that people talking about him. And while I am not impressed with Yanni Beck, I'm not. I'm saying that Carlos, you beat a banged up Didivianchenko and you beat Montiel. And the only reason that beating Montiel is of any note is because of how Charlo looked with him. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. Outside of that, who did Montiel beat that we could look at him and say, well, at least he did this. He didn't beat nobody.
James Kirkland.
You got nobody. That's come on.
Now, I believe that there's a possibility that the fight happens for two reasons. Tony Harrison is going to Australia for the bread. Mm-hmm. Stephen Fulton seems to be going to Japan. Who got the TV on? Stephen Fulton is going to Japan for the bread. So if Top Rank makes this guy an offer, and I think they should, because let's be honest.
Man, I don't want to be negative, but that is not confirmed yet. Tony Harrison is confirmed, but not the Fulton one. So let's not act like it is.
Yeah, but I mean, like, until, I don't want to be negative. I'm trying to be, positive outlook, positive result.
So but honestly, I can't argue. So far, it looks like all the wheels are in motion. For the
Remember, Mark McMayonnaise is about to fight Brandon Fishface.
Yeah. Set low expectations so you won't get disappointed, is all I'm saying.
I'm going out on a limb and going with Adamas, man.
All right.
That's what's up, country. That's what's up, fam.
I don't think Adames takes a good punch, bro. I'm just gonna let y'all know that. I've always thought that he boxes well. I like his form, but his physicality. Now I think you hit him hard, he'll go down. Teixeira hit him hard, and that was at 54.
Has he ever been down before?
Yeah, Teixeira. I think Teixeira knocked him down.
Is that his best win?
Teixeira's best win, yeah.
Wow.
And Teixeira got beat by Castaño.
I saw that.
That'll batter his ass.
I think that's the only fight PBC let the fighter go across.
Remember, he a Dominican fighter. It's not like they super duper invested in him. They not. We already know why they got a bunch of my countrymen running around over there. Cheap labor. That's why. It's reality, all right? It's reality. In reality, sometimes your feelings is going to get hurt. The real reason you see a proliferation of Oyes at the PBC right now is because they cost less than the good Mexicans. That's what's going on. The good Mexicans is champions, bro.
Yeah, man, you make it sound like a dollar store bargain or something.
I'm just being real. Like, why you think all these Dominicans started popping up over there at a time when
Jules, you're real, bro. Bro, you're real, bro. You're real.
I'm telling you the truth. The good Mexicans is champions. It's facts.
Hey.
They're not even getting. We need the Santos to get a fight, man.
Yeah, I mean, how the fuck Valenzuela Rayo got a fight before Dos Santos?
Oh, he's coming back.
He bought the fight. He got a fight.
He's on the undercard of Plant and Benavides.
Who's he fighting?
He gonna fight Chris Colbert.
Yeah,
really?
Really? That's not bad.
He's fighting Colbert. That's pretty good.
Who's fighting?
Why did they get the Santos and
who's fighting Colbert?
Dos Santos. I mean, fucking Valenzuela, Rayo. They got Rayo.
Wow. Oh, they make sure not to put him in with a puncher.
Wow. Shout out to Mario.
Shit.
So it's a big week, Mario.
Nice.
It's a very big week. You know what I mean? It's a very big week. Saturday night. Alicia Baumgartner, LM Mechaleta on the zone. It's a very big week.
I'm excited. I'm excited for Alicia, bro. She's gonna win. I know she's gonna win. It's gonna be epic, bro.
Okay, so is it for Undisputed or is it not for Undisputed?
No, it's for Undisputed. The okie doke is that, look, you know the WBO is Bob's organization, right? Bond. Yeah. So what they basically doing is they saying we're not going to recognize this person as the undisputed champion. But that don't really mean a lot because they still going to have all the belts. The thing is, if the WBO don't recognize them as undisputed champion, they can't get super status. That means they can't become the mandatory when they move up, like how Usyk did and how Crawford did. They're not going to be able to do that. Why are they doing that? They want that spot open for Michaela.
Michaela's the biggest hater of all time.
Oh,
salute to her. Salute to her.
Yo, so that's the shit he's pulling with this?
If I had to guess.
Even if she does get the mandatory shot for Katie, I still think AB fights her first.
Look who she fighting. She fighting Lenata too, right?
Right.
Two-time WBO champion.
Yep.
That's a coincidence?
Also decided to fight her after a pregnancy layoff. Is that also a coincidence?
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, well, like the thing is, if Alicia wins, well, she's gonna win. She's not sticking around, is she?
I mean, I don't imagine she would stay there after that. For what? Ain't nothing to do.
That's true, but bro, did you see her training with Sky Nicholson? She's small for 130. She's already small for 130.
But this is what I'm gonna tell you. If she's small for 130, that means she'll be perfect for 135. 140 would be too high. But if she's small at 135, that means a little bit more weight. You'll feel invigorated, not having to cut that extra 5 at 35. So you'll be stronger. Now 40, that'd be too much.
Hasn't she fought at 140 before? She's fought at 140 before, hasn't she?
And lost.
Yes, that was at Lenardo too, right? Was that at 140?
I believe it was.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
No. It was either 130. It was either 135 or 140. I can't remember.
Who did Alicia lose to again?
Lenardo too. That's her only loss. That's it. Split decision. Yeah.
We got to run that back.
We got to run that back, bro.
We do.
Did you hear about Sky Nicholson potentially going back for the Olympics?
I heard about that, but it's like you do that
50-50.
I mean, like, you do that shit, and I guess it's for the bread, you know? It got to be for the bread, for the sponsorships, because for those that don't know, standout amateurs, they get sponsored. It's almost like a 9 to 5. It's like having a job. So you could do that, but I thought boxing wasn't going to be in the next Olympics.
Yeah, that's true.
No, it's banned.
Apparently, Ardingsall was going to do that too. Like, she was focused on going back for the Olympics as well.
I dig it. George says, do you think Moses Otama achieved his goal of breaking Mike Tyson's record for youngest heavyweight champion? He has until May 2025. My honest opinion, no. I don't believe he's going to break shit.
I don't think anybody's going to break that record.
Honestly, I don't believe you. I don't. Boxing is more political now than it was when Mike was around. Mm-hmm. So it was actually
it's going to be a lot harder. Yeah.
It's going to be more difficult for you to get at a belt. And in 2025, we don't even know what the landscape going to look like. We don't. That's 2 years from now. We don't know who going to get beat. We don't know who going to have a bet. We don't know. You know what I mean?
But he does have a good chance right now, only because he signed a Frank Warren. Frank Warren and Bob Arum got a little.
Let's not do this again. Let's not do this again.
Look, this is what I'm gonna say. Wait, I want to do it again, but I want to do it in a civilized manner.
Oh, here we go.
Right, let me do this. Let me do this. Shh. This is the thing. Daniel, you know he food. I am.
Yeah.
You know he food.
Yes.
So what we really gotta ask is, okay, would Frank make Ituwuma versus Dubois? Like, I guess, I don't know, 3 fights from now, because I see Daniel, he a loss waiting to happen, bro. At this point,
I agree with you, and I think Frank will capitalize on that. I think Frank will switch in the bum guy for the good guy. I think he would definitely capitalize on that.
But how long? All right, so let me ask you: do you feel that Adinarak is ready for Dubois? How long would it take?
Who?
I don't know how to say that kid's name.
Atoma.
Atoma.
Is he ready for Dubois right now? Yes. 100%.
You think he can take him now? Really?
Yes. 100%. The reason why I say that.
The Dubois slander is crazy in this side.
Bro. This is your moment.
Listen, I have no reason. I have nothing based on fact to say that. I'm being legit with y'all. I'm not going to sit here and try to act like I'm justifying my point on some stupid shit. What I'm saying is, I think, yes, he beats him right now. From what I see from Daniel Dubois right now, this kid, they say he fighting all of these champions and he doing all this well. I want to see him in there right now. Yes, I think he beats him.
Bro, they were saying this. They were saying the same thing about Daniel Dubois when he was coming up. How he's giving everybody, all the top heavyweights, work and sparring, and Wilder
he was the best thing. He was the hardest puncher to come out of the UK. All this kind of stuff. This hype about.
One at a time, fellas.
They said they hurt Joshua in sparring.
No, they didn't say he hurt him. They say he knocked him out.
Yeah, they did.
Even Daniel was saying it too.
Which I don't believe.
Karma's a bitch.
Yeah, I agree with y'all guys.
Daniel, what's the opposing argument though? Do you see a champion in Dubois?
No, I see a mistake champion. I see a paper champion in Dubois. I do see that. That's what I do see. He is a paper champion.
So let me ask you, Hayam.
Email the belt.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying, right? For him to become a paper champion, because he's not that yet, he got to not lose for at least the next 3 fights. He got to not lose. If he hold the WBA Reggie, they could just move him into it after it go vacant, which could happen. It could happen in the next 2 fights.
Could happen.
But what I'm saying is, all right, then, do you feel that he will be safe for the next 3 fights?
No,
Bro,
I don't. I don't feel like he'll be safe for the next 3 fights. No, I can't. I can't
you
say
see
that.
What he just went through with Kevin Laryngitis.
Yeah,
Kevin Laryngitis almost got him out.
I can't say that with confidence. I got to be honest with you. You know, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you just to make a point. I got to be honest with you. I don't see him being. I know, but I got to be. You know, I'm trying to do better, baby. I'm trying to do better. Okay. I can't. I don't see him being safe. Now, you put him in there with Lawrence Okoli. I think Lawrence Okoli might knock him out.
That's what I'm. Look. I think Gulamari will fuck around and knock him out.
Yeah, I can't say that with confidence.
Hey, what about this?
Julio needs to be, bro. Tell me, come on, B. If I'm wrong, tell me. Was you expecting him to look like that with Kevin laparoscopy?
No, of course not.
Jules, you have a good time with these names, don't you?
I know, man.
These fucking names is crazy.
Hey, Jules,
Labrea.
what do you think about this Itama kid versus Jalilov then?
I think Jalilov will whoop his ass.
How about Torres? I think Torres smoke him.
I'm going to be honest with you. Because of how they started him, right? I see a hype job. I see a hype job.
With the dude or Jalilov?
I took Saitama.
Itama.
How about Torres? I think Torres will get him too. Torres will get him.
The reason I see Torres,
they have similar styles.
To be honest,
I see Attila. He got hype job energy.
Same with Frazier Clark. I'm not gonna lie. I don't see it in Frazier Clark.
No, but I was going to ask about Jalilov. Oh
yeah, that's the one.
I think he's solid. I think
that's
Jalilov
a problem.
I think he's a problem. I think he's solid. But is he a hype job?
No,
because it ain't no hype. Who hyped?
No,
ain't nobody saying he the next. Ain't nobody saying he the next. No. I'm out of the young guys that's coming through. I'm like, well, he looks the most solid, but I'm not.
I agree with you.
Knock everybody out his face so far.
And he'll intimidate you with his unibrow, man.
Real shit, he got a lot of hair.
Tony Yoka beats Daniel Dubois.
Yeah, he does.
Julio, you're not going to say nothing?
Yeah, he does.
Julio, you're not going to say nothing?
He catches
Dubois, but like
on the top of the head. Yes,
with Bacoli, I look at Bacoli and Dubois similar in the sense that an early ass whooping is going to be beneficial for them in the long run. That's how I see it happening. I don't think Dubois is going to be some dominant champion, but I think he'll pick up a belt.
My God, that's an early ass whooping. It's not an early ass whooping. That's one whooping. It's an ass whoopings. Joe whooped his ass and Kevin LaBrea top pit.
Oh, he ended up
whooping his ass.
Not with Dubois.
Daniel Dubois would never be a champion.
I think he'll pick up a belt. I think he'll probably pick up the WBA when it comes vacant eventually.
Maybe a vacant, yeah. Maybe.
I'm hoping he do so Moses could get it.
I don't think
Moses could fight him and try to break the record. I
don't think Daniel Dubois could beat Shannon Briggs.
Hell no.
Now?
Hell no.
Not now.
Whoa.
Not never.
Not now. Not
Just
never.
go, Chip.
I
don't think so either.
You're not supposed to go through all that, bro. What he went through with that man was a nightmare, bro. Nightmare scenario, bro.
That was a fishy ending. I'm just saying.
And soon as what's that referee? They always use him. I forget his name. Is it Steve Gray?
Yes. Steve Gift.
Yo, he saved him, bro.
Alan Foster,
saved him.
one of them.
As soon as he seen Kevin LaBrea talk, he was in trouble. Stop the fight. Stop the fight. It's over. Danny, congratulations, yo. You fucking did it, yo. Soon as he seen that dude was a little bit woozy, it's like you didn't see the last round when he was smacking him around. You don't want to let this go on a little longer. You didn't see that he could turn it around.
But after that, y'all, I'm expecting them to tread very carefully.
Bro, they were
very carefully after this. I mean, after this now.
That's why we think he's going to get elevated to champion. That's why we think he's going to get elevated to champion because they're going to try to keep him in big fights.
They're going to have to match him against like heavyweights, bro.
Frank is on camera today talking about Anthony Joshua.
Bro, Anthony
Frank won Anthony Joshua.
I wish they would, because I'm like, bro, you really think Dubois got it for Joshua, bro? Go ahead, make the fight, bro. Make it.
No,
go ahead.
He certainly doesn't have it for Joshua.
Cash him out.
If Kevin LaBrea top pit could do that to you, go ahead, go fight AJ, bro. Man. You tough. You tough.
They've been Shane McGuigan said they want Dillian White.
Oh god.
That left hook will silence him.
I ain't going front. I would love if Dillian knocked his ass out.
I think he will still. I think he still can. He will.
I would, just because Frank wouldn't be able to say a whole lot after that.
No, he won't.
Dillian supposed to just be, he just ain't shit. Even though he has a great resume, we just supposed to act like he ain't shit. If he go in there and knock out your boy, Frank.
Daniel Price.
But I'm saying, I think Dillian, if he could get through with that left hook, Dillian White hit harder than Kevin LaBrea tar pit now. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hit harder than that guy. Just got to land. Use the cross guard, get in there and do the shit.
I think Price knocks out Daniel Dubois.
David Price?
Yes, David Price. He's one of the heaviest
David Price. He's Daniel Price.
He hit hard, though. It ain't like he don't hit hard. He do hit hard.
No joke. David Price will knock out anybody. He knocked out AJ in sparring.
I thought Price retired.
He did retire.
Yeah, he did. But
he looked like
he said David Price. I'm like, David, he knocks out Daniel Dubois.
Yo, my man Jarrell Miller on the comeback trail, Hyam. My man's
Jarrell Miller on the comeback trail.
Lucas,
I want to know what his
Lucas
weight is.
HP Brown sauce. He about to fight Lucas.
Dubois Miller. Who y'all got?
He about to fight Lucas Brown for real?
No.
I'm dead ass. That's official. That's official.
Wow.
That's official, bro.
Wasn't Lucas Brown pulled out of the fight for being too old?
That's a bad fight for the Australian guy. What's his name?
Hey, he won a fight. I ain't tell him to sign away.
That's a bad fight for him. That's
what's official.
It's official,
I didn't
bro.
know that was official.
What's official? What fight?
Lucas Brown versus Jarrell Miller.
Yeah, that's official. I got the post in. I was gonna do I'm still gonna do a segment on it
for him. He don't have the power,
bro. He don't want. But he don't want. No. Wait a minute. That's the one thing Lucas do have. He does.
He do got power,
power than Jarrell.
But Jarrell is a different animal, dog. You got to have different kind of power.
The guy that knocked out Junior Fowler.
Bro, I really hope
it is. Getting around.
I would love for him to be back on steroids. I would love that shit, bro. Just beat everybody.
I just want him to drop weight. I just want him to drop to 2.
He is, bro. I'm not kidding. Go look at his Instagram. I'm not kidding.
He dropping?
He's slimmer than he was. He been getting slimmer every fight since that WBA fight they had in Central America.
Yeah,
he was OD fat.
He got ab surgery.
You could see that, like, he is getting smaller though. Like,
if he get back down to, like, I say 280 was my quote. If he get down to 280 and his
that man is not built to be no. I'm telling you, that dude at this point, he is not built to be 280, bro.
He got him at 280. He can't be 340.
Oh, it is official.
He was 340 his last fight, dog.
It's going down, bro. And listen, don't act like Lucas don't hit hard. He had fucking Junior 5 seasons.
No, I know. No, I know. Lucas
I think he has more like one hit or quitter
out
power than Jarrell. Jarrell's like volume.
Yeah, but I don't know if Jarrell. I'm not saying Jarrell Miller's a knockout puncher. I don't know if he could hit Jarrell Miller and hurt him. Jarrell Miller is like 50 pounds heavier than Andy Ruiz, and Andy Ruiz got the best chin we've seen in a while. So, come on, that's a little bit.
I favor Jarrell on volume for the TKO, not the cold KO.
Yeah,
on
the
volume,
TKO.
The TKO. I favor that.
He's 134 pounds right now.
He's what?
Yeah, he's 134 pounds right now.
Come on, stop playing. That's kilograms, bro.
Oh, my bad.
Kilograms.
Bro, he ain't that light. Hell no.
George,
Like, that's light.
let me read the super chat.
Yeah,
George
I'm high.
says Joyce broke Dubois. Any step up will flatten him. I agree with that. That's why I think Dubois that fight with Joyce, it might have ruined him.
Yeah, but they go pass him that belt.
That's true.
You're not the only one that has a problem with the metric system, man.
Shit. Both UCAD and VADA test for clomiphene. UCAD are incompetent, or the VADA samples were contaminated, tampered with. Neither is good. Which one is it? If I had to guess, you talking about Conor, right? You talking about Conroy? I believe that he was on the shit, and this is all just a cover story. And I don't care about pads because all these motherfuckers is on pads. I don't care. I used to care. But then I thought about it like, bro, everybody be testing hot. Canelo, Fury, Ryan Martin, motherfucking Yildirim, motherfucking Butte, motherfucking Pascal. Everybody on something, bro. That's why I'm like, bro, I don't even care, bro.
Jarrell Miller.
Everybody hot, bro. Everybody hot.
And it's not like they do comprehensive testing, whereas you can definitively find out if someone's is juicing or not.
Yeah, like to me, they all on something. Like they just on something for different shit. Some guys need vasodilators. Some guys need some other shit. It just is what it is, man. Like there's no sense in pretending that it's a clean sport because it's not. It's not a clean sport. Everybody on something. And Jarrell Miller, he has a legitimate chance to make a splash as the bad guy. If he just, be the bad guy, bro. Fuck it. Be the bad guy. Talk your shit. Spit them bars. Because he could rap, right? Y'all know Jarrell Miller could rap. Not even like fake. He could rap. Like, he got some shit. You know what I mean? And be the bad guy, bro.
Maybe him and Deontay could do a song together. Who knows?
You never know. You know what I'm saying?
Joshua said he embarrassed them on the face-off. He said he ripped them up on the face-off. But nobody ever saw the video, so Joshua was like, I hope that nobody. He said, I hope nobody ever released the video because he lost the rap battle to Jarrell Miller.
Yo, Jarrell got some shit, bro. But on some real shit, and we talked about this before, there's a place for him. In this era, there's a place for him because think about it. You're not going to get personality out of Makhmudov, out of Jalalov. You're not going to get personality out of Ivan Ditchko. You're not gonna get no personality out of Hergovic. Them dudes is mayo on white, bro. They are no frills, no personality. Miller got personality, at least. Sell a fight. So it's a place for him.
Yeah.
Does Jalalov have like 100% KO ratio?
Who?
Jalalov?
I think so.
Wow.
I'm asking, does he? I'm curious.
No, I don't think he do. He knocked everybody out that he fought. He did.
Probably 99%.
Now, I'm going to show y'all these cards. These are the PBC cards from February to March. Which one of these cards do you like?
I don't care about the first one. The second one's really good. And the fourth one. That's it.
The second and the fourth. That's what I like.
The second one, I'm only watching for the headlining fight.
I'm gonna go with the second and the fourth myself because I mean, man, we already know Fig's gonna.
Yo, like
damn, Jules, I literally just looking at this shit on Twitter, bro. This is crazy. You brought this up.
I read your mind, Jay. I read your mind, and
how do you do that, man? Jesus Christ!
I have powers. I have second.
140 is like
second.
Ray Vargas looks like an NFT.
Yeah.
Real talk.
Hey yo!
So the PBC doubleheader, and then the Figueroa fight because of his sister, and then the main event.
Why would Shockey look confused, bro? Like he look confused. Like he don't know what's going on.
He looked like he was walking down the hall. Hey man, you want to take this photo?
They look like they just woke him up. They just got him out of bed. You don't know what the fuck going on.
They just pulled him out the hallway. Like, hey bro, you want to take this photo? Like,
Oh shit, bro! You know, motherfucking Brandon looked like he in a Twilight movie.
Man, who the fuck cares about that
He
fight?
does.
Jesus.
Brandon had to go do. He went to go get his
I
eyebrows
don't
did.
see Max beating him either, man.
Who wins that one? Who wins that one, man? With
I think Brandon. The reason I think Brandon will win is because Mixayo only throw 2 shots at a time, whereas Brandon put punches together. Like
you're right, Mark do be doing the same shit all the time.
Mixayo is ass, bro. How has no one beaten this guy yet?
The way Brandon fought,
Ray Vargas
Boy,
beat him.
he's gonna take.
Well, the only reason he got a boxing contract is because he looked like Pacquiao mixed with Ongbak. That's the only
and he does a
reason.
little Pacquiao. He does a Pacquiao hop.
That's it. They're trying to repeat that Pacquiao height. That's it.
So is Marcial's like, is it cardio like limited or something? That's why he only throws like 1 or 2 shots.
No, it's because he just doesn't have variety. Like his cardio isn't bad, to be honest with you. It's just that he's a very raw fighter. Like he's not fully developed.
You gotta take him out of wild card because if he's not exploring other like faculties as far as throwing punches is concerned, you might as well go to another camp, don't you think?
Polo say that Mark can win. Polo say.
The way Brandon Figueroa fought Cool Boy, he's gonna take Mike Sale's lunch money, man.
Brandon is another guy that is like very limited.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a competitive fight. I think it's gonna be very competitive, man. It's just that Brandon, he's so dumb. Like he doesn't realize what he is. Like he's obviously a fucking long guy, no homo, but like you're fighting a fucking small man's fight.
Yeah.
And that's one of them things that'll work for you until it don't. I think he could beat Mark though. I think he can. I think he can.
Yeah.
Because Mark going to just throw the 1-2 and the 1-2 and the 1-2 and the 1, and that's all it's going to be with him, unless he learns some new shit in between this fight and the last one. That's all it's going to be.
Because I got Mixayo winning, man. I don't trust Brandon now. He just throws too many throwaway shots that don't fucking land clean, and it's just fucking technically poor fighter who got fucking long reach and don't know how to use it.
Now the fight that I like, I don't really give a fuck about Ray Vargas, to be real with you. I don't really think nobody give a fuck about.
Nobody gives a fuck about Ray Vargas.
Bro, NyQuil takes Ray Vargas to go to sleep.
But
ass.
Wow.
Damn. I thought they did that when Frankie Sanchez fights.
Nah, like Ray's, it can get pretty bad with Ray. But I will say this: respect to Ray because he is decorated. Though he's a champion at 122, he's a champion at 126. He trying to become a champion at 130. If he do it, like for real, motherfuckers really do got to put respect on his name, though. Like no cap, like we really would have to, because he went up there, he beat Mixayo for the BC. If he beat Oshaki, what is it for the fucking? It's for the world. It's for the vacant BC.
Yep, the
no
BBC.
cap,
Yep.
he is one of the best active Mexican fighters right now.
Yep, Shakur's belt.
Boring,
Shakur's belt. Yeah.
His old shit, like on some real shit. Like if he win, I don't think he's gonna win though. I think Oshaki
Wait,
gonna
who's
beat
in
him.
the WBO?
Let me say this, guys.
Navarrete this weekend.
I've been watching Ray Vargas for a while, for years, and I don't really understand the hate for Ray Vargas. I really don't. Because
super skilled, but he's boring. That's it.
No, he's boring for what? Because he can punch? Because he throws a lot of punches and he boxes.
That's a fair point.
The motherfucker can punch.
He's more exciting than Leo. I could say that. I get out of bed for Ray Vargas fight before a Leo fight. Like I don't even want to. If I never see him box again, I won't even.
Joe, there's so much hate for Ray Vargas because he's fucking ugly. That's just it.
Is that what it is, though?
Oh God, yeah, that might be
the
it.
NFT face. But can you name a memorable Ray Vargas fight? Like name
The
4.
Mixayo fight was okay.
Okay, name 2 more.
Damn.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I think he's super. He's one of the most, in my opinion, he's probably top 3 like skilled, like most skilled active Mexican fighters right now. But I don't mean he's exciting.
That's true. Like Frankie Sanchez is skilled, but you couldn't pay me to watch him. You couldn't, or you would have to pay me a lot to watch him. Because fuck him. Like fuck that and fuck that shit.
But we gotta admit, being boring is it's a gift and a curse because. It's a curse because you're boring and you don't look good, but it's a gift because hey, that could be a hard motherfucker to beat.
Bro, I got Oshaki beating Ray. You agree with that, Julio?
It's a 50-50. It's a 50-50. I don't think like I see a lot of people picking O'Shaquie Foster, but I think it's a lot closer. I legitimately don't know where to lean.
I'm gonna go with O'Shaquie to win.
I wonder what Leo thinks.
Leo, who won in that fight?
I think Ray Vargas. Look, if someone is gonna beat Ray Vargas, it's gonna be on power, because you have to knock him out. The thing, one of the things that Ray Vargas has on his favor is his corner. Dude, Nacho Verisign is not in that shit anymore. That now you have to be exciting to appeal to American public. Doesn't give a fuck anymore. Just box, and you're gonna win.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
And if you look at experience, like I said, I don't find it very entertaining. But Ray Vargas does have some decent names.
He beat Freddie Roach again, bro. I just realized that was the same shit. Ray Vargas versus Mark Magsayo was Nacho versus Roach.
I know.
Wow. Freddie just bro.
That's why you gotta leave that gym.
Motherfucking Drew, it's 10 people up here already, bro.
You know what? I'll drop off because my phone is hot. You know, it's good talking to you guys, man.
All right.
Virtuoso.
Russ says,
respect, Virtuoso.
Russ says, does PBC last on Showtime? I'm going to be real with you, Russ. I wouldn't be surprised if Showtime go the way of HBO, because HBO was a bigger and better network and they left boxing. So why would Showtime eventually not leave boxing? HBO was bigger and better than them. And bear in mind that HBO's last card, you want to know what the metrics were for their last card? 800,000 views.
Who was that? Who was fighting again?
Breakus versus Reese.
Ah.
Clarissa Shields fought on the undercard. And they left. If you think about them numbers, right? Those would be amazing numbers for Showtime today. Amazing. And they not nowhere near that. So I'm like, yeah, it's possible that Showtime could leave boxing. Like if HBO did, anything is possible.
Yeah, hey, Jules,
put PBC on Roku.
You guys want me to stay home on a Saturday night for all those cards? There's only one I'd fucking stay home for, and I got to pay for the shit. So fuck.
Well, yo,
get serious though.
Ponce is very good though.
The reason boxing used to work on premium networks because it was like, okay, I'll stay home for that shit on Saturday night. Fuck that.
I mean, I really only see one card aside from the pay-per-view, which I might purchase. I'm not going to lie about that, but that's because, like I always say, I can flip it. The only
but regardless of flipping, you, like I'm talking to my girl right now. Out of all these cards, I'm more excited for fucking Serrano and fucking Alicia on Saturday.
No, just look, out of these 4 cards, the only card that I see, the only fight I see that I'm like, yeah, I like that fight is Ponce and Matias. I like that fight.
That's a fight of the year contender.
Who you got? Who you got?
I'm going to be real. I got Matias.
I got Matias as well.
Matias. Argentinian guy could punch. He tough. But Matias got a body, bro. It's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, but he don't move his head, bro. Someone's gonna catch him bad one day. I think it's gonna be Regis, but
he's not gonna fight Regis, bro. He's not gonna fight Regis.
He's not.
I think it's about time for Regis to go to Matchroom. Just go to Matchroom, bro.
Do what?
Nobody want to do nothing with you. At least if you go to Matchroom, you could fight Liam Botto, you could fight Stevie Sparks.
Yeah, it's true.
You could fight Richardson Hitchinson.
Montana Love.
You
can send Montana Love into retirement.
Colorado Love. You could fight Colorado Love. Like, yeah.
Or you know what I'm saying? Here's the thing with Regis. He can move up. He can go to Matchroom, go to that side, take a little stay busy fight to acclimate to 147, fight Rocha when Terrence Crawford beats him up.
Yeah, yo, go fight Blair to Flair.
Claire Bobs or something over there.
Go fight Claire Bobs. For real.
Hey, Jules, this is an off-subject question, but what was the original reason HBO left boxing?
Because of the streaming shit.
Same reason Showtime. They're moving their money to content that gets like at least.
Yeah, like let me give you the no frills explanation. I'm gonna give you the no frills explanation. HBO was ahead of the curve. They saw this coming. That's why, and they're all right. HBO Max is doing fine. They good. They saw this coming, the way that things are going, and boxing, they realize it's just not a big enough part of their bottom line. Like, why are we spending money on this? For what? we're not really getting that much back. We got to focus on what worked for us. And what worked for us is TV shows, not sports. We're not a sports network. We might have been in boxing a very long time, and it felt like a staple, but at the heart of it, they were not a sports network, and neither is Showtime. That's not a sports network. The majority of people that go to your platform go there for TV shows. They don't go there for sports. Sports really belong on the most accessible platforms, and those are not premium cable networks. Sports belong on your Fox, on your ESPN, which is a sports network, so it's kind of a given. Channel 11, Channel 9, Channel 7, Channel 5, Channel 4. If we're going to be real, that's where sports really belong, on terrestrial television, because that's where the most people can see them, and the advertising revenue, it'll be worth something, like Super Bowl ads and shit like that. But it's already kind of behind a paywall when it's on a premium cable network, because then that means you either have to have cable to have it or you have to pay for a subscription. Sports belong to the common man, not the rich man. So you need to make them as accessible as possible. Right. And when you have, it's like HBO was doing it great. Like, to me, they were the gold standard. They're still the gold standard, but it still was sports behind a paywall because you had to have premium cable. It's still a paywall of some sort. If you got to pay to have the shit, yeah, in some ways it's still a paywall. And the same applies to Showtime. Like, bruh, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. You know what the fuck they said? And I see people on Twitter arguing about it. Well, they were talking about TV shows. Bro, whatever accounts for less than 10%, and this is a math problem you can do on a napkin. If the median number of views for a fight is at or around 220-something thousand out of 27 million subscribers, that means that less than 1% of Showtime's overall viewers are watching those cards.
Did they really? They were really being that up too, saying they meant da-da-da-da-da. They were doing the Rolly retarded shit.
You didn't see what I seen dudes arguing. I seen dudes like they were talking about TV show. All right, bro. Okay, bro. Okay. Because HBO didn't.
Isn't boxing TV? It's a TV show. It's a TV programming.
But they the kind of guys that they want to just argue, and it's like, all right, bro, if you can't see this for what it is, it's not complicated. Showtime is trying to survive. They're trying to keep their head above water. They are telling you in plain English, if your programming or this programming accounts for less than 10% of the overall views, we're not dedicating no money to that. And then what you see 4 pay-per-views in sequence. Why do you think that is? If you don't got no common sense, bro, I'm not your fucking father. I'm not gonna hold your hand through this shit.
They're doing the same thing Fox was doing, but you know
what? Literally, that's what Fox did right before the end. We gonna put everything on pay-per-view because we're not paying for this shit. So
the funny shit, Jules, is this could all be deaded if Espinosa would just come out and address it.
You're not gonna do that.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, let me ask y'all both a question, since you're very knowledgeable on the topic. Obviously, people aren't buying pay-per-views, especially Showtime or Fox. Why keep doing it then? What's the point?
Survival. This is different. Before, you would put on a pay-per-view in order to get the fighter big cash that the network isn't going to give him. Like, let's say Jay wants to make $50 million off the fight. Well, look, we're not going to give you $50 million. Maybe we give you 20 and let the other 30 come from the upside of the pay-per-view. That was the dichotomy. Now, this is different. You're putting it on pay-per-view just to get the operational costs, just to pay to even do the fight. You're hoping that the fans foot the bill, just to pay for that. When you look at the guarantees, it's not the guarantees that you used to see, like 10 million or 15 million. You got guys getting guaranteed $1 million, and they're on pay-per-view. Why? They're keeping the operational costs low so that the break-even point is easier to hit. They're putting them on pay-per-view, hoping that the fans themselves will subsidize the fight and account for the operational costs. They're doing it basically just to stay above water. It's different.
I mean, and that I get, but at the same time, they can't be making a lot of money because nobody's buying this shit.
Might not be making no money. They might not be making no money. To be honest, the cable and satellite company takes approximately 30 to 40% of whatever comes in. So how do you make money?
If not half altogether. So yeah.
How? So you basically turn into the fans. The money, the easiest explanation is that the money that's supposed to be coming from the network to pay for the fights, you want it to come from the fans because the network doesn't want to put it up. That's what's going on. The network is not going to dedicate big cash to boxing, not no more. So they're hoping that, okay, let's put it on pay-per-view, and hopefully the fans will buy it, some of them, and that'll pay for the fight.
Which they're not.
We ain't doing all that shit.
Fuck that. We get better fights than that on ESPN.
For
get better
free.
fights than that on the zone.
I've been getting better UFC fights than BBC fights. So what the hell are you talking about?
Exactly. That's why it's not going to work. It creates, and remember, that's the network shit. That don't even address the other problem, piracy. They got no control over that shit. There's nothing they could do. It is so easy to steal a fight. You don't really never have to pay for a pay-per-view to be real. You don't have to. It's easy to find a link to watch a fight. It's mad easy.
I know all about that, right, Jules?
I'm saying, like, let's be real. That's where it's at. The piracy now in this era is out of control.
Oh, it's epidemic.
It's insane. It's insane.
It's
nothing,
on
and there's
pandemic
nothing
level.
they can do about it. It's nothing they can do about it. So you already got the network shit going on in a direction, because what's going on right now is the transition from the cord to digital streaming. That's what's going on. It's basically what happened to 8-track tapes and cassette tapes, cassettes to CDs, CDs to MP3s, MP3 players to streaming platforms. It's a transitional period. It happens every so often. So that bit of it was inevitable. But the piracy, that's a whole nother motherfucker entirely. Like, and until you get a fix on that, you're gonna keep having problems.
The only difference between that analogy about cassettes and CDs is piracy on a digital level, for example, to music, is reliable now. You can download any songs from the internet, and you're gonna hear it exactly how you want to hear it.
Yep.
As the same as a CD, a legit CD or cassette from a Discord record. But stream is not reliable yet. So the only justification to buy a pay-per-view is when you're, like Bob Aaron broke it down a while ago. You have a bunch of people that are eager to watch a fight, and they bought the pay-per-view because they don't want to miss anything about the pay-per-view.
Wait, but see, Leo, this is the part you're missing. You're talking about a great fight. If you told me Better Be versus Bivol on pay-per-view, I'm not fiddling with no motherfucking stream. I need that. I need to see that. And
we buying
that. You see what I mean? Quality control in what you're describing has its role to play, because the fight has to be good enough that I can't miss it. I can't miss it. So I got to buy it. I don't want to be fiddling with a stream or nothing like that. I need to see it. I need to buy it so I know I don't have to worry about that. And the majority of pay-per-views that are coming out, they aren't those kinds of fights.
Yeah, you can't deny that the difference in quality between a PBC card and something that Matchroom or Top Rank puts out is there's just gaps in quality. Like PBC might as well put up fights with pop-up ads because the quality is just not there.
Yeah, they're gonna start. They're gonna start charging people in food stamps, man.
Something. Like the only pay-per-view that they're putting on that I feel that way about, and I'm not even excited, but I it's the only one, is Garcia Davis. Like, no, I gotta see that. I want to see that. I want to see that.
And Golden Boy has her hands in that.
But is that even confirmed yet? Still,
yeah.
How confident is anybody that fight is going to happen?
45%.
I'm not holding my breath, man.
45% chance.
Let me read the super chat. We forget that Magsayo dropped Vargas, which is true. He did hurt him several times in that fight. He did hurt him. Miss HBO Boxing After Dark. It was better than PBC.
Amen. Oh God, yeah.
Amen.
Oh, I loved Boxing After Dark.
Showbox is better than what they have on Showtime.
What do you guys think about tag team boxing? I think that is some other shit.
Wait, what?
What?
KSI next fight. KSI next fight. Tag them in like the Legion of Doom And a Dudley.
Yeah, you about to get knocked out and you tag off.
What the hell? It's silly, but it's good. It's good for YouTube boxing. It's good for YouTube boxing because they have to find a way to reinvent that novelty.
WWE boxing. That's pretty much what it is, bro.
Yeah, because they have to find a way to reinvent themselves. They have to find something like something.
Don't take it too seriously.
There's
I don't even watch that
that'll
shit.
love that shit. You know, Jules. Hey, Jules, if you see something fucking viral, you're gonna watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, shit.
Don't call it boxing. Don't
Let me
call it
read the
boxing.
super chat. Liam says you can give information to others, you can't understand it for others. Showtime Boxing is on life support until the end of this financial year. Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's where it's at.
Yep. They have 7 pay-per-views, so yeah.
And bear in mind, that's only the first 2 quarters. We don't know what the fuck going to happen in quarter 3, quarter 4. We don't know. Virtuoso says, Drew, it's not the great reset, it's the great rebate. I dig
Masturbate.
Great rebate, bro. But yeah, that's where it's at. Like there's no way you could look at that situation and think it's encouraging. Now, and I said this before, if they were bringing in great metrics like 1 million on a Saturday night at 11 p.m., I know the Showtime executives are going to look at that and say that's fucking good. It's pretty fucking good. And you were doing that consistently, they would say, no, that's pretty fucking good. 11 p.m. on a Saturday, 12 p.m. on a Saturday, they're bringing in those kinds of people, 1 million people. No, that's good. We like that. 1 million people is 1 million.
They be looking at it, they can even bring in half that much. Because like I said, you got all these other sports that's going on right now. You got NBA boxing going on. NBA, the NFL. You know that you're ready to go through the Super Bowl in the next 2 weeks. You're gonna have March Madness coming up in the next month or so. So they get that much.
Think about it as wallets. Think about it as wallets. 1 million wallets. Showtime will notice that. 1 million wallets. 1 million homes is 1 million wallets. Well, the viewership that they're putting up now is less than 1% of 27 million. It's literally less than 1%. I did the equation. You can look it up. It's not hard. How many subscribers does Showtime have versus what percentage of 27 million is a median median viewership of 225,000. It is literally less than 1%.
They're like the T-Rex looking at the sky and then seeing that big ass asteroid.
That would be 270,000. 1% would be 270,000. They're at 225. Come on. 25. That's just the basic math. That's not a lie.
And they said, now what did they say? Chris McCarthy said, anything, I'm being generous looking at the 1%, because what Chris McCarthy said was anything less than 10%. Anything less than 10%, we're moving resources away from that, and we're going to use those resources towards the programs that we feel can be made into global franchises. That's what he said. 10%.
There's no way they're getting 2.7 million. There's no way.
There's no way. There's no fight that they put on that brings in those kinds of metrics. There's no fight. There's nothing internally that they can make that would get that many eyes.
I think the biggest fight that they could put on right now, besides Fury Joshua or Fury Wilder,
LB Hearn. LB versus Hearn.
The biggest fight I think
they're not even behind them. They're not even doing 5%, 10% of that 27 million.
I agree with you, fam.
Million.
I know, I agree with you. The biggest fight that the PBC could put on right now is Deontay Wilder versus Ngannou.
Yes,
that's the biggest fight.
Damn right. You damn right.
And come on, bro.
No, it will sell. I think it will sell $1 million. I think it will sell $1 million.
Man,
I think it would.
Who has the gall to make that fight happen? Other than
my God.
Yo, Ngannou is a free agent. Fam.
My dude, that's what I'm saying. Like
that's the biggest fight.
That shit can happen, bro. Like I'm not
that's
even.
That's a huge. I'm thinking that's Wilder's mystery opponent that he was talking about the whole time.
Think about it. This Ruiz shit. This Ruiz
that's
shit
a
is
big
not
fight,
going to do nothing. This Ruiz shit, like, bro, ain't doing no milli with no motherfucking Ruiz, bro. crazy? Ngannou? That's
Ngannou is a
bad.
millie. That's big money. That's big money. That's the biggest fight outside of Joshua Wilder, Tyson Fury, Joshua. That's the biggest fight that could be made in boxing right now.
And wasn't Malik Scott teasing a mystery opponent?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that was the mystery opponent because they knew Ngannou was going to fall out of his contract. They knew Ngannou was going to fall out of his contract.
I ain't gonna lie, I would watch that shit, Hayam.
I'm telling you, that shit. That's what I honestly thought, fam. Once I found out Ngannou fell out of his contract, I thought to myself, oh, that was the mystery opponent. Because when you do the math and you put those two together, Ngannou and Wilder, that fight could do over 1 million people.
Listen. The only real question, because that whole shit is contingent upon. Listen, if you tell Wilder, yo, you want to fight a non-boxer for the biggest bag you could get, you know he's gonna say yes. You know Al Heyman to get behind it. You know Stephen Espinosa to get behind it.
Yep.
The real question is, will Ngannou actually do it? Because it's actually on him. It's on him.
I think he will because he will. He had the ambition to leave the UFC. He had the ambition to go out on his own and try to get his own. He wants to. He don't want to get
go to PFL and get a big old bag on ESPN.
He ain't getting no bag from PFL.
Listen, PFL pay their fighters more than UFC.
No, but not as much as boxing. They ain't paying their fighters as much as boxing.
I'm not disagreeing with you. The crossover fight will get you more money in one night.
He's the mystery opponent that they've been talking about. It's him, dog.
So does he want to get knocked out? Because that's what's going to happen.
Yo, that's what's going to happen, but there's a good chance he could hit him.
Do you think Wilder will actually win that?
Yes. The fuck?
I think Wilder does win it. But Ngannou has a chance, and for as long as it lasts, it's going to be Mayweather.
Wilder's punch resistance ain't the same.
Listen, Lady Gaga is going to get knocked out, bro. Right?
Yeah, he is.
Lady Gaga is going to get knocked out, bro. Right? Let's stop. Right?
When is the transition of an MMA fighter going to boxing going well? It hasn't.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
It didn't go well for Conor when he fought Floyd. It's not going to go well here.
Anderson Spilka just got beat by a YouTuber.
Thank you.
Anderson Spilka.
This is a different skill set. This is a whole different skill set. You get hurt here for real.
I got
For that night, I'll be a Wilder fan.
For that night, I will.
Knock that motherfucker out.
Who wins?
This ain't that bullshit you be doing where y'all roll around the ground and hump each other. This is not that bullshit. This is how men fight, motherfucker. Knock his ass out.
I agree
1,000%. One of the guys in the chat said the Paul brothers versus Tommy Fury and Edgar Berlanga in the tag team boxing.
That's probably the only boxers that Edgar could beat.
That's a 50-50 fight.
Really? Wait. Yo, hey, Jules, could he really? Could he really beat them?
Nah. Him and Jake is a 50-50 fight.
Country over here dying laughing.
That's a pick'em. Wow.
The slander is crazy. Hey, you know what? He wouldn't have to bite either.
I want to see Rolly and Jake Paul. Rolly and Jake Paul. That's a 50-50 fight.
Nah, B. Rolly is a reason.
Rolly is too small.
Yeah, he's too small.
It don't matter, bro.
He's too small.
Molito Mero.
He'd have to judo throw Jake Paul in the middle of the ring in order to win.
Listen, but
when is his next fight?
If they make that shit for that night, I'm a Wilder fan, bro. Knock that motherfucker out. This ain't that Speedo shit, stepping on toes and shit.
I got him. I'm an Ngannou fan that night.
The rear naked choke, man.
I got Ngannou.
Shit. Knock that motherfucker out.
I'm telling you, that fight is more serious than you think.
I know Ngannou hits like a fucking freight train.
He don't hit harder than Wilder. Let's stop that. They used to say that same shit about Conor and his mystic left hand, and that shit didn't do nothing. Floyd went in there, low ass Floyd was damn near 40-something years old and was just taking that shit, playing with that man. Like, go ahead, shoot your shit.
I'm only talking about the money.
Do y'all know? Y'all know how crude he looked?
On the money is a big fight.
Listen, I'm with Hyam. That shit does retarded numbers.
That fight is huge, yo.
I'm telling you that's the one fight that you could. One, Showtime could handle it, right? But also auctioning off the rights, because remember, Ngannou is a free agent. You don't got to deal with nobody. You could sell the rights to Sky. Yo, we want 23 mil, or you don't get in on this. You want $23 million. You want the UK rights to this thing, right? This is our shit.
I don't want it on Showtime. I don't want it nowhere near Showtime because they seem to be privacy problems on Showtime that's exponentially different from everybody else's shit. It seems like
I think
Showtime is always getting.
Who else gonna do it? That's where Wilder's at, bro. Who else gonna do it?
You gotta leave.
But honestly, but Jules, you brought up a good point with Sky. It's like the one thing that's hurting PBC shows is the UK can't watch their cards. Most of the time, they can't.
Listen, this is how you do it. Showtime has the US rights. You sell the Canada rights. If you auction off the rights at the individual level to the biggest combat sports markets in the world, you make ridiculous money with this fucking thing, bro. Like you really would. The UK rights, the Canada rights, the Australia rights, Germany rights. It's retarded money.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Retarded money.
When you really look at it, this is the biggest fight that could be made right now. Right now is the biggest fight that can be made right now. There's no fight bigger.
Fight bigger. Even in this fucked up environment of bullshit, I really think that shit could do Maymac numbers. Even in this retarded ass environment.
Yeah,
bro.
Not that much. Not that much.
Is on
not
my
that
same
much.
page.
No,
it's a big fight.
You don't understand. Ngannou didn't leave because he was getting his ass beat. He left on a high, bro. He left on a high out the UFC.
That's true.
They still fuck with him, bro. And you got Wilder with his magic
72K pay-per-view buys.
No, but Wilder is the magic man. He's the knockout.
I mean, Ngannou's fans are the one that's going to sell that fight. Ngannou's fans, they're the ones that's going to sell that.
Nah, I'm gonna be real. I'm telling you that I could feel. Listen. I could feel the cosmo. I could feel the energy. The Friday before that fight, I could feel like, nah, B, this shit will be major. This shit will be major. Like for real. If you put them two in the ring, I'm telling you, it'll be major, bro. Like,
yo,
Jules, would you buy
Jules?
Would you buy Jules?
Every single bar in New York City.
I just told you I'm a Wilder fan that night. Don't that tell you?
Wilder's fans will buy the fight. MMA fans will buy the fight. MMA fans will buy the fight.
Whoa.
Listen,
Wait a minute,
for the glory of pugilism, that night, I'm with Wilder.
Wilder fans don't care about boxing.
Yeah.
They do not care about boxing.
I'm not talking about them bums. I'm talking about us. We buying that.
Wait.
We buying
Ain't that a little bit of a double standard?
MMA fans will pay for that fight.
They will. They absolutely will.
Listen, in New York, in the South, in the West, you think they not going to show up and show out? I'm telling you, they will. I'm telling you.
What the press conference look like? Wilder jumping in his face, popping shit.
Bro, Wilder could go out there. I'm telling you, he could go out there on his full Liberace glitterati with the rhinestones and the glow-in-the-dark nipples. That night, I'm a Wilder fan. Just for this night. Just for this night. I'm with you, Wilder. I'm with you, Devontae. Get that money.
And if he loses, he'll say it was the costume again.
How many car barriers are going to be to light that shit up? How many car barriers is going to take?
Yo. A lot of people don't want to give it credit, but that fight is huge, yo. That fight is huge. You put Wilder in here. Imagine if they go to Nigeria. Let's imagine if they go to Nigeria.
Now you think like for real. Now you really talking. They will go. Listen, in America, it's just a big fight. In America, if you did that shit in Lagos, Nigeria, bro, they gonna go crazy. It's gonna be. It's a different. It's just. It'll be remembered or thought of in that Rumble in the Jungle kind of ambiance. That kind of because it mean more to them. To us, we just a bunch of spoiled brats. To them, that'll be like two of the gods fighting.
Yeah, that's like the world coming to their world. The real world coming to their world.
They'll
That's
be
how they
watching
see
that
that.
in the spirit of Ali Boumaier, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
A lot of
100%,
MMA
100%.
fighters become arm hunters in boxing. Their technique is wrong. See, Conor McGregor, exactly. Like I don't got a doubt in my mind that Wilder knocked his ass out. My shit is MMA fans for many, many years. They can't just enjoy, like, yo, enjoy your shit. Stop acting. Enjoy your shit, bro. You boxing's little brother. Y'all on some little brother type shit. Just be cool, little bro. Y'all keep fucking with the shit. Boxing is your daddy. You need to understand that. And that's your fucking daddy, bro. All that shit, all that, I'm going to do the crab. I'm going to do the rear naked booty choke. I don't want to watch that shit. Unless it's two girls. Then I watch that shit. I want to watch guys rolling on the floor, sweating on each other.
It's also funny, like, because I actually do watch MMA every now and then.
To get an arm bar, you know. No, thank you.
It's funny because they really, like, MMA fans really don't understand boxing. They really, like, they call inside fighting dirty boxing. That shit makes me cringe.
Now, look, I got respect for the fighters. I don't want this to get lost. It's the fans I don't like. I got respect for the fighters, right, and what they do because it's difficult. In terms of entertainment value, however, look, bro, on my block, all that grabbing shit, break that shit up. That's just how it is. That's the mentality. Like, all that grabbing shit, that's because you ain't got hands. That's why you're doing that. All that grabbing shit, that's what that is. Unless you're going to pick them up and slam them, I can understand if you're going to slam them. But all that, I'm going to just sit on here and lay on you and do this shit. I'm not
exactly. We from the block, though. I don't know what that's about.
Or pull the hammer out.
A Khabib fight, and I got mad love for Khabib. I respect that he is a devout Muslim. I respect the hell out of that dude, right? And he was one of the nicest that ever did it in the UFC. But realistically, his fights were boring. They were. He just gonna lay on the guy and that's it. That's all he gonna do some shit, take him down. That's the fight.
But did you guys know he would always talk to his opponents as he was pinning them and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I remember when Conor was like, "It's just show business, please. Stop hitting me. I'm Conor McGregor."
I think he was telling one guy like he had in the lock type of like, give up. You don't have to do this. Like you could just give up now. Like all this crap. I'm like, bro.
I respect Khabib as an ambassador of sports. But on some entertainment value, right? Like, on God, like, nah, his fights was OD boring. Like, they was, them shit a lot of. While he was standing up when he caught Conor with the right, man, that was dope because he decked the shit out of Conor.
Hey, do you guys know who Khabib is if he boxed? Artur Beterbiev.
Artur, bro, easy, bro. Like they look like they related, them two guys, bro.
Are they both Chechen?
I think they're from the same Dagestan, Russian. Dagestan.
Beterbiev is Chechen and Khabib is from Dagestan.
A lot of people,
but they close though. It's real close.
Dagestino, the supermarket. Dagestino.
God, funny, man.
Hey man, a lot of people were raving about Khabib too, man.
No, I like on some real shit. Like he really, because of him, I actually gave it a chance. Like I watched a couple of his shits, but I'm like, look, man, all this laying on a guy, and I don't want to watch. Get up, bro. Get up. Like I don't want to see you laying on a guy and on the side of the head. Like I don't want to watch that shit, bro. Come on now. Like
Jules, you know we supposed to be actually arguing this evening, right? You know that's why I called into the show. We supposed to be actually arguing this evening.
No, come on.
We supposed to be.
Esau not here, bro. No, he wanted to argue about the Golovkin. He wanted to argue about the Golovkin Charlo.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's not here. He's not here.
Oh, he didn't.
And remember, I agreed. Wait a minute. Remember,
you agreed with me. You agreed with me.
When I thought about it, I'm like, nah, I don't know if you're gonna be.
What did you say, Isan? You say Isan?
Isan wanted to argue about the Charlo Golovkin shit.
Yeah, that's what he said.
What about it? What about it?
Well, look, some felt that Charlo, Mel, lady, I think it was Lady Chan felt Mel
would beat Golovkin.
She felt Mel would beat Golovkin, and I thought about it. I'm like, I don't know about that.
It wasn't until I came in and I said, right now, based on activity if you were to fight them right now, there is no fucking way you can make Jermell the favorite coming off of injury,
Exactly. I said
coming off of inactivity, and never fighting at 150 at 160. There's
I
no.
agree with you.
And Golovkin, remember, Golovkin, this is getting taken out of context, and this happens in boxing. Like, it do happen. That dude went 12 with what was at a pound-for-pound fighter, and he couldn't stop him. Canelo couldn't put a dent in him in the first fight, couldn't put a dent in him in the second fight. He fucking 40-something. They just won 12 rounds. He still couldn't get this motherfucker out of there.
Honestly, he did better than all his 168 opposition. Honestly, he did.
For real,
but that's when I made the point. I said, Lady Chan was getting at me. She said, what do you see in Triple G that makes you think that he could beat Jamel? I said, yo, can Jamel go 12 rounds with Canelo right now? And
hey, Jules,
that's a real question.
No, that's a real question.
Right, but not even that. What I said was like right now, based on where they're at. That be Jermel's first fight at 60 Triple G. You're gonna make him the favorite? No.
Hell no. You gotta be smoking crack. Like, you can't be serious.
He need to fight. He would need to acclimate first. Like, look, get him Rio to Murata first.
Get him a couple. Get him a couple touches.
Rio to Murata is a hard fight for him. Rio to Murata.
I ain't even going front. I ain't.
That's a hard fight for him.
It is. That ain't no low ass Brian.
Yeah, that ain't no joke. That's a grown ass man. Oh, come on. Jaime Gria throw punches and bunches.
Nah,
that's a problem.
Son, I ain't going front.
50-50 fight.
Wait.
I think that's a 50-50 fight.
I tell you what, he could win that. Mel could win that fight.
I don't know if he can. I don't think he can. He
can win it by his boxing ability alone because Jaime could be. You put him in there with a decent boxer, he'll be out.
Bro, Hennis Dogan, bro.
No.
Hennis
But there's a
Dogan.
No, I hear you. I do hear what you're saying, but I will say there's a difference. There's a line that you cross between being a good fighter and can move and do all of that amazing shit and a motherfucker walking you down and breaking bones in your face. Breaking bones in your face.
Dennis Hogan unofficially beat Munguia. And you telling me Mel can't?
I want to fucking agree with you.
Bro,
but I think Jaime Munguia is too much
Takeshi
of
knew he put him on his back
force.
foot. Takeshi put him on his back foot.
Let me ask you this. Is Jaime Munguia too much of an unstoppable force when he's coming forward? Will he hurt anybody?
Jimmy Kelly was outboxing his ass for 4 or 5 rounds.
Kelly. But even with Jimmy Kelly, even with anybody he's ever fought, it seems like he grinds everybody down and he destroys everybody. So we got to give him his little Baturbia.
He didn't really destroy Rosario.
I'm just saying.
Destroy Rosario.
Hey, Gabe made him work. Gabe made his ass work. He made him work.
I'm trying to be decent with it, my man. I'm trying to be decent with it. Does he seem to grind down and break up every single fighter that's ever stood in front of him? I think that is the truth. With Munguia, I think you can't deny that.
I disagree. You know why?
Tell me how.
I'm gonna tell you why. Munguia's base style, he's a pressure fighter. What's Brian Castano?
Brian Castano was a pressure fighter.
He's seen this before. With Jaime, it's just a bigger target. With Jaime. And I'm gonna say that Jaime also remember Jaime. Brian got a good amateur background. He not
Brian
just some
is
dude.
Excellent.
He's not just some dude that walked into a boxing gym late in life.
Absolutely.
And plus, Jules, right quick, Jaime, right quick. Jules, like you said, didn't you say? And I agreed. He's fought Castano twice in a rematch. Jamel will make the proper adjustments and knock him out. And that's exactly what he did.
I remember he did. He did do that.
If I'm honest, look, because we thinking about a scenario that parallels real life and the situations that they're in now. Well, okay. If he's coming off an injury and that was his first fight at 160, that is a 50-50 fight. But if he actually got the chance to acclimate, I would favor Jermell to beat Jaime Munguia.
All right, bro.
I would favor him to knock him.
Let's get back to your point that you made before, Jules. Let's get back to your point that you made before. And maybe I'm walking myself into a disappointment right here, but I'm going to just go with what you said. What you said, I'm not even going to look into if it feeds into my point. I'm going to just look into what you said. You said that basically he's a he's a pressure fighter, and now he's a boxer puncher. He has the ability to go against a pressure fighter. He has the ability to make the adjustments. That was Jamel Charlo against Castano. Okay, now he's going against Jamel Charlo versus Triple G. He's going against another pressure fighter. But this guy is
not a pressure fighter.
I believe Triple G is a pressure fighter. That is a slash
where we
boxer
disagree.
puncher.
This is where we disagree. No, wait, let me just say this before you go on. Let me just say this.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
I never looked at Triple G as a pressure fighter. I always felt they categorized him as that because he throw a lot of punches. But if you look at everything he did, it was always off the jab. It was never just winging punches.
So he's a boxer puncher.
He's a boxer puncher.
But let me go back to your
that
point.
applies
Let me go
pressure.
back to your point. Let me go back to Jules' point. Jules said the very best fighters in the world have the ability to adapt to styles. Let's go back. Come on. Let's keep it real. So now that's two styles. We talk about Tyson Fury, pure boxer, and also a boxer puncher. All right, so we on the same page, right? You get what I'm saying.
All right, so now, I hear you.
All right, I'm just talking about shit now. So now we got Triple G in there, and you saying he's a boxer puncher and kind of a pressure fighter as well.
Yes, like if you look at the arrow between boxer puncher and pressure fighter, right? Look at that arrow. That's where I see Triple G. He in the middle. He got the volume of the pressure fighter, but the technique, the form. He don't. One thing about pressure fighters, right? They wing shots. They want to be close to you. So even though Triple G has the volume of the pressure fighter, he got the fundamentals of the boxer puncher. He jab. It's all off the jab. It ain't no bullshit. He don't throw bullshit. It's all off the jab. He set up punches.
I want to argue with you, but I gotta admit that what you're saying is correct because the pressure fighter, you said they wing punches. I wanted to argue with you on that point, but
Miguel
Burchell. I can't argue with you on that point.
Miguel Burchell, David Lemieux, Derek Chisora. They just
it's because the distance they're closer to you, so every punch has to have a arch on their actual
I will
arm.
say this
they can't
also.
throw straight punches.
If you want to classify, because there's not a lot of them, even in the annals of boxing history, it's not a lot of them. A-level pressure fighters. Who were the best pressure fighters the sport has ever seen?
Rocky Marciano, Joe Frazier, yes. Mike Tyson.
Julio Cesar Chavez. That's another one. If you want to think about the pressure fighters that they got the full package. They got the head movement. They roll and counter. They slip and counter. They got all the little nuances like Chocolatito.
He comes to mind.
Beautiful.
It's those little things because you got limited pressure fighters like David Lemieux. That you're a pressure fighter, but you like a C+ or maybe a B-.
I agree.
If you start thinking about that A+ pressure fighter, now you thinking about Joe Frazier. Now you think
small nuances. It's
the little things they do that Mike could throw the right hook to the body, then a right uppercut. He put them together with the same hand. Not every pressure fighter could do that. He could do that. The way he slipped while he coming forward, slip all the straight punches while he coming forward, get around all of that, as opposed to getting hit on his face like Alfredo Angulo. Because Alfredo Angulo was a pressure fighter.
I agree. It
was like a C.
So far, everything you said was 100% my man.
Now, Golovkin, I never looked at him like they looked at his volume, his activity, and they said, oh, well, he's a pressure fighter. And I'm looking at him like, nah, he's still doing a lot of good shit. He keep his chin tucked, hands high, jabbing, everything is off the jab. Like, he ain't no pressure fighter. He applying pressure with volume, but he not no pressure fighter. He could work inside, he could work outside.
Certain fights he is, and certain fights he isn't. When he fought David Lemieux, that was a pressure fighter behind a jab. So that kind of mess up what you're saying, but it also confirms what you're saying.
Remember this, he didn't the Lemieux fight is deceiving because here you got a guy in Lemieux that he always gonna come forward. So do you really have to find him? No, you just gotta jab him because he
pushed him back, but he did keep the pressure on the jab. He was fighting as a boxer puncher, but he was moving forward constantly and keeping pressure on Lemieux. So that's a fight where we could all both argue, is he a boxer puncher or is he a pressure fighter? I mean, that's kind of easy.
And I would say with
you know
that base style, which is the reason that me and you agree, I don't think Jamel is a better boxer puncher than Gennady. I don't think that.
I think Jamel Charlo is I'm sorry. I think Golovkin is a boxer puncher that is a brick wall walking towards you.
And he's cutting off the ring. Two guys with the same. It's the same base, but they are different.
They're different. Yeah, exactly. That's why
it's the same base that Jamel will try to knock you out, but he's not going to do it in a stupid way. He's going to punish you. He's going to break you down. He ground you out.
So is Golovkin.
But they're still pressure fighters, aren't they, Jules? But their base thing is those pressure fighters because they're pressuring you with power.
Yeah, they are.
I just think that
Manín, bien, tú sabes lo que es la presión. Te voy a dar un ejemplo. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you an example of what makes Artur better be a pressure fighter. It's not what he's throwing, it's where he is to you. He's not going to leave you alone. He ain't going to be, I'm going to take this off and I'm going to just chill. He going to keep coming after you. Even when he's not throwing, he's still going to be there with you. He keeping you under pressure. Rakhimov in the Zelfa Barrett fight. Even though Zelfa Barrett hurt him, he still kept coming after Zelfa Barrett. He got him under pressure. Golovkin, he'll jab at you. And if you come at him, he'll take the half step back and jab at you as you coming forward. And then when you lay off, then he'll step into his jab. But he boxing. He ain't just, I'm going to just run you over with my power. No, he set you up. He'll beat the shit out of you with that.
Jules,
if you hurt him, he will go back.
Been in the store? You ever been in the grocery store and you buying something at the counter and somebody is just a little too close to you? They're just a little too close. They behind.
And that's
what I'm talking about.
What I'm saying.
That
you know
feeling.
What I'm saying? It's just because you being there. It's just because you being there.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you look at the girl about to fight on Saturday, Sky Nicholson, you're not under pressure with her because she's staying on the outside. And no matter what's going on, she's staying on the outside. She's not invading your space. The pressure fighter, one of the defining characteristics of the pressure fighter, the Chavez, the Marciano, the Frazier, the Tyson, they
always there. They always there putting
the
pressure
whole
on
fight.
you
They
mentally.
in your shit. They not gonna leave you alone. They gonna be right there with you.
Yeah.
Would you agree that? Would you agree that there's two types of pressure fighters? Pressure fighters that pressure with power, and pressure fighters that pressure you with volume.
No, because you could be no. See, this is the thing. You could be a pure boxer with power. Tony Harrison has power. Lara had power. Believe it or not, they had power. Isn't what makes you a pressure fighter. It's where you want to be in the fight. Now, if you're a pure boxer, you want to be on the outside. If you're a pressure fighter, you want to be on the inside. If you a boxer puncher, you could do both.
No, yeah, but the pressure fighter with power, he's placing his shots. He's here. He's trying to see where to hit you. He's confusing you. Volume pressure fighters are just throwing punches and punches.
They're kind of, but they kind of the same.
But they're still in front of you. But you're just throwing punches.
Yo, fam. All due respect, I don't mean to cut you off. Think about literally going to the grocery store and you at the register with your wallet out, paying for something, and somebody is literally like 1 foot behind you.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is annoying.
That's the pressure.
That's a pressure fighter. He ain't even threw no punches.
One thing about the pressure fighters, like watch these fights. Watch Hurd versus Lara, Zelfa Barrett versus Rakhimov, and the proximity to the pressure fighter, to the man opposite the ring, it forces the man to throw because this fucking dude is so close to me, and they force you to work. Shit. That's the pressure they put you under.
It's annoying.
Boxer puncher don't always do that. Boxer puncher might lay off a little bit, jab a little bit, create space a little bit. They alternate. The pressure fighter really don't alternate. He just want to be on you all fucking round, the whole round. He trying to be right in front of you, either making you work or tiring you out. And that's what separates them from the other two base styles, that they always gonna come after you. They, as long as the fight is on, they are coming forward. That's Chavez, that's Frazier, that's Tyson, that's Marciano.
I'll give you a better example, a more current example. As a crazy little example, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway. The 5th round, Joshua versus Ruiz, the first fight. Ruiz was on him so much that Joshua started skipping around, acting like Muhammad Ali. And out of nowhere, Ruiz put his hands up he stood in the middle of the ring, put his hands up, and like, come on, man. And Joshua had no choice but to fight him. He had put him under so much pressure that you can't hide. I know you woozy. I know you fucked up, but you can't hide from me. You got to stand up and fight me like a man. And Joshua had to step to him. And of course, more carnage occurred. That's, you know what I mean?
And another one, listen, another one. Today's modern pressure fighter, because every era has them. Today's pressure fighter is Joe Joyce. He's a mid-range guy.
Oh,
he can shoot because he's tall. Because he's tall and he got long arms, he could shoot a long-range jab, but he's shooting it while he's coming in. He's stepping into the jab. He ain't jabbing to keep you away from him. He jabbing to step in to get close to you. He jab his way in.
But to your point, Jules. You said that is the position that you're in that allows you to be a pressure fighter. Joe Joyce is always in position, no matter where you at in the ring. He's always in position to hurt you. He's always in position to touch you.
But
he's so big, so lanky that he's always in position to hurt you.
Would you consider Cruz a pressure fighter?
Which Cruz?
Isaac Cruz.
Oh, he's a to me. If I had to rate Isaac's abilities as a pressure fighter, because that is what he is. He's a C plus. He's a C plus. He's a C plus pressure fighter. The reason he's a C plus is because he really don't move his head. Like he's not moving his head just because he's little. You know, he's little, so he doesn't have to move his head that much.
No jab either.
No jab. He don't throw a double jab.
All he does is wing shots. All he does is wing shots to come forward. That's it.
And that's what makes him a C. I would say C plus to B minus, because for what it's worth, he does have other things. Even though he doesn't have the greatest fundamentals, he does hit hard. He can take a punch. Those are nuances that look like the kid. He could take a shot. He took a couple of shots from fucking Javante. He didn't go.
He's got a little bit of timing.
And he has a good looping right. He does have a good looping right.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
the timing.
quintessential punch for the pressure fighter is the looping right.
Is Benavidez a pressure fighter?
Yes, he is. Absolutely.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So he gets put down. So he gets sat down. So he realized that you can't walk in with your
level
chin
would you
up.
rate Benavidez at?
175.
Hey, what level would you rate Benavidez at as a pressure fighter?
B to B minus.
And what do you feel? What level do you feel Plant is as a pure boxer?
B to B minus, which is why I think he's going to lose.
Okay.
Me and Jules keep going back and forth with this. You said B to B minus as Plant as a pure boxer?
Maybe less. Maybe less.
No, I'm not. He's not that
Let me
bad,
say this. Let me say. Hayam.
He's not that bad.
Wait. Y'all misinterpreting that.
Go ahead.
B encompasses B level is not a bad thing in my book. I've never thought of that as bad, because the A-listers is a very short list. Now you talking about Floyd.
I do agree with you on that.
Now you talking about Hopkins. You got to be talking about them for that A, because a lot of guys, most guys,
but you rate a B different. No, but you rate a B different than I rate a B, dog. That's the difference. You rate a B level fighter different than I rate a B. I believe an A level fighter is a fighter that has a complete package that has absolutely no flaws. I believe an A plus fighter is a fighter that has at least one special attribute. A plus level fighter is a fighter that has two special attributes and still no flaws. Floyd Mayweather, for example.
Put it this way. The way I look at it, when they're on the level, right? When everybody's on the same level, this is the dichotomy. When they're all on the same level, so you got A across the board, right? This is what happens when you got A. This guy beats this guy. This guy beats this guy. If they're all on the same level, when they're not on the same level, maybe that boxer puncher could beat that pure boxer on the premise that he's an A-level boxer puncher, and that's like a C-level pure boxer or a B-level pure boxer.
I agree. I knew you was gonna go there and try to and break it down in that manner, and I actually kind of agree with you. I can't really argue with you.
Final. Let me say this: the final. I have tried to interpret him, and I can't. That's why I'm like,
Berlanga?
I don't know what the fuck he is, bro.
But why are we talking about him when we talking about A level and B level fighters? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But when we talk about B level, whenever you say B level, what goes into my mind immediately is an Amir Khan. Amir Khan goes in my mind immediately. Whenever you mention B level,
he could be a B minus.
I don't think he's a B minus because This is the problem. This is why he goes into my mind as a B level.
He's got no chin. He's got no chin, though.
No. We're not saying that, dog. I'm not saying that. I'm not going to sit here and argue that. What I'm saying is I'm trying to talk to y'all straight up. And what I'm saying is A level was a complete fighter, but A++, any plus you got was because you had special attributes. There's B level fighters that are complete fighters, but they got one thing that they missing. Let's say a chin that they missing. But they got B++ is they got special attributes. Amir Khan got special attributes in his speed. His speed. His head. You understand? Can y'all at least acknowledge what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
You could offset.
I'm just
one at a time. One at a time. You could offset something that you're missing. Because I say it all the time. You could offset something that you're missing. Like, look at Isaac, right? We just mentioned Isaac. Isaac is a pressure fighter. I don't think he's a very good pressure fighter. But what does he have that he's missing? While he don't really slip or roll and counter, he could take a punch. So even though he missing that, he got something that helped him
to cover it up. That's what I'm saying. But so I gave Amir Khan a B level just as he was, a B level fighter. But then with the speed and the attributes and the experience and all that and his lankiness, I gave him a B+ fighter. I gave Amir Khan a B+ fighter.
B+, listen.
Because it's going to be hard. When Paulie Malignaggi gave the interview, just hear me out. If you watch Paulie Malignaggi interview, he said, yo, dog, it's very hard to get inside on this guy, and he fast, and he reset, and then he keep resetting, and you never find yourself in the fight with him. I can see that happening when Amir Khan. That's what makes him look like a B+.
Found his ass in one round.
If you don't know how to move your head, or you don't know how to. Hey, Jules,
Esau's backstage, man.
He's talking right now, country.
Oh, sorry.
Oh shit! He's already.
You guys hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear that.
My bad, Esau. My bad, Esau. I don't mean no disrespect. My bad, Esau. Go ahead.
How you been, man? How you been, Esau?
Chilling, bro. Hope you're doing good. But you can't be a B+ fighter if you don't move your head. If you don't know how to like get out of range after throwing 2 or 3 punches. Like Khan literally will throw the same punches, the same speed. He doesn't champ the speed. He doesn't know how to cut off an angle for shit. Like, he has qualities that make him hard to fight. The speed, and he can move a little bit, but it doesn't make him a B+ fighter because he has that one good attribute.
You make a good point. I mean, you make a good point.
Listen, Hayam, you want me to grade? I'm a grade the best version.
He is
I'm
better
a grade
than
the
most
best
fighters.
version of Amir Khan, right? And the very best version, and it's not an insult because A-listers and even B+ are scarce. It's not a lot of them to be a B+. But that's Khan, if I gotta grade Khan, the very best versions of Khan that I ever seen, you either a B or a B-. You not a B+. Not a B.
All right.
B+. I thought he's B standard at 140.
B+ is way
I'll
too
take
close to
that.
A.
I'll take that. But he is a B fighter. But I'll take that. I said a B+ only because of the special attribute that I thought he had with the speed. And he got hand speed and good coordination. He has very good hand speed and good coordination.
How reliant is his success on his speed, and that's what makes him a B instead of a B+.
But his whole career
not
is built on his speed. His whole career is built on his speed.
Being an A in one area doesn't make you an A as a fighter.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you, fam.
Khan was an A with his speed, really.
Yeah, he was.
But he wasn't an A with his defense.
But does it equal it out?
The chin, bro.
No, let me ask him.
Yeah, that chin was an F, bro.
Let me do this for you, Hayam. Let me do this for you. Let me do this for you. Wait, look.
Go ahead.
Khan had A+ speed, right?
Yes.
But he didn't have A+ fundamentals. Now let me tell you.
No, he did have.
Let me round it out. Imagine a fighter with the speed of a Khan, but the punch resistance that he don't have, and the movement that he don't have. You know what we looking at? Muhammad Ali. He was fast in a bitch.
Yes. You're right about that. He
had the chin.
And he had, I gotta use it at the same time.
And unlike Khan, wait a minute.
I gotta give it to you. That's respect.
Unlike Khan, because Khan will do the dumb shit and give it away. He'll do good.
Yeah, exactly. Ali is not gonna.
When you think about it,
that was a good call.
When you think about it, bro, Khan should have beat Danny Garcia
118
to 110 easy.
Yes,
but what did Khan do? He stayed too close. He doesn't because if he would
He
have
always get greedy.
Doesn't bring his hands back.
Khan's downfall. He always wants to have. He always wants to have a toe-to-toe war when it doesn't benefit him. That's it.
Guys,
he's probably the last great like underachiever in boxing.
He's not.
I don't know if he's an underachiever. I wouldn't say he's an underachiever.
Nah,
He's just
man.
a fuck
When he came out the Olympics,
his resume is
like people were saying, hold on, because people were
resume.
saying that like, yo, we need to see him fight Floyd and all this other shit.
Yeah, Amir Khan was the shit.
Listen, but if you look back at the money that man made and the fact that he was a champion, that he had highs and he had lows, he didn't have a bad career. We can't say that.
He did.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that a lot of those fights that he lost, he really should have won.
Yes.
All right, I'll concede this. He shouldn't have lost to Prescott. He shouldn't have lost to Garcia. He should have been able to beat him.
Shouldn't have lost to Lamar Anderson, in my opinion.
Even though he would have lost, he wanted to fight Floyd. I would have liked to have seen those two fight.
Yo, there was a point in time, I might sound stupid. I know y'all gonna get at me. I know because this is a bad statement I'm about to make. But I know it's a bad statement. I know it's bad, guys.
You thought he was gonna beat Floyd.
I thought he was going to be Floyd and
I
thought he was the only fighter.
No.
Listen, I know it's bad,
right,
guys. I know I'm in trouble. I know I'm in trouble, but I got to be honest with my boxing crew. I thought that he was the only fighter that stood a chance to beat Floyd and Manny. I thought he was the only one.
And I'm gonna tell you why I never bought into that. It took me a little while. Cotto had one of the best chins in boxing. Like, you really had to fuck him up. You really had to beat the shit out of him to get him out of there.
Yeah.
I remember at a time when people wanted to believe that Floyd can't punch. Late in the Cotto fight, Cotto coming forward.
But that's way before. That's way after. I mean,
Floyd
that's way
shoot an
after,
uppercut. Floyd shoot an uppercut, and Cotto got the spaghetti legs. And I'm just telling you, if you could get Cotto the spaghetti legs, you can knock out a man.
And mind you,
I hear you, but that was
Floyd,
way after.
Floyd was a little, and mind you, that was at 154. Floyd was a little guy, and Floyd was shooting. He was shooting those overhand rights, and Cotto kept dipping down to avoid him, and he went right down to that uppercut. And he got fucking.
Amir Khan Hayes was before that.
People call Floyd pillow fisted, but Floyd's a good example.
Yeah, he gave you a hurt too.
And sharpness, you can hurt a motherfucker because Cotto never got hurt by Canelo, and that fucking was big as hell at fucking 60, 50, fake 60, 55.
That was the only real ass whooping Amir Khan ever got.
Speed encounters can really get a motherfucker out of there.
I'm talking about Miguel Cotto. I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna say, like I said, if I got the grade, the best Amir Khan that I've ever seen, the most I could give him wholeheartedly is either you a solid B, but most of the time you a B minus. Most of the time you a B minus.
What fight?
Julius.
What fight?
Algeria.
Maidana?
Nah, Maidana. Yeah.
Algeria.
Yeah.
No,
gotta be
it's
Maidana.
I think Maidana's
the best version of Amir
he dropped
Khan.
Maidana in the first round. Didn't he drop Maidana in the first round?
Oh, yeah, with a body shot heavy. He had Maidana. He had
He dropped
Maidana
Maidana in the first round, dog.
Yeah.
The reason I think Maidana is a good example is because that fight literally embodied everything that was good about Khan had about him. He had speed. He had some good pop. You see,
and he had grit. He had a chin.
Now, I'm gonna say that Danny. Let me say that Danny. Most of the time, just being real with y'all. Most of the time, Danny was a B minus. Most of the time, he's a B minus. With Errol and all these other
Danny
guys,
is a C plus.
Is a C plus.
Yeah, he's not a B minus. He's a C plus, dog.
No, I'm saying that most of the time. Remember, when he win, most of the time, you a B minus.
Yeah.
But when you get in there with the other guy, it take it away that like, oh, you a C plus now. Like you ain't even in B tier. You in C
tier. You beat the guys that Amir. He beat the guys that Khan fought years later, like Zab and Lamont Peterson. Like,
Mauricio Herrera had him looking like a C minus.
Danny's career is like stale, in my opinion.
You know what? Let me regrade that because I am right. Most of the time, Danny wasn't a B minus. He was a C plus.
He just had
for real.
This guy was not really that guy.
No, he wasn't though. Like, bro, he
fighting older guys,
fight, bro.
Like, he was fighting
that fight.
Yo, his biggest night is knocking out Amir Khan.
Lucas Matisse, old Zab
Judah.
Matisse
Yo,
was
fellas,
his biggest night.
Hold up. Hey, fellas, I recall seeing a meme before Danny fought Keith. Some dude said, Keith better go for the knockout because Danny doesn't lose decisions.
I remember that. No, but listen, that was real. What was that based on?
The Herrera fight. Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
it was right after that.
That's why I'm like, bro, everybody in the whole island of Puerto Rico know he lost that fight, but he didn't lose that decision.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew where that was coming from. Shit, I thought they was going to rob Sean. That's why I picked Danny. I felt Sean could beat him, but Sean is messy. So if it go to the cards, they're going to give it to Danny the Gift Swift Garcia. That's what I thought they was going to do. They gave it to Sean.
Low key, I rank Amir higher than Danny.
Julius, did you see my
I
super
do
chat?
too. I do too. Let
me see the super chat. Let me go back up.
I keep missing the conversation, so I had to just.
I'm sorry. I might have been.
Let me go back up. It's way up here. All right, I see it. I found it. Hold on.
I was talking about.
There you go. All right, hold up. Fucking shit. Hold up. All right, it say Triple G all around is a much better fighter. Better boxer, puncher, pressure fighter when he wants to. I agree. No, I agree. That's the point I made. Whenever that base style, he's better with that base. See, this is the thing. Simple thing. Jermell Charlo needed 2 fights with a pressure fighter to figure him out. Gennady Golovkin was in there with a bigger pressure fighter who hits harder, and he destroyed him.
Mm-hmm.
You got to compare Charlo Castaño 1 and 2 because it was the same dichotomy: boxer puncher versus pressure fighter, and Gennady Golovkin versus David Lemieux, boxer puncher versus pressure fighter. Golovkin annihilated David Lemieux.
And Julius, if you want another good example of when you look at a boxer puncher, and you want to compare their boxer puncher styles, look when they both fought a boxer. When Golovkin fought Jacobs and when Charlo fought Tony. You can compare those performances.
Yeah, that's
Golovkin
a good
won
comparison.
That Jacobs fight. He dropped him. He hurt him. Charlo,
yeah, but you can't.
They both close.
Wait. I don't disagree with you categorizing Danny as just like Danny's not a pure boxer.
He's not a pure boxer. He's a boxer.
But he was
boxing. Like he'll knock a motherfucker out. Like he will knock a motherfucker out.
Knock you out. Quillen, Peter Quillen.
Yeah, like he'll knock a motherfucker out.
He'll knock a motherfucker out.
He wasn't in there trying to glide around the ring, stay away from you all night. He'll fuck you up if you in. He'll fuck you up. Like you got to be Golovkin to beat him or somebody like that. Now I know you're old now and all of that, but I'm just saying in his moments, he'll fuck you up, yo. He wasn't supposed to win that Quillen fight, but he did.
Is he retired now?
I think so. I mean, I ain't hear him officially retired, but
he should be, man. I mean,
where is he?
What is he even doing these days?
No, Loma's not a pressure fighter. Loma's not a pressure fighter. Loma is a boxer puncher.
Who applies pressure?
Loma's a boxer puncher.
He prefers to be on his front foot, but not necessarily pressuring.
Yeah, but they see the volume of punches that he throws, and a lot of people interpret volume as pressure, and it's not that it's not pressure, but it's that he'll move back if he have to. He could play the aggressor, he could play the defender. That's why he's a boxer puncher. If he got to give himself a little bit of room and cool out, he could do that. A pressure fighter, always forward. It don't matter what. Even if they getting hit, they still coming forward, getting hit. That's what makes him a pressure fighter.
By the way, this might sound exactly. I mean, but this might sound.
A pressure fighter. You
Chocolatito is a pressure fighter.
He has boxing. Don't get me wrong, but that's a pressure fighter with boxing skills. You ain't gonna see Choco on his back foot boxing, jabbing like that. No.
Like that's his whole thing. His range, his volume, his pace, where he want to be. It's all pressure. He going to be right there with you, slipping, rolling and countering, slipping and countering. But he's going to be on top of you the whole fight. The whole fight, he's going to be trying to get close to you. Exactly, he's a pressure fighter.
Choco is an A. He's an A to A plus.
Yeah, he's an A level pressure fighter. Like I would say, he's an A level pressure fighter at his best.
I categorize both Canelo and Golovkin as boxer punchers, but they
got a different affinity.
I'm saying they can pressure when they want though, but they're not pressure fighters really.
Exactly. Canelo's method of pressure is I'm gonna get close to you and I'm gonna bait you to throw, and when you throw, I'm gonna counter with
counter.
Yep, because
they have the ability to turn it on when they want to, but it's not their normal MO.
But when you really break them down though, Canelo more is a counter puncher. Golovkin more is a leader. He'll lead. He's more economic. Jab, pick your shots. Canelo is explosive counters. Oh, left hook, uppercut. not low volume, but Golovkin.
Hey,
Hey,
Drew,
Jules, somebody asked
do
you,
I dare
asked you
say
about
that they
Inoue.
Alpha Sigma? Do
Somebody
I dare
asked
say
you
that
about
they Alpha
Inoue.
Sigma?
I would no.
I think they both Alpha though.
I would say they're both Alpha. I don't think they're Sigmas.
Yeah, I don't think they
like a Sigma for them.
With
I can't even think of one at or around them weights. Like it ain't one. It ain't one. They both alphas. They both alphas.
Oh, Canelo and
Look,
somebody
how
asked
do
you if
you
yeah, they're
know?
alphas, definitely.
Somebody asked you if you thought Inoue was a pressure fighter.
No,
Absolutely not.
absolutely
No.
not.
Absolutely not.
Listen,
No.
if you
He's
knew he
kind of
was
more of a shadow.
I'm gonna show you where
pressure
Inoue
fighter,
is. Let me show you where Inoue is. And most people don't realize. They think that he's in the arrow between boxer, puncher, and pressure fighter. That's where they think he is because he hit hard. When in reality, the arrow that he's at, the crossbreed,
boxer and boxer puncher.
Yep. He is economic like a pure boxer, efficient like a pure boxer. It's just that he has a mean streak.
You don't counter punch that much and be a no, it doesn't work like that.
Exactly.
If he knew he was a pressure fighter, Paul Butler really would have died in like a few rounds.
But I think there's a lot of nuance in how these styles blend into each other.
Fighter, you could see Paul Butler going more rounds. See, probably,
But I disagree with that in the sense that I think that's where the nuance with these styles comes from, because I consider Duran a pressure fighter, but he was also an excellent counterpuncher. So
that's where you got the blur is.
All right, let me put it to you another way. Let me put it to you another way.
Duran a pressure fighter? Nah.
Let me put it to you this way. Inoue's best punches are his straight punches, right? Mm-hmm. That's his best punches. Like, he has a left hook. It ain't like he can't throw one, but his very best punches are his straight punches.
That jab to the body.
And he doesn't throw that often. That's kind of the giveaway that Inoue's not a workhorse.
But that don't mean you're not a pressure fighter.
But he's, I mean, you can see he's not a pressure fighter.
On the low.
Hold on. Not every boxer puncher with an inside game is a pressure fighter.
If you guys want to see Inoue be more of a pure boxer, watch the Maloney fight. That was pure countering and back foot countering for most of that fight.
I think Nonito too. He boxed.
But we got to be careful with what we saying. We got to be careful with what we saying. I hear what you saying, fam.
You know, he's not a pressure fighter. If you Chocolate Tito is a pressure fighter. But
what I'm saying is don't let your eyesight fool you. Don't blind yourself and think that everybody that's a pressure fighter got to come at you and come inside. That's not what a pressure fighter is. A pressure fighter is someone that's putting pressure on you. They're applying pressure on you. It doesn't matter what range they're applying that pressure to.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but
let me tell you something. Let me say some crazy shit to you. Gerald Washington versus Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder, even though Gerald Washington is walking him down in the fight, Deontay Wilder is kind of the pressure fighter in that fight.
No,
a little bit.
What? No. Let me tell you what.
Crazy, but
let me tell you what. No, this is the funny shit about Deontay Wilder, right? He doesn't really have a base style. If I'm being honest,
yeah, he does.
He's not a boxer.
All he can do is punch.
Let me land the plane. But if he did, at his very best, Deontay Wilder's a counterpuncher. At his very best,
you took the words out.
Because it's the counter right. When Luis Ortiz threw the shit, counter right. When Spilka tried to throw the leaping hook, counter right. He was
right there to land it. He was right there to throw it and land it because he's a fucking pressure fighter.
What he do to Robert Hernandez? What he do to Robert Hernandez just now?
He's stalking you without you even knowing that he's stalking you. And out of nowhere, pop goes the weasel.
Is Debo a pure boxer?
But Deontay, but here's the thing: Deontay is no pressure fighter. Nothing about him. Nothing about him.
Exactly, he doesn't come on.
There you go. El Vaquero is a pressure fighter. That's a pressure.
No, let's go back to Wilder, fam. You said Wilder's not a pressure fighter.
He's not.
He's not. I'm gonna tell you why Wilder's not.
No, but listen to me. Why he is?
Let me break this down. I'm gonna tell you why Wilder's not a pressure.
Let me tell you why he is.
Let me land the plane. Wilder don't have the work rate or the proximity to be a pressure fighter. If anything, he needs footwork. He need room to throw. That's how you know he's not a pressure fighter.
You're wrong.
No,
let me tell you why you're wrong.
No,
he actually argued with you.
Squeeze nobody with no pressure.
He fought on the back foot against Fury.
Yo, you're good.
Fury was pressured him.
No, you're legit, yo, guys. Everything y'all saying is legit, and I know y'all boxing. Y'all guys are smart guys, but this is what I'm
stop disagreeing then.
Yeah.
Bro, I almost set you up. Be like, listen, I agree with everything you just said.
With you guys.
I agree with everything.
I gotta argue with you.
I'm telling you, well, if anything, listen.
Let me argue with you, fam.
Wait. I'm gonna tell you what.
Go ahead.
Wilder can't be a pressure fighter.
Yes, he can.
No, he can. Who you apply pressure on, bro?
No, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you how Wilder applies pressure.
To know that one.
Hold on, everybody. Yo, when I'm finished saying what I'm about to say, I think everybody on the panel will agree. That's how confident I am in what I'm about to say. Deontay Wilder is a sniper. He doesn't apply pressure. He doesn't punch you. He doesn't hurt you. He doesn't do shit. He's just there. And sooner or later, like Ortiz in the second fight, he pops. And when he pops, you break. And that is pressure for real.
That's not pressure.
Okay. Wait a minute. Hi, hold up. Hi, wait a minute. Hold on. Hi, hold up. Hi, hold on. Hi,
can I say something?
Hi, let me say this one thing. Let me say this one thing. Hi, hold on.
If Povetkin don't touch you,
let me say one thing.
Let me say one thing. If Povetkin don't touch you, is he still pressure? If Povetkin don't touch you, is he still pressure?
Wait.
Hi. You just said Deontay Wilder doesn't apply pressure, but now you're trying to constantly convince us that he's a pressure fighter.
Yes.
But also you can apply pressure with level changes and feints and footwork. Like, you don't have to be punching.
All right. Everybody, let me have the floor, please.
I'm not lying what I'm saying.
Let me have the floor. One. All right. I'm now nobody say nothing. One, Wilder's not a pressure fighter. No, he's not. At his very best, if I had to give Wilder a base style, and it's going to sound strange to people,
it would be kind of
Wilder is more. It's the exact opposite of what people say about him, but it's what he's trying to do in the ring. He just don't have the fundamentals to do it. He's more pure boxer than pressure fighter. He's setting you up for a knockout. He is setting you up.
I can't say
that. Bro, his only punch is a jab and a straight right.
Jumped out the window.
Like, that's as pure boxer as you can be.
Exactly. When the pure boxers go-to punches, your Lara, the jab and the straight, the jab and the straight. That's the go-to punches for the pure boxer.
No.
Pressure fighters' go-to punches is always hooked, always curved. If it ain't the uppercut, it's the left hook.
Yeah, this is weird. Right. This is what I'm saying. Jules, that's where me and you are disagreeing. No. I'm trying to have a legitimate boxing.
I agree, Joel. I agree.
With a friend of mine.
We're laughing at the super chat.
No. I'm trying to have a legitimate boxing debate. This is where me and Jules are coming up. You could be left, but this is where me and Jules are coming up in a different opinion. You think that a pressure fighter has to be physical, so that they have to be when a curved arm. That which creates a pocket. As soon as somebody throws a punch with a curved arm, that creates a pocket, that creates pressure, and now this person is pressuring you, and now you're getting hurt. What I'm saying is that you could be an assassin from outside.
You're not under pressure from Wilder.
Let me finish. Let me land the plane. Fam. I'm saying that you could be an assassin standing outside the gates and not throw a punch, and you could still be a pressure fighter.
He is not a pressure fighter at all.
Think about
it.
Can I have the floor now? Let me have the floor now. What makes Povetkin a pressure fighter? The entire
he can hurt you at any moment as soon as you get inside.
Can I say it though? All right, now what makes Povetkin a pressure fighter? He changes levels while he comes forward, slipping side to side, slipping past the straight punches to get close to you. Even when he's not throwing, he's doing this. Even when he's like what he did to motherfucking White was
Jules, you're right. Jules, you're right.
That's the pressure that he keep you under.
You're right. But Deontay Wilder doesn't need to do that. He's 6'7".
He's not a pressure fighter, bro. Like
what I'm saying to you is that Deontay Wilder. What I'm saying to you is that hold on, fam. Deontay Wilder could stand 6 feet away from you and apply pressure on you.
He's not applying pressure if he's waiting to get off a counter. He's waiting for you to pressure him.
No, Deontay Wilder could stand away from you, 6 feet away from you, and you still feel threatened. That's a pressure fighter.
So what you're trying to say is that he's a pressure fighter because of his
because
record of
you
his
feel
knockouts,
threatened.
people are just supposed to be so scared of
No,
him.
because you feel
That's
threatened.
why.
Just because
feel
you feel threatened. The only
That
reason why
doesn't make you a
Deontay
pressure
Wilder is
fighter
a
if somebody
pressure
feels
fighter.
threatened. What are you talking about?
Listen, I'm telling you.
the shit out of him.
I'm trying to listen to me, fam. I'm not lying to you. I'm not trying to be funny. The only reason why Deontay Wilder is a pressure fighter, according to my dictionary, right, according to what I'm saying, is because you feel threatened when he's standing 6 feet away from you.
Bro, that doesn't make somebody that doesn't make somebody a pressure fighter, bro.
That does make them a pressure fighter. If they
Nobody
watering you down,
Nobody talk. Listen,
and they
one
can
at a
hurt
time.
you at
Nobody
any
talk.
time. Yes, it
One. You don't feel threatened if you're the fucking one coming forward. Fury was coming forward, so he didn't fucking feel threatened. He came forward on his ass.
Fury's the only fighter in the world that came forward on his ass. Every other fighter felt threatened.
Spilko came forward on him. Molina came forward on him.
That's why he got knocked down.
All these guys you say they don't stay away from Wilder. They end up coming forward on Wilder.
Ortiz came forward both times.
And they get knocked out.
Because he's a counter puncher.
I agree with the fact that he's a counter puncher.
Jules, can I land the plane right quick? Jules.
No. Richard Dwyer.
Give me a second. Hold up. Give me a second. Let me say this.
I'm sorry.
All right. Jules, the 4 examples you named, the 4 quintessential examples of a pressure fighter: Mike Tyson, Julio Cesar Chavez Sr., Joe Frazier, Rocky Marciano. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to land this plane. All right. So, did they look to land counters, or did they just throw regardless of what the fuck they hit?
They just threw regardless of what the fuck they hit.
That still don't define you as a pressure fighter.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
There's more to it than that. Come on, guys. Y'all are boxing fans. Y'all guys are boxing enthusiasts and real knowledgeable.
Listen, there's nothing about Wilder that says he's a pressure fighter.
No, Wilder's a pressure fighter because of the pressure that is standing.
Ain't nobody under pressure if they the one coming forward on him.
He's a pure pressure fighter.
Come on.
All right, I'm done. I have no more commentary on this. I'm done.
Can I say something, please?
Go ahead, Leo.
Please, Leo.
I'm not wrong, guys.
I understand.
Y'all can laugh at me all you want, but I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you are.
You made that clear.
Let me say this. I understand what Hayam is saying. Because if you're what Wilder does, what I have seen done in the ring is basically this. He stays in the center of the ring, he takes over the center of the ring, and he waits. He throws a jab every once in a while. Let me finish. He throws a jab, it throws a straight. And that was Hayam is talking about. Because of the level of opposition he has faced for like 30 fights, obviously the people that in the ring with him, they think, okay, I cannot afford to this guy to land on me, really. So I have to stay away. I have to take an opening.
Thank you.
To mount my offensive, and that was Hayam saying. That is the pressure.
Okay, Leo.
That's not pressure, though.
Thank you. He's explaining.
Wait. Let me retort real quick. One, you said Wilder stands in the center of the ring. No, the fuck he don't. When he knocked out Spilka, his back was on the ropes. When he knocked out Hellenius, his back was on the ropes. What are y'all talking about?
What I'm talking about is that this motherfucker is the highest. What I'm saying to you, basically,
when he knocked out Ortiz, his back was on the ropes.
Jules, what I'm saying to you is this.
What you're saying doesn't make no sense.
No, okay, I know y'all think it don't make no sense, but
this is what pressure means.
Let me talk, I guarantee you it makes sense.
It's my turn. You've been talking. Pressure means continuous physical force.
No, it doesn't. No,
or against an object.
No, that's wrong.
See, if I can add something, like I think that it's true that you can apply pressure without throwing punches.
Without throwing nothing.
If you can like take angles, throw feints.
Come on, man.
Level changes. That's pressure. But I also don't agree that Wilder is not.
Yo, do you know the sport?
Wilder is a counter puncher.
Let me address Julio. I know what you're talking about because the really, really good pressure fighters do this. They'll come forward and they'll change levels and slip punches without throwing until they get close to you. The really, really good ones do that. The shitty ones, they just throw while they come forward. They just throw whatever. They just throwing bullshit punches. They may hit you, they might not, whatever. That's like Angulo. He might hit you with some shit, he might not, but he just don't throw. right?
It's like Ramirez.
Yeah,
But
it's
you
the
see
difference between like
Javante
brawling and
Tank
infighting.
It's the
Davis
difference
walk down
between
Garcia
Chavez,
and
Julio
choke him
Cesar Chavez and Ricardo Mayorga.
Yo, fam.
Oh my God! I
Come
actually,
on.
Yo, Mirage hit the nail.
I agree with Mirage
Come
for
on, man.
one.
I don't even know what to say
You
no more.
can't
I say you can't
Finally,
call
finally,
someone
something we agree with. Finally, something we agree with Mirage on. Finally,
Yeah,
something we
that's
agree with.
scary in
Oh
itself.
shit!
Thank you. Like,
He's
go
right.
I think
There's a way of
Hold on, guys. I think
Yo,
it's a
go
testament
get
to
yo
like.
guys. There's a way of
Yo,
this
I think it's
existing in
a.
boxing.
Let me just say this. I think it really is a testament to like how nuanced these styles are because like
exactly.
I've seen like people will adamantly argue. I know people who will adamantly argue that Mike Tyson is actually a counterpuncher, not a pressure fighter. But it's really he's really both.
Yeah,
it's
really
just nuanced.
both.
Like maybe we should talk about something
This
else.
is what I'm talking about. People that know the sport, man.
Listen, man. How much can I wait? Let me talk to Julio real
that,
quick.
fam.
Let me
Thank you
talk
for
to
that.
Julio. Can I talk to Julio? He got my name, but in Spanish. All right, now listen, Julio. This is what makes Mike a pressure fighter. Double jab, triple jab till he's in the pocket. That's what he do. He don't spend at no point in the fight is Mike trying to get away from you. At no point in the fight. The whole fight, long as y'all fighting, he trying to be in the pocket. And he will double and triple jab his way in or change levels or slip punches. But the whole fight, he trying to spend it in the pocket. That's what makes him a pressure fighter. He not trying to fight you from the outside at all. At all.
At all.
I agree with you. I'm saying that a lot of people will say that, well, Mike is actually a counterpuncher, and like he'll wait for you to make mistakes.
I'm having dinner with
because he has the
trainer
power.
Manny Robles and trainer Rudy Fernandez. I'll ask them if Wilder's a pressure fighter, and they'll say no.
The reason he waits for you to
Here's the problem.
Go ahead, I'm
argument.
listening, fam.
Here's the problem to the argument. You openly stated that Wilder doesn't apply pressure, so why the hell are we talking about
No,
this?
what I'm trying to say.
That's what you said.
No, you're not listening to me, fam. You didn't listen to me.
Wilder's not a pressure fighter.
Wilder,
listen. Let me champ this shit.
Let me finish.
Let me champ this shit.
sandwich?
When I champ this shit, let me do this. For starters, when Wilder knocked out Ortiz, he wasn't holding the center of the ring. When he knocked out Helenius, he wasn't holding the center
For
of
me,
the
it's
ring.
not about
When
that.
he knocked out Spilka, he wasn't holding the center of the ring. When the Molina shit, he wasn't holding the center of the ring.
Yo, Jules, it's not about that.
He literally will take a half. It's the only elite quality that I see that he has. He'll take a half step back and set up.
Yes.
He's a counter puncher at his very best. He's a counter puncher.
But what I'm trying to say
not
is,
no
Jules,
pressure fighter.
Listen to me.
Pressure
This
fighter.
is where you wrong.
No.
You
I
wrong.
heard you already. I heard.
No, I'm not wrong.
A pressure fighter does not wait for the other guy to do something so he can react to it. That's
this is where you're wrong, Jules. This is where you're wrong, Jules. You right about
here we
everything you
go.
said about him being a counterpuncher in regards to what you said as far as the technique. I agree with you. The problem is when you are stalking counterpuncher, what are you? A stalking counterpuncher that knocks you out with one punch. What the fuck do you call
He
that?
is not, bro. What
Hold
the
on,
hell is
dog.
Who does he stalk?
Damn. What do you
Who
call
does he
a stalking dog? What do you call a stalking?
Can we get
counterpuncher
Nonito
that
and Rich
knocks
on
you out
here?
with one
I
punch?
got a question.
Can we get
How
Nonito
you
on here?
stalking somebody when they back you into the ropes?
Yo, can we get
Talk about
Nonito
another
on
fight.
here?
The
so
guy
we can
plays
shift
possum.
What's up with this Amanda
pussy the
Serrano
whole
Cruz
fight.
Can we get
He don't do the first
Nonito on
5
here to
rounds
shut
against
this
Gerald
nonsense
Washington.
down like
He
you
didn't
shut
do
that
shit.
weight
But out of
cutting
nowhere,
nonsense
Drew,
down?
it's
he
not
knocked
gonna work.
Gerald
Drew,
Washington
it's not
out.
gonna work. It's not gonna work.
Why
Drew.
is that? Why is
He
that?
just wants to
How did that
argue.
happen? How did he knock out Gerald Washington out of nowhere? How did that happen? First 5 rounds, he lost clearly off the jab.
He caught him with a counter punch. He caught him with a counter punch. That's what happened.
The guy knocks out Gerald Washington out of nowhere. How does that happen? He's a stalking counter puncher.
What the fuck do you call stalking, bro? How you stalk somebody when your back is on the ropes?
Because that's what he does.
Oh God.
Why do you like to argue so much?
Yo, it's the truth. Why you hating so much?
Oh my
We hate, dude. Oh, bro, dude.
We don't hate you, man, but
You
damn,
don't, bro.
y'all-
You just
y'all
have a
guys be
very
faking, man.
You have
just
a
like
very
to argue,
skewed,
bro,
you have a
like-
very skewed perception of what we're not saying.
I don't have a
I mean,
skewed perception of nothing. I've been watching boxing longer than most of y'all been alive.
Yeah, that don't mean nothing.
that ain't true.
When a
That ain't
coward,
true.
How long have you
listen,
been watching boxing?
listen. When a coward walks in the ring, you got to be careful,
How many years
You
have
got to
you
be
been
careful.
watching boxing?
Deontay Wilder is a coward. He walks in the ring as a coward. He doesn't walk in the ring as a big man. He doesn't walk in the ring as a powerful man. He walks in the ring as a coward.
So that makes him a pressure fighter. That makes him a pressure fighter.
Until you make one mistake, then he pops on you out of fear and hurts you.
So that makes him a pressure fighter. That makes him a pressure fighter.
That's a pressure fighter.
A scary coward that pressures you by not. He's a scary coward.
Yes.
He's scary.
Yes.
And he's a coward.
Yes.
That doesn't follow you or violate
no,
you.
He lingers around you like a bitch, waiting for you to make one mistake. Then you make one mistake and he hits you and knocks you out.
Yo, listen, Hayam, I got one question. Nobody say nothing. Hayam, have you been drinking?
Yes,
you've been drinking, haven't you?
You sauced? Haim, you sauced?
Yes, he is.
I had two. I only had two.
All right, man.
I drank an entire old English.
I mean, wait, Julius. Haim, based on your logic, like let's just say, Julius, I want to fight you, but I show up and I'm scared. Okay, that makes Julius a pressure fighter.
I'm not wrong. You know I'm not wrong because Mike Tyson told you I'm not wrong. Mike Tyson said I'm scared before I even get to the ring. Mike Tyson said I'm scared before I even get to the ring.
Mike Tyson is an analogy though. Like
no, but what I'm saying is that these fearful fighters, because Deontay Wilder is a fearful fighter. I definitely believe he's a fearful fighter. His speed is attributed to his fear. He is scared of you so much that he stays away from you and he doesn't really do nothing the whole fight. And
you
then
just
the one mistake
stays away from you. So how the fuck is he applying pressure?
You keep contradicting yourself, bro. You keep contradicting yourself.
This conversation is going nowhere. Can we talk about
something else? For real, man. We move on. We change the subject now. We get nowhere with this.
Go ahead, Sam. I'm listening, Sam.
This is like an ITV conversation. Enough.
Yo, y'all think that the two things that I'm saying
2 seconds on
cannot be
Matias
true
Ponce.
for
Who do y'all
Yo,
got?
let me talk for a second, fam. Y'all think that the two things that I'm saying cannot be truthful at the same time. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that Deontay Wilder is a scared bitch ass motherfucker, right? And what he do is he lingers around the pocket, outside the pocket, and hangs around, and he don't do much because he's scared of what's going to come back at him. But he waits for the right moment. As much as y'all gave me criticism on the point, let me at least finish the point, fam.
We've heard enough.
Now,
that's not pressure.
Yo, dog.
That's not pressure.
Let's move on to the next subject, bro. We believe you.
That's not pressure.
Okay, Haim, we believe you. We believe you. All right, move on. Haim, we believe you.
We believe you.
Move on.
Y'all criticize me.
No, we're listening to Haim trying to explain something.
Yo, dog, you can criticize me.
You're trying to explain something that goes against the basic.
Yo, let me land the plane.
There is no plane to land. You're going. What you're saying don't make no sense.
You can say whatever you want after I land the plane.
I don't need to say because you're going against
scientific
facts.
I am Dog, listen to me. You're not listening.
Haim, we agree. We agree. Haim, we agree with you. Let's move on. We agree. We agree. You win. All right. Move on.
Let me land the plane.
It's the point. You landed it. It's fine. We agree. We agree.
You just landed in the middle of the ocean, bro.
Haim, we agree. You landed it. We agree. We agree. You win. We agree.
Haim landing the plane is Denzel in flight.
Why was the greatest pressure fight in history?
No more liquor.
Let me say this. I have two things to say.
Uh-oh.
First, Julius, look, take any fight of Deontay Wilder, before the Fury fight, and watch his feet and watch where he wants to go to the center of the ring. That was I was talking about. The second thing, okay, Haim, what you're talking about is nothing more than the natural pressure that any power puncher brings when he's in the ring with the other guy. That is what you're talking about, nothing more.
Yeah.
Every guy.
I'm talking about the most devastating puncher in the heavyweight division. I'm not talking about a regular guy. I do agree with what Leo just said. Any power puncher presents that pressure. Hold on, fam. Damn, y'all let me finish. Y'all let me fucking finish the sentence, fam. Y'all let me finish the sentence,
bro. I wanted to hear what he was gonna say.
Y'all let me finish the sentence, fam.
Leo, were you done? Leo, were you finished?
No, I'm not done.
Okay, see? Go ahead, Leo.
Okay.
Goddamn New Yorkers.
But what you are not talking about, and what everyone here has bring up to the table multiple times, is why we don't take Deontay Wilder's power seriously is because the level of opposition. So
Whose
he's a big
power,
puncher,
seriously?
yeah. He's the biggest puncher in the history of the fucking universe.
Leo, I didn't hear
I
that
don't
name.
know.
Let the man
I
finish,
don't know
I
about
didn't
that.
hear the name. It
Let the
blurred
man
up.
Let's change
finish.
the
don't fucking
subject.
know.
No,
We
I'm
like
asking him
talk
the
about
name
a
that he said.
different fight. Good
No, I'm
God.
asking him the name. I didn't hear the name. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
I'm
disrespect
talking
Leo.
about Deontay Wilder.
Yeah.
Of him being the biggest puncher in the universe.
Oh, I
Besides
don't believe
Thanos.
in that. Come on, Leo.
Wait, I don't think he's a bigger puncher than
Yeah.
Saitama.
Then who?
You know?
He's
Then
not a
who?
bigger
One
puncher than
Punch Man?
Goku.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Yo, I still didn't hear the name, fam.
I don't think he's a bigger puncher than Goku.
Nope.
Oh,
Nope.
He can't
yeah,
punch
no,
harder than Broly.
I'm not trying to say that he's some big puncher.
He ain't got
What
money.
I'm
He ain't got
saying,
nothing on Gohan,
Yeah,
y'all.
but
Vegeta,
That's your
the
whole
Ray
logic,
Rams.
Kyle.
I'm saying because he's
That's
such a
your whole logic.
devastating
That he's
puncher
such a big
that
puncher.
Jules,
that
have
he's
you ever
always
watched Ella
pressure.
McLeod fight?
All right.
That's what I was trying to say. That
All
he's
right.
such a devastating puncher.
Let
that
me
it's always
address
pressure.
Julio. Let me address Julio. This is a separate topic. Now, this is what I think, just being honest. Initially, I thought LM was going to give Alicia some problems. But my spider sense tells me Alicia's going to knock her out.
Ooh.
My spot. I just been seeing how she been getting ready and all of that. And I was like, yo, my foot is telling me she's going to knock LM out. She's going to stop her. Like she going to go like she, it's the moment for her is what I see. It's not the boxing because Alicia is a pure boxer. It's not a lot of those in women's boxing, believe it or not. She's a pure boxer. She's normally economic, but she hit hard, but she's normally economic. She doesn't always string punches together. She's really not a combination puncher by trade, even though she could do it. But I just feel like for this fight on this night, she's going to knock LM out.
See, I agree, man, because I've been watching a lot of LM's like fight tapes, and I actually like a lot what I see. But the only thing is that aside from Delphine Pursoon, you really don't know her level.
Yeah.
Really don't know what level she's
but
at.
the Delphine fight, off of that fight, and she got off some really like I don't really like how people are treating her because they just mad Michaela lost. That's all that bullshit is, to be real with you.
It's all spite. It's all spite.
LM is a better fighter than Hyun Mi Choi. That's the point.
She's got some shit, bro. She has some nice counters, some nice head movement.
If it was LM versus Choi, I would pick LM to beat Choi. So if you was cool with Choi, I don't see why you wouldn't be cool with LM. She's better than Choi. She would beat Choi. So I like the fight. She is a better fighter than Choi, but like I just something telling me Alicia going to knock her out.
A lot of it too is, Jules, you touched on it. It's jealousy. They're jealous that Alicia is with Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn and that fight card has more buzz. That fight card has more buzz than any of these PBC cards right now, than any of these fucking top rank cards. And it's
fucking
a women's
shit.
card.
Oh, I actually think Serrano Cruz is going to be a closer fight.
Did you see the pictures of Eddie cruising through New York with what's his name?
Yeah, the wire pictures with Oshaki Foster.
Yeah, and them at the Empire, that's buzzing.
Now I'm gonna say this. This is the thing about the Erica Cruz fight. I don't know what Erica I'm gonna get because normally these fighters get in the ring with Amanda, even when they're pressure fighters. They get in the ring with Amanda and they make a decision. I'm not going to try to apply no pressure tonight.
They decide to box.
Tonight, I'm going to survive. Tonight,
I don't think Erica can do that. I think she has no choice but to apply the pressure.
And that's why because I'm like, look, she's a chilanga. She's from fucking high altitude. They got chins. They throw punches. And I'm like, if she stay in character, that's going to be the fight of the night. That's going to be I don't got a doubt in my mind Emmanuel Navarrete is going to knock Wilson out. I don't got a doubt in my mind.
Is that guy even any good?
That dude going to get knocked out. But if Erica stays in character, we got another chapter of the legendary Puerto Rico versus Mexico rivalry. If she stays in character, that's going to be the fight of the night because that woman, if she don't do nothing else, she throw punches. That's
I got Amanda by a controversial split decision.
You think it's going to be controversial?
Because I think that if Erica can keep the fight on the inside and just make it look ugly and make it competitive.
If she's inside, she could get the body attack off on Erica. I'm just telling you.
That's true, but I think Erica will hold up. I mean, when was the last time Serrano had a KO? It's been a minute.
Bro, that's the thing. The reason she ain't had a KO in a bean, they don't want to be there.
No.
Sarah Mahfoud didn't want to be there. Fucking Mercado didn't want to be there. She wanted to like, nah, fuck this. I'm going to box tonight. Fuck this shit.
Is Erica Cruz undefeated? Or she has
no. She lost one fight a couple of years ago. She lost
Okay.
But she's a tough motherfucker. So I'm not ruling out what you're saying, but I just happen to think if you want to fuck around and find out, you're going to find out. She going to hit you with the weapon punch, and you going to find out. Because you ain't, who hits Erica Cruz to the body? Nobody. Go ahead, stand in front of Amanda if you dare. I got Amanda, bro. I got Amanda. I've been had Amanda. I still got Amanda. Amanda Serrano, goddammit.
By way of KO?
Probably. Let me read the super chat. I was drinking the Kool-Aid today. We justifying he talking about the Wilder shit. I am gonna be in the street with Wilder twerk.
Oh, yo.
I ain't twerking on shit. You out of your motherfucking mind. Don't come in with that bullshit. Don't come in with that bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. We all, man, fuck all y'all. We Harlem out here. Fuck out of here. I
love how Moon Boxing's new cartoon sent the aerosexuals in a frenzy today.
Oh, I don't know nothing about that gay shit.
Was that the Looney Tunes?
No, I don't want to talk about that shit.
Just show the cartoon.
I don't want to talk about that shit no more, bro. I'm over that shit. Tired of Errol Spence. I don't want to talk about Errol Spence. Tired of that guy.
I got word that 100%.
Saying no mas.
I got a word that we're gonna see Fulton in Inoue.
I'm telling you, Wilder pressure.
Wait. We got inside intel, Drew.
I've heard from a few people now that 100% Fulton and Inoue is happening, and they're just sorting out the date now.
Ooh. Oh, that's great.
Okay, but
Inoue, easy work.
I'm going to that fight.
I like to be the first one. Hold on, I like to be the first one.
Oh, you gotta fuck some hookers out there. They got hookers.
No. I'll come back with one. I gotta get one of them kimonos though.
Fellas, thank you, fellas. Indulge me right quick.
You see the trailer for the new John Wick?
I didn't see the new trailer for
They released the new one? They released the new one?
One of them Japanese dudes wearing them old vintage kimonos that they fight in. I got to get one of those.
I dig it.
Look,
okay. Rachel Nonito says, Jules, you owe me money.
All right, who got past?
Wait. If this Ryan Garcia versus Gervonta Davis and Inoue versus Fulton fights happen, does that mean that PBC is finally out of gas? That
it would have to.
They don't have it anymore to keep it in fight, so are letting these guys go.
It would have to mean, I had to get my sword. It would have to mean that if you seeing that, if everything go down, if everything happens, that means Tony, he go to the koala bear land. That mean that Stefan, you gonna be drinking sake. And if Javante get to fight the TikTok star, yeah, that got to mean that y'all are gas. Y'all don't have it anymore to be in that biosphere anymore. You got to now you got to get out there and it's really what Bernard said. And people need to watch that interview back because he was dropping some jewels. They're like, oh, now y'all like we working together? No, it's that the well ran out for y'all. All them days of being overpaid, it's a wrap for that. Now
see how automatically when the PBC contracts, the rest of boxing benefits. We're starting to get better fights.
Look at the quality. You see the quality?
I hope all them dudes get jealous that Stephen Fulton's getting paid more than Jermell. He's getting a bigger guarantee than Errol Spence does.
Exactly.
Is that a katana? Is that a katana?
This is a sparring sword. When I spar for the missions, this is the ones that we use.
Oh,
the blades ain't edged, but this is for the sparring. Before I go on the missions, I gotta practice the strokes like Clarence Carter. I be stroking.
Well, fellas,
West, y'all never heard that song?
Hell yeah.
Yo, Jules, let me ask.
Go ahead.
Well, anyway, let me get mine out before he comes back. Hold on. No, let me indulge right quick. Like I just want to be the first one. I just want to be one of the first ones to say.
Is it okay if I talk, Phil?
Yeah. Hold up. Just let me get this out.
Is it okay if I talk, Phil?
Hold on. Give me a sec. Jesus Christ. I just want to be like, just indulge me for a second. I just want to be the first one to say, like, my bad. Stephen Fulton, my bad, bro. I had it wrong, man.
Man, Stephen don't watch this show.
You ain't my bad, bro. My bad, bro. You're still getting knocked out, though.
I misjudged Stephen. My bad. I just want to say, like, credit to you, bro. Props to you.
Craftsmanship and the swordsmanship. We got Rachel in the building. Rachel, what's going on?
You owe me money, Joel.
How are you? You right. I do owe you money. Story. How much I owe you?
Can we bet like 10 racks?
Listen.
Rachel, is Deontay Wilder a pressure fighter?
Yeah, Rachel, I got a question.
Let's talk about something else.
Yeah, you happy,
So we gonna leave the pressure fighter thing alone?
Yes,
are we really?
Yes, we are. We don't need their answer. We don't need the answer. We know the answer.
Down like a weight bully.
We see.
We don't.
So Ben Davison is a pressure fighter.
Yes.
Yeah, you're Rachel a pressure fighter and she a weight bully. Damn.
Ben Davison is a math tutor. We don't have to do this conversation.
All right, now, let's see. So I want to ask Rachel about Stephen Fulton versus Naoya Inoue. This is what I see. And you know the sport much better than I do, but this is what I see. I feel like Stephen poses a unique problem for Inoue because Inoue's naturally economic, even when he's having it all his way. Whereas Stephen Fulton, he can offset the offense he already shows because he's more defensively responsible than Emmanuel Rodriguez and Payano and a lot of guys that he fought. So what are Stephen's chances in Japan? How do you see that fight?
I mean, I give Stephen, I honestly wish it was, on even turf. Of course, it's not going to be because Inoue is going to believe that if it's in the U.S., it's towards Fulton. Like, we would literally have to put it somewhere like Dubai for it to be, an even turf or the U.K. And that's not going to happen. The only reason that this fight's even happening is because of Mr. Honda. Even Bob said it himself that he's not doing the negotiations for the fight. It's tech and promotions. So that being said, I think, Inoue is going to have a huge advantage on his point, being that it's going to be in in Japan. But has he really faced guys like Fulton? No, he hasn't. He hasn't even fought any guys that are slick. Anyone that moves around him, he has issues and he ends up finding them eventually, but you could see the struggle he has in trying to get them to play with him if they're moving laterally a lot. I know.
I want to bring up the Paul Butler fight because that's what I felt I saw. The amount of time that it finally took him to get off a meaty punch on Paul Butler that's kind of what I'm thinking about. That damn Paul Butler moving lateral for a couple of rounds. It actually bought him a lot of time, but he did lose wide on the cards, though. So that's another thing we got to factor in, that if Stephen doesn't mount any kind of offense and he spends most of the fight moving lateral, isn't he sacrificing rounds doing that?
He is. Listen, I don't think that Fulton's going to win on knockout. I think if he wins, it'd have to be a very, 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 very clear that he was slipping punches, moving around, racking up the points on Inoue and moving the fuck out, right? Like, that's the only way he's going to win in Japan. I mean, I don't see a knockout from Fulton. I just think that he's going to play it safe and try not to get cornered, try not to get on top of, on the ropes. And he can move that way. So if he sticks to that game plan very efficient and effectively through 12, he has a strong chance, because if Inoue can't land his feet, he has to land his feet to land his power. He's not good in trying to chase you down, to get you to engage as much. So all Fulton would have to do is give him a false range, have him reach out, tag him, and then move the fuck out again. Don't stand there in the middle on a firefight.
But at the same time, Fulton, we know what the rule is. You don't coast on foreign soil. So if you fight a stick and move outside fight, for Fulton that doesn't benefit him. Wouldn't it benefit Fulton to fight Inoue the way that he fought Brandon? The fuck it, just go for it. Fuck it. He's little. It's his first fight at 122. Just stick it to him. Wouldn't that be the better strategy?
I don't think so. It doesn't. Inoue punches, and Nonito will tell you, Inoue punches really hard. And that I understand he's moving up into a different weight category, but at the same time, it's not, it's not like he's going 18 to 26, right? Yeah. It's just a couple pounds, and Nonito believes that he'll be able to carry it to that division. So I'm going to take Nonito's word for it. I'm not going to try it out my damn self and put my chin out there. But, that's the one thing that's going to tip the whole scale altogether. He tags you once in the inside exchange, and then you're going to have to try to, regain and get the hell out and reset your whole game plan. I mean, look, Haney was able to do it to Kambosos twice. He was on foreign soil, right? But it was
it was so clear with Haney.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dimitri Bivol and Usyk laid the blueprint when you go to the cash cow's house. It's got to be overwhelmingly convincing. Like,
it was really
you got to win 11 rounds to get 9 on the cards.
See, the way I see it, it's like if Fulton spends too much time on his bike, you're sacrificing rounds automatically. You have to show offense in this fight. And I'm thinking, look, Inoue's not used to. Inoue's probably not that much accustomed, which is why I think Nonito gave him the fight that he gave him in the first fight. Inoue not used to somebody bringing it to him like, nah, fuck all that. We gonna go, and one of us gonna go down. He really not used to that. His work, like, he don't throw a lot of punches. It's 1 and 2 shots at a time. He not used to somebody trying to squeeze him. And I feel, look, Stefan, you bigger than him. You know what I mean? If you spend this whole fight on your bike, you done lost it anyway. You might as well go for it. Go for it. Drill him.
Exactly. And if I'm Inoue's team, I'm requesting a 16 by 16. Smallest ring that's regulation.
Because you look like Paul Butler's whole fight was about surviving, but it wasn't a question to anyone who was winning the fight. So Fulton, you can't go to Japan and think that we're gonna lateral movement, stick and move it. Like, nah, we gonna lose doing that. Our best bet is to drill him. He's not gonna expect that. He's expecting a slick, counter-punching, moving boxer. He's not expecting somebody that's going to be trying to be in his wheelhouse and trying to take it to him. I feel that the fight that Fulton fought against Angelo Leo is the fight that he needs to use for Inoue.
Angelo, I feel like, is a bigger guy than Inoue, too. Like, I mean, I've seen both of them, and Angelo's a big kid, man. I mean, like I said, like I totally believe that Inoue has a huge advantage on this side. So, if Fulton surprises me, then he surprises me. But just in everything that we've seen, I believe that Inoue has the advantage here.
Do you think Inoue knocks him out?
He has a big chance of knocking him out. Yeah, he does.
I agree.
Let me read.
It's a game changer. It's the way that both him and Nonito punch. It's a game changer regardless. You get hit once and it changes the entire damn game if you don't go down from that shot. Like, that's what we took, right? We took it. We got hit. It changed the whole damn game and it ended early. It is what it is. So I mean, that's the problem with the not the problem, but the thing to solve when it comes to a guy that, okay, I'm gonna tread a couple punches, he's gonna hit me and I'm gonna hit him, but that one that he actually loads up on, the one that's that perfect time shot, will completely change the game. Doesn't matter if the other person was winning on the cards, it'll change the whole game, and that's it.
I think the trial for Inoue is finding the opening. What I see in the fight is finding the opening to get off the shot that lands is going to be hard for him. That's what I see. It's going to be hard because this Fulton is good. Whatever. Fulton is a good fighter, and he is responsible, and he is durable. He took a lot of punches from Brandon Figueroa, and it's going to be hard. I feel like it's going to be hard to get him out of there.
You feel like it's going to be hard for Inoue to get Fulton out?
I do. I feel like that. Look, if you go back and watch the Brandon Figueroa fight, he got hit with a lot of shit. And Brandon Figueroa was huge for 122. But Fulton took a lot of shit and he didn't go down. He didn't go out. He took all of that shit. Inoue, comparatively, does not throw as many punches as Brandon, but he's a lot more accurate, which is the trade-off, that he don't throw a lot, but what he throw is sharp, and you won't see it. So I'm like, can Fulton really take a clean punch from Inoue? That's what makes the fight so intriguing, because if he can, Inoue might be in trouble.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, is that Figueroa is more of a heavy-handed guy, right? Where Inoue, with that accuracy and that timing, it's devastating. So, but I don't see Fulton like coming out for the first couple rounds, you know, with the guard down or anything. I think he's going to be extremely responsible. You know, where his head is placed, how many shots he's open for, etc. And he's going to try to see like where can he capitalize on Inoue. I think the first couple of rounds are going to be a bit of a slow, you know, slow type of pace.
It is that I do see. I do see that aesthetically, the more fan-friendly fight would have been MJ, because MJ's going to throw punches. He's more of an action guy than Stephan. I feel like this fight, first couple of rounds, is going to be very cat and mouse, very tense, because they're going to both be trying each other out. But it's not going to be a barn burner. It's not going to be an action fight. It's going to be a chess match. If Inoue wins, it's going to be a quick one. It'll be a quick one that gets in and hurts him, and then he finishes him. But it's not going to be a shootout, and that's kind of why I like the MJ fight aesthetically a little more, because that would be a shootout. Some like they're gonna both throw. They're both gonna go at it.
Yeah, unfortunately, MJ has Marlon Tapales, who we saw in the gym yesterday. I think he was sparring yesterday already. So, I mean, you know, all these mandatories and all the belts and all that other fun stuff, like it's a shift all over the place. Like even the place that we're in right now, I'm starting to get pissed off. As far as the WBC mandate, not at the WBC, but just the lack of communication and wanting to make fights happen at this point is just silly to me. Because listen, fucking if I was a younger fighter and I had a chance at a vacant title and I saw the way that Nonito went down the last fight, future Hall of Famer, can I get his name on my record? Why wouldn't anyone be jumping up at the opportunity right now? But everyone's freaking running.
Because of the left hook. They're not, the thing is that, and I think this, Maloney not dumb. A lot of them kids not dumb. That left hook still got a lot on it. I still think if he land that left hook, Australia, America, wherever you do the fight, if Nonito land that left hook on Jason, Jason is going down. It's not a lot of guys that could take that left hook. It ain't. Look at Inoue eyeball, all right? That's forever. That eyeball is like that forever off that left hook. I don't want my eye looking like that.
Like, I get it. It's just frustrating is all I'm saying. Like, I see it, you know, you guys talk about it all the time with different fighters, and now it's, you know, it's happening to us. And I'm like, man, this is not going to be a fight. There's not going to be a fight. We're playing duck, duck, goose at this point, and Nonito's the goose.
You got to play, like, if you look at the landscape at 118 pounds, and I invite anybody to do this. Go to the WBO ranks, go to the WBC ranks, go to the IBF ranks, go to all the ranks. Show me a guy you think can take that left hook. Find him, because I can't. And it ain't Jason. Jason get hit with that same left hook that Inoue got hit with. He going to go out. Australia, America, wherever you do that fight, he going to go out. And Jason is arguably, credit to Jason, because he's been doing well for himself. He's been doing all right, so credit to him. But he's like the only guy that's like a guy right now, besides Nonito and Inoue. That's the only other guy. Who else is there?
Rodriguez just came off of a win from Gary Russell.
Is he? Yeah, right. He did move up to 118. I forgot about. Wait, that wasn't at 118. You talking about the Puerto Rican?
Yeah. Wasn't that at 18?
I don't think that was at 118. I think that was at 122.
Anyone on the panel know? I don't know. I'm not sure. I thought
Julio, where was Manny Rodriguez last fight with Gary with Russell's brother? Gary
118. This is 118.
That was 118?
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought that was 122. Oh, well, all right.
But to my knowledge, Manny Rodriguez hasn't moved up yet. He's still in the ranks with with everyone. That is his last fight.
All right, then. That's another motherfucker that need to get his ass whooped. you know, whoop his ass too. You know, it's an open book. That division is an open book. That's the beauty part. It's an open book. And I got like, look, Jason is He if Nonito shoot that hook, he gonna go out, man. Jason gonna go out.
Inoue dropped him with the left hook.
I'm trying to tell you, that's the Australia or America. Shoot the hook. That kid gonna go out. And
listen, his saving grace is gonna be that he's with Top Rank, and Top Rank will move him differently, just the exact same way that they moved Ramirez away from Regis. It's gonna be another one. When this happens and they move him away from us, I'm gonna be like, come on, are you guys serious? This is what you guys are gonna do? Keep ranking them in the BC and then move to a different sanctioning belt?
Well, it's because of the opportunity that he knew see, they had the WBC route, but because he knew he's moving up and he vacated all the belts, they tell themselves, well, look, you know, the BC ain't the only one that's out there. The BO is out there, the BF is out there, the BA is out there. So they looking at it like, man, before I get the left hook in my face, let me go look over here real quick to see what they got over there, because ain't a lot of guys in that division that could take that hook.
No, I get it, but then why waste the time going into the BC and trying to do that route?
Before they didn't have a choice. Remember, before everything happened quickly, which is what spurned all of this. It didn't take Inoue long to vacate the belts, and initially this was going to be for an interim. Now it's for the whole title, the full title, the newly vacated title. So they thinking, well, before I get my eye bone smashed in, so I can look surprised the rest of my life, let me go look at what these other organizations got. Because he knew he looked surprised all the time. Now, like one eye is surprised as shit. They looking at that like, nah, son, I don't want to be surprised forever. Fuck that. It's my eyeball, bro.
I know. I'm just beefing because it's irritating to me. That's all. Yeah.
I mean,
because in the timeline of everything, like everyone lined themselves up. Everyone knew. At least I believe everyone knew, especially Top Rank would know because they work with Tekken, but we knew Inoue was going to move up. So the WBO IBF started theirs first, and then the WBO convention, then the BC, and then the BA. Everyone positioned themselves accordingly, waiting for him to vacate. And so if you were positioning yourself in the BO, why'd you come over to the BC and argue with us that you wanted to fight us for the vacant when you knew you were going to go a different route?
Because
that's all I'm saying.
See, this is the thing. They probably fit before it was like everybody anticipated that he would vacate. I think we all knew that, but it was a question of when. So based on that, they was like, look, we'll deal with Nonito because this is the avenue that we on. But once them other avenues opened up, that's when they was like, oh, wait a minute, we ain't even got to do this. We ain't got to eat that left hook. Let's go over there. Let's go see what Manny talking about. Let's go over there because motherfucker don't want that shit to happen to his eye bone, dog. Got the Margarito eye. Like, nah, son. I'm good. I don't want the Margarito eye. Motherfucker look like he surprised about some shit. Like, nah, son. We good out here.
Who can move up from 115? That could potentially be an interesting fight.
Ioka. And I believe that's what he's about to do. My prediction, and y'all might want to explore this, Ioka don't want to fight Gento, bro. They just ordered him to fight Gento, but I don't know if he's going to do it. Because why would he do that when he could move up and fight for a vacant BO? Or a vacant BF? Gento going to whoop his ass. We all know it. Gento, he
torch passing.
Do you think he want to be passing torches? When he could fight for a vacant title at 118 and become a 5-division champion? I'm just telling you.
But BO has BO has Jason as number 1. IBF has Astrolabio and then Emmanuel Rodriguez. BA has Takuma Inoue and Melvin Rodriguez.
This the thing. The BO mandate has not come down yet. And I believe that maybe Ioka could petition for WBO super status so that he could move up and be the mandatory straight away. Things are very quiet. Like, I've been waiting to hear anything about Gento and Ioka, and I haven't heard shit. Shit, they've been ordered that fight like 2-3 weeks ago, and I haven't heard shit about nothing. So I'm thinking, is Ioka contemplating going to 118 because he'd rather fight for the vacant than defend against Junto, who's going to whoop his ass? I think he'd rather go to 118. It's history for him. He gets to try to become a 5-division champion. And it may be safer than fighting Junto, depending on who's up there. Junto gonna fuck him up. If I don't know nothing else, I know that. He didn't look good with Franco, and I thought he was gonna beat Franco. He didn't look good with Franco.
I still have yet to watch that freaking fight because every time I try to find a stream, it was gone because it wasn't on.
Just telling you, I'm not confident Ioka versus Junto happens. I'm not. Go up there.
So you're saying the BO route? Then that would be, yeah, he would have to fight Jason.
That's what I'm saying. He could petition the WBO for WBO super champion status. He looks at Junto and he looks who's up there, and then he says, okay, which one of these guys is a little bit more beatable? Maybe he thinks Jason is a little bit more beatable. Maybe. Junto is young, was always very big for flyweight. He's only going to be stronger at super flyweight because he ain't got to cut them extra pounds. You just went life or death with Franco. Son, he might move up. That's somebody you might want to look out for. Ioka. That's another one. He ain't getting younger. That's for goddamn sure.
Well, if he's gonna go the BO route, he's gonna. I think it is Maloney, Astrolabio, and then like Gabayo. I think is number 4. I can't remember who number 3 is. So he'd probably be in those rankings than any of the other the sanctioning bodies.
Yeah, and I think he holds. I mean, he got the BO now with Superfly. I forgot what he had at Fly. I forgot what he had. I think he was unified at Fly. He was unified at one of them weights. But I think that's what he's going to do because things are too quiet between him and Junto. We should have heard something by now.
At the same time, none of the other belts besides the BC has actually like mandated anything for their,
That's the point I'm making, that there ain't no mandate from the BO for nobody to fight. I ain't heard nothing about the BO ordering no fight between nobody. Could it be because Ioka's in the process of trying to go up there and fight for the vacant? Could it be because of that?
Possibly, but even the IBF didn't do it. Even the BA didn't. No one's done it except the BC. That's what's weird to me. I'm like, what are you guys waiting for? You're just going to have everyone sit around and not have a champion at 18 in all the sanctioning bodies? Like, the BC is the only one that mandated.
Ain't no champion at 118 right now. That is crazy, yo.
Yeah, that's insane. There should be.
That's fucking nuts, bro. And he been said that he vacated them belts. So an order at least should have come. Well, the BC did have an order, so credit to them. What you think about the BC doing this thing with the Russian fighters, man? That they getting political. They're saying that Dimitri has to petition for a special form in order to even fight for the BC. What you think about that?
Who, me?
Yeah,
I just saw the article and I was reading it to Nonito. I think what's his name had said something really, really, really big at the BA. Paulie Malignaggi said it because we were talking at the ratings meeting, and you saw that a lot of the Russian fighters had like it had their name and it had an asterisk and it said no war, so they vacated that position for that Russian fighter. I know Paulie was like taking a stance against it, saying that it's not like these fighters were the ones are picking up guns and had made the decision to go invade Ukraine. I don't think that anybody should be in trouble for something or sanctioned for something that they're not actively doing. It'd be different if they were taking up arms and burning a Ukraine flag. Then I think, okay, now we have, a rhyme or reason. But just being a citizen, I mean, can you imagine if the U.S. did something and then we're all in trouble for what our president decided?
Well, and that's the point that I've made. That look, I don't like to get political. I try not to. But in all honesty, if you're going to sanction fighters from a country based on the fact that their country invaded another country, then you need to remove all the American fighters right now, because that's what we do. We invade. and we occupy. That's what we do. And I don't think it's fair to the fighters. Those fighters are fighters, not soldiers. They're not soldiers. Why are they being held accountable for something they can't stop anyway? If you're going to hold them accountable for the actions of their leader, you might as well hold the American fighters for the actions, hold them accountable for the actions of their leader. Because we occupy countries too.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know where the line's drawn. And like I said, if they were on their Instagram burning a Ukraine flag or beheading a Ukrainian or something like that personally, and, you know, supporting that kind of violence against Ukraine, then okay, all for it. But if they're just in the boxing gym boxing, I don't see how they're a threat, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Or an accessory too.
Correct. That's where I was going.
If they were posting propaganda, something, you know, or making official political statements or vowing political allegiance, but these is fighters, bro. They just fighting. They just trying to earn a living.
Yeah.
Shit is not right, man. Shit is not right. But Mauricio, I know that you're not at liberty to say the things that we say, you know, but I just think that Mauricio's a bit of a dickhead. I honestly do.
A bit? Come on.
I'm trying to be as politically correct as I can be, but I'm just being like, I'm not,
No.
I ain't gonna get nobody in trouble. I'm saying that I think that Mauricio is virtue signaling. You're not a politician. This is sport. Keep the politics out of it.
He's a hustler.
But Jules, the same thing is that the WBA did the same thing, taking their fighters out of the rankings, the Russian fighters. So it's not like it's only one way, like, or only one organization doing it. When I was at the BA, they did the same thing. You know, so they all have to just, you know, stop putting out these political statements and just stick to boxing, because of the fact that it just leaves a bad taste. But it, you know, it's just because Mauricio is very outspoken, so most of what he does, he doesn't just put it on paper, he speaks about it. Whereas at the BA, unless you were at the ratings meeting, you didn't see that these guys were out of the ranking because of that they were Russian. They did the same thing.
I saw that because the BA is the WBC's sister organization, and it is true that the WBC is making more headlines about it than the BA, even though the BA said they were going to do the same thing. In fairness, I thought that Gilberto was a dickhead before the war, because Gilberto is the guy that wants to have 5-6 champions at a given weight, and it took a lot for the ABC commission to finally say, enough, bro. You have too many belts in circulation. I've never really been a fan of the WBA. However, the same applies to them. This is sport. You can't just take a political stance on this when America occupies countries too. And there are people that would say the things about America that the Ukrainians are saying about Russia. So don't just get political when it's convenient. Overall, just stay out of it. If you care about the Ukraine, send aid, send supplies, send blankets, send food. Right? But this, I don't even know what this is intended to accomplish.
Nothing.
I don't know either.
Like, you're not going to rank the fighters. Well, is that going to assist in the war effort?
No.
It literally only hurts the fighters and their financial prospects. Literally, guys who've done nothing but train their entire lives to do this. That's all it does.
Yeah, they put in all that hard work and everything else. They have nothing to do with politics or what's going on. And then they're the ones who get screwed for it. It's like, you know, come on.
Yeah, I think it's wrong, man.
Guilty by association. That's what it is.
Just like RICO law. Just because Jay sells a bunch of cocaine don't mean I sell a bunch of cocaine. I might sell weed.
Thank you. The wiretaps are lying.
I sell weed. I might sell hashish. Shit. Never know. But it's wrong. And I really wish that they would stay out of that. That whole conflict makes me nervous, to be honest. Over there, it makes me nervous because it's like, bro, you gotta stay out of this shit, man. Like, let them sort it out, man.
And it's like me and Julius were saying earlier. Well, you know, if it was the other way around, you know, they wouldn't be banning American fighters. That's for damn sure.
But it is, the thing is that depending on who you ask, and there are plenty of people that are willing to say, it is the other way around. It does happen. America invades countries, destabilizes
No,
governments.
no. I'm talking about just the banning of the fighters.
No, that's what I mean. That these things happen, and they don't take that same political stance, even though there is like, look, America does dirty shit too. We're all grimy.
It's just nobody talks about it. That's all.
Yeah,
we have a history of doing dirty shit, man. I mean,
fucking get political now because Putin's a little bit, spacey, but it's just crazy, man. The world is crazy.
Strip him of his WBC. Leave the fighters alone.
Hey, I got a question for Rachel. Rachel, how do you see Benavidez' plant turning out?
Honestly, I want to sit down and actually give a complete breakdown. I'm not even focused on that one yet. I still have to do the female fights for this weekend.
Who do you got?
So for Amanda.
Yeah, Amanda and Alicia.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, Erica. The only thing with Erica is she's awkward as shit.
Yeah,
she's very awkward. So you don't want to. I'm afraid of some weird thing like a headbutt because she does lead in a lot with her head. So she just gotta make sure that she's got the distance, make sure her head doesn't lean in, and then fire off on Erica. But she's freaking awkward. I've watched her fight Jelena twice, and
yeah, a lot of headbutts in that one.
Yeah, and it's just it's like you think she's there, but she's just so awkward that she's not. It's just So, but I think Amanda she knows how to corner. She knows how to range first and then go in. Just like I said, just keep the headbutts out of it. And we don't want the fight stopped on a headbutt. Rather get it stopped on a knockout. But Erica's tough though. Erica's she's not a chinny girl at all. So Amanda's going to really have to.
Altitude. She's got an engine, man. She's from high altitude. She comes from Mexico City. Her gas tank is.
By the way, Jill, speaking of headbutts, what's that fight at 154 that happened in Matchroom that ended controversially 2 times?
That was Madrimov Sorrow.
What's going on?
They haven't rescheduled. They haven't even.
In the trilogy?
Bruh. You know that was Santana.
Because that was an eliminator. That was an eliminator. That fight.
You know what that reminds me of? That's Terry Norris Santana all over again.
You see, Undefeated Journeyman says, "I wonder what Mauricio would do if there was a transgender Russian woman at Bridger."
Oh,
that's so funny, man.
He probably make a belt for that. He probably make a belt for that alone.
Diana Beevil.
Hey,
thanks for coming on, Rachel. Thanks for coming on.
Later, Rachel.
Yo, dog, yo. Hey, Mauricio will probably explode, bro.
Don Juan said you missed one of his super chats earlier.
I'm about to go back up. Let me go back up.
It was
Let me see. There you go. I see it. Let me see. Don Juan says, where does Fulton's career go if he wins in Japan? What happens if Fulton wins by KO? I'm going for Inoue. I think if Fulton wins that fight, I mean, it automatically enhances his profile. It would make him the A-side to MJ Akhmadaliev.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
And those are a given,
And honestly, let's just say he does.
So you're
pull
saying
it off.
you think the PBC would put the money up?
Let's say he does pull it off and beat Fulton. Why not that fight next? I mean, I don't see why not.
Yeah, but there might be a rematch. The other thing is that if he were to beat Inoue, there might be a second fight.
Yeah.
Think Yamanaka Neri. There were 2 fights.
Yeah.
So if he were to beat Inoue, there might be a rematch.
I think Inoue is gonna beat him.
No, I do too. If gun to my head, I go Inoue, but I just feel that it's gonna be hard to find the punch at first. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to find the punch.
He'll have his moments.
I just think Inoue's pure fundamentals and all those well drilled shots are just gonna come through eventually.
I think he's gonna pick at him to see how he reacts, and that's how he'll decide what he's gonna throw that does him. But he's gonna pick at him, and it's gonna be difficult because Stefan is solid and Stefan is defensible. He's not really there to be hit.
Is that an Alpha versus Sigma fight?
I would say that's Autobot versus a Saiyan. But boy, we're not doing that. What the fuck?
I'm just saying I like the comparison. Like that's actually a good comparison. Like
versus
Inoue like a Super Saiyan.
Like,
I want to
yeah,
say
like
two or three and two. So.
And Stefan Stefan showed that he can bang in the booth. He showed that in the Leo fight. He showed that in the Figueroa fight. But his calling card is actually defense and movement. So he's multi-layered fighter, and that creates. I feel he can create some problems for Inoue to find the punches. The thing is that Inoue is a special fighter. He's very quick. He's very efficient, and that's one of his strengths. That he don't throw to throw out of desperation, and that's that kind of poise. That's an elite level quality. Don't panic. Don't panic.
Jules, who's the Sigma? Who's the Sigma out the two?
I would say I'm the Stigma. The Stigmata.
No, I said out the two.
I'm the Stigmata. That movie with Rachel Arquette from the 90s. I'm the Stigmata.
I remember that movie.
Yeah,
that's a good movie. That's a good movie.
What's it called?
Stigmata. Let me fuck it up for you, Jay.
Okay.
So let me fuck it up. The basic thing is that you think it's an exorcism movie when it's not an exorcism. She's not possessed by the devil. She's possessed by Jesus in the movie.
Oh,
that was the twist.
Wow. I'm not gonna watch those movies anyway. They give me nightmares. So. Yeah.
Well, also there's Season of the Witch with Nicolas Cage, which I really liked. They made you think that the girl's a witch, and this is about the Salem witch trials, and what it really was an exorcism. Very cool movie.
You know what was a really mind-warping movie back in the day? I don't know if any of you guys saw it, but Oprah Winfrey, Danny Glover was in it, a few people.
Color Purple, right?
No, Beloved.
Oh, Beloved. Oh.
That's a bad movie.
Dude, no. I went to the theater and saw that, man. That
That's a bad movie, fam.
Yeah.
I didn't see Beloved. Was it bad though? Like really bad? Like it was a bad movie?
Horrible. The worst thing you ever want to see in your life.
Yeah, it was like it was one of those like horror movie type things.
It's like Homicide. It's horrible.
Yeah, it'll mind fuck you, dude.
I'll tell you what. I seen. Nope. Nope was pretty good.
Nope.
By Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele's last movie, right?
No, good. It was good. It was weird, but it was good.
I thought it had interesting concepts, but it didn't fully hit on all of
them. Yeah, they didn't land the plane. I'll say that. Towards the end, like I liked it what they did. I liked where they were going, but I just felt they didn't land it all the way. But it was I like
the titles of this movie. They're so simplistic, like Get Out, Us, Nope. Like
Get Out with some scary shit, man.
Hey, Jules,
Antebellum, I felt that way. I felt like they didn't land the plane.
But let me say this, I'm gonna be honest. The one movie that he did that I'm just like, nah, is Us.
Us, yeah. I didn't get that. I was clicking.
You can't have that many people underground. That whole shit. It's like you're gonna be like, what you base this shit on, a dream? You got what you saying? You got a whole motherfucking thing of people underground.
Like who are doubles and shit. Like what? I'm like what?
And it's clothes. Who got the clothes for them? Because they had clothes down there.
CJ says Kunk on Earth is the best thing on TV right now.
What's it called?
Kunk on Earth. UNK.
I might have to check that shit out. I keep hearing about the best of us.
Now, if you good horror movie that came out recently is Megan. It's very similar to Chucky, but it's like a new take. It's very satiric. Bro, go see it. That's actually a great date movie. Like
Smile really delivered for me. I liked Smile. I liked that. Smile was good though. Smile was good.
Megan is more like comedy satire horror though. It's like
what do you guys think of Conjuring 1 and 2?
I loved them, man. I loved the Conjuring. You know what's the weirdest thing about the Conjuring is whoever did it, they must really know horror movies because it had the old 80s and 90s horror feel.
I think that's James Wan. He did those.
He know his horror shit because those movies had atmosphere. They really had atmosphere.
Have you guys seen The Ring? I haven't seen that.
That shit is overrated, bro.
By the way, like a real good movie I saw, like it came out 2018. It's kind of like low budget a little bit, but it was really good. It's called Upgrade. Y'all ever seen that?
I didn't see Upgrade.
It's about a guy who gets paralyzed and like he gets like some artificial intelligence chip and becomes some crazy ass like superhuman. It kind of like goes from like action adventure to like body horror.
I'll tell you what, bro. The Scarlett Johansson, the one with her, that shit was good, bro.
Which
the
one?
Bitch, she got so smart and so advanced. She stopped being human.
Lucy, right? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was good.
And she traveled in time on a school chair. She went back in time, seen the creatures. I was like, yo, this is the realest shit I ever seen, bro.
Now, have y'all seen Ex Machina?
I seen Ex Machina.
I like it. But no, AJ, as far as body horror, like there's a recent movie that came out. It's a French movie. I'm not trying to be a snob, but this is gonna reinvent the body horror genre. It's called Titan. You should look that up and watch that immediately.
I'll watch that because I like spooky horror.
Hey, you guys ever see that old school movie Phantasm?
I love the tall man.
Yeah,
man.
He had that badass black barracuda in it, man.
Yeah, man.
I
love Phantasm, bro. That's like the funniest shit is Phantasm ain't even really good, but it has so much atmosphere that's what it's the weirdest shit that the things. It's not a good movie. It's not even a good concept, but it has so much atmosphere. I always go back and watch that shit because they just. The music, the setting, the cast.
I like Frailty. Frailty to me was one of the best movies ever made.
Frailty. Honest to God,
Frailty. That shit is.
Bill Paxton directed that. R.I.P. Man, I found out.
I love that shit.
Yeah,
bro, that movie is just
that shit is crazy, yo.
That shit is really crazy, bro. You really listen, and you really don't know shit till then.
To the end, that movie is just bananas.
Matthew McConaughey and his wife Price.
That movie's a good movie, yo. Frailty. If you ever need to watch a movie, Frailty is the shit. That shit is crazy.
I seen what's another scary one? I seen the French joint with the French joint that she had the short haircut, and it's like a slasher movie. She's in the country spring break with her roommate from college, and it's like a dude with a fucked up ass truck. That's just following their ass, trying to kill their ass. I don't know if you guys seen that.
Oh, hey, did you ever see the 76 version of The Hills Have Eyes?
I never seen the 76 version. I seen the new shit though. That shit was bananas.
You should check out the old one. It has remember that that ugly bald.
I know the guy. I know exactly who you. I know the guy.
Big ears. Yeah. He was in that, and he was in The Hills Have Eyes, the original one, and all that, man. That was a trip.
Wrong Turn was a trip, bro.
Oh yeah,
Wrong Turn was a trip.
I remember that one. Yeah, oh lord, when they were being chased by some what the hell were they?
Some hillbillies, bro. Some inbreds. That's all they was some inbreds. Yep. That's the weird shit about The Hills Have Eyes too. That's all they was. They was just some cousins that kept fucking, but they was. But that's what they was. That's what they was. They were some cousins that just. They had radiation poisoning, but they was essentially all cousins and shit. Because there wasn't nobody else out there. So who the fuck was that? You know what I'm saying?
I think what's funny is like when I see movies like that, it's like, why don't the protagonists ever bring guns? Like, it's like they just don't have.
The movie would be like 10 minutes long.
Yeah, that's true. There would be no movie then. That's right.
Let me.
But Jules, you see Black Panther: Wakanda Forever yet? Or no?
I still haven't seen that shit.
It'll be on Disney Plus next week, so you can watch it.
The movie that like it hit me, especially because I'm a dad, was Interstellar.
Oh yeah,
he had to leave his daughter behind.
Yep, and just like every time he was out there, she would like age like 5 years every 2 months or something.
That shit.
Like
I recommend.
I got a movie for you then. Have you seen Moon?
Nah.
It's very similar to Interstellar. But I think you'd cry.
Did that just come out?
No, it came out a few years back.
Oh, okay.
What's another one?
You know what movie I really liked, but it's not a horror movie though. But it was Letters from Iwo Jima.
I didn't see that.
That was a good one.
Who was in that?
I forget. They had a lot of Japanese
movie, right?
Stuff,
yeah, I know Clint Eastwood directed, but who's the main star? I couldn't remember.
I forget, but it was a World War II movie. But it was pretty. They did a sequel to it too.
Yeah, that took place like from like a Japanese perspective, right? Something like that.
Yeah, it sure did. Or the other one that I really like, I don't know if you saw this one, and it was kind of long, but I've always liked it. It was directed by Bernardo Bertolucci. It was the Last Emperor about Henry Puyi, the last emperor in Manchuria, China. That was
I like that.
I seen The Last King of Scotland with Forrest Whitaker and motherfucking the fucking kid who played Xavier, the fucking kid. That shit was good, B. He go over there, got the chocolate buns at the beginning of the movie. I'm like, oh, that's a good movie. You get some pussy.
With Patrick Stewart?
Nah, fuck
He played Xavier, yeah.
James McAvoy, bro.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah,
that's
like
no motherfucker Patrick Stewart and no Cuda. You got a young dude go over there. I forgot why the fuck he went over there, bro. And the movie started, he gets some Cuda. It was like, oh shit, Cuda.
You know what pissed me off about James McAvoy? It's like that movie. I hell enjoyed that movie. Wanted, and it never got a sequel. And it should.
Yeah, I liked that movie, man.
They should have got a sequel, bro. They could have turned that into a trilogy or some shit, bro.
For real.
The Raid.
Nah,
Jules.
You talking about the French shit with the capoeira parkour shit where they run like
no. The Jules, the Raid is some like Indonesian martial arts movies. Like they made two of them. I told you about them a while back. The fire, bro.
You could tell where John Wick is influenced from.
Yes. If you watch you see where he got it from. If you watch them shits.
Boy, John Wick is a bad dude, man. Like he's a bad dude. I still think Jason Bourne will whoop his ass because he get hit a lot. Jason don't really get hit.
Hand to hand, Jason will fuck him up.
He'll whoop his ass. Like if we gonna be honest, you don't get the drop on Jason Bourne. You really don't.
Matter of fact, the dude that Jeremy Renner played, the Bourne Legacy, he'll whoop his ass.
Okay, what about Jason Wick versus the Equalizer?
All right.
I said Jason Wick.
Equalizer was past his prime, bro. But Equalizer was past his prime, though.
Let me wait, hold on. I got a better one for you. The Equalizer versus Liam Neeson in the Taken movies. Brian Mills.
All right.
That's
Equalizer.
Hey,
that's a good one. That's a good one.
I'll take Equalizer on that.
Okay.
You guys ever see any foreign films at all?
Yeah. Ain't seen any what?
Love foreign films.
Foreign films.
Oh yeah, some yeah.
I saw Das Boot, the director's cut. Man, that was a hell of a movie. I liked it, but in the end, it was man. They went through all this horrible shit, and in the end, they like got bombed when they got to the port and died. Like most of them, it was crazy. It was about a German submarine U-boat crew. It was wild.
Boot.
I'll tell y'all somebody who can give John Rick a one for his money. Y'all seen Daredevil the third season?
Mm-hmm.
Bullseye, that dude who was like this motherfucker would ricochet bullets off of targets, would like ricochet baseball, like anything he threw a shot, he would hit somebody. It's like, oh yeah, he could give John Rick one for his fucking money.
Shout out to my man Martin Munoz for the Cash App donation. I appreciate you.
You know what I wanted to see, but I didn't get a chance to see it was La Femme Nikita.
Which one? They remade it several times.
The foreign version, the French one.
Oh yeah,
listen, bro. If we gonna talk about them joints, Colombiana was alright, but it's just.
I want to like that movie.
Let me say this: the shit is, it's a good concept, and I liked that. But stop trying to convince me that this little 110-pound woman could be fighting these 200, and she gonna punch him and it's gonna hurt my dick. Fuck out of here, B. Just do that shit, shoot at motherfuckers.
Okay,
Jules, that's how she won, though, man. She punched him in the dick.
Nah, y'all gotta watch Atomic Blonde.
But Jules,
cook her.
Atomic Blonde, I was good. But Jules, I know I didn't like Colombiana so much. Okay, there's a French director named Olivier Megaton. This guy has a history of directing fight scenes that are so fucking choppy, and it's like you can't even hardly tell what's going on when like somebody's fighting. It's like several cuts in one scene.
Hold on, let me argue with my wife real quick. Cause she getting mad.
Oh shit,
getting mad.
Listen, when do we start?
Them Russian women, right? For starters, them Russian women, right? That I'll be telling you about. They about 5'10", 5'11". Motherfucking Zoe Saldana is about 110 pounds soaking wet. Not gonna tell me that she gonna punch a 230-pound man in his face. They not that. Nah, man. That shit is not scientific, man.
No, it's not.
Which Russian women are you referring to?
Fucking. You be seeing them giant women they got over there. They be doing all that crazy shit. They in the martial art. Like, it's almost like by proxy. They get involved in combat sports.
Yeah, Mauricio Suleiman is scared of them.
She's taller than I thought she was. She's 5'7". Damn, I know she was that tall.
Who?
Zoe Saldana. She's like 5'7". I know she's that tall. She's still small, but
she's skinny than a motherfucker, bro.
Yeah.
What you think? She gonna punch a 230-pound man?
No, of course not. I'm just saying. I thought she was shorter.
Maybe Amir Khan.
No, but Julio, Atomic Blonde, that's some good shit. I rewatched that the other day.
That's a great movie.
That's underrated.
The panel disagrees.
Bro, she mad because I don't want to believe Zoe could knock down a guy. I'm saying that because she weigh 110 pounds.
She could if she got a chair or some brass knuckles. So.
No one in the panel disagrees.
Let me see. The girl from The Long Kiss Goodnight. You talking about Gina Davis?
Oh yeah, that's a good movie. That's a real good movie.
She was shooting motherfuckers though. She was shooting motherfuckers though.
The girl from Prey, the Native American girl from Prey.
I like Prey. Wait. Which is Prey?
The Predator flick.
But see, all right. Why did I like Prey? Because she was cutting. She outsmarted him. It wasn't like she kicked him and he fell.
He had IQ.
Cutting him with shit and fucking him up with shit. Not, I'm gonna do this kick and it's really gonna hurt this 330-pound giant.
Y'all know what the best scene from The Long Kiss Goodnight was when Sam Jack just woke up and said, "That's right, y'all can't kill me, motherfuckers."
Bro, the best Samuel L. Jackson scene is Deep Blue Sea when he about to give a long winded speech and the shark just that shit. I remember at the time, we didn't know that was going to happen at the time. I went to the theater to see that, and we didn't know that was going to happen.
I saw that on TV, and it's like I'm just chilling, right? And I'm like, this is me.
We didn't know that was going to happen to him, bro. We did they really killed Sam Jackson? Shit.
They must have paid him extra for that. Shit.
Y'all watch The Descendants? The Descendants? The group of women that go into the cave.
Oh, you talking about Descent?
Yeah, Descent.
Oh, God.
The group of women that go into the cave. That shit was crazy to me.
That shit was bananas, though. Like, the
shit was
nuts.
Crazy.
Have y'all seen Alone?
Which one is Alone?
It's like this chick, she's on like a road trip or like she's moving across country and then she has to it's like a cat and mouse movie between her and like the serial killer.
Oh wow.
Crazy flick.
That shit. I like the Death Car. That shit was funny as shit.
Death Proof?
They fucked
people need to watch That may not have been his top, but that's a good ass Quentin Tarantino movie.
That's a good movie, bro. They beat the shit out of Kurt Russell.
Hey, what you guys think about Christine, man?
Christine was good. That's a classic, but it's just for this era, it don't really work. You know what I mean? But it was a good concept for its time. It's kind of like Deadly Friend. It was okay for the time, but if you watch that shit now, it's mad campy. She literally took the basketball and threw it at the neighbor lady face, and her face exploded like spaghetti.
Wait, what?
Teton is influenced by Christine.
What happened?
So if you like Christine, check out Teton.
Jules, what happened? Somebody threw what?
All right, this is Christy Swanson, right? This is an old Christy Swanson, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the original Buffy. In this movie, something happened. And she died, and her friend don't want to let her go, so he put a microchip in her brain, and she was just scatterbrain, going from robot to herself, and I don't know, something happened. She started bugging out. The old ugly neighbor lady yelling at her, and she took the basketball and threw the shit at the old lady face, and her whole face just flew like mad spaghetti. It's that shit was probably some shit at the time, but now it just look campy.
Yeah.
Just look campy.
I remember her in The Chase. She was on point. Y'all remember The Chase? Charlie Sheen?
The Chase. I remember.
I love that boy. That's such an underrated film. It's hilarious.
I remember China O'Brien. I don't know about no China O'Brien.
Oh no, that might be
before my time. Cutting the karate moves, moving mad fast and shit, throwing mad punches and shit. She's like the girl version of American Ninja with Michael Dudikoff.
I never actually seen those movies
though. I like the town.
Are those movies any good? I never seen them.
I like to see the movies, like the real movies, like the Departed, The Town.
I like The Departed too. I like that.
It seems like we don't got nothing coming in that's like that. No,
because they just recycling shit, bro. They really just recycling old ideas now and shit.
They're doing a lot of remakes of a lot of the old stuff.
Let me ask y'all a question. Like y'all remember Total Recall, right? Y'all remember Total Recall?
I seen the new one. That shit sucked.
Thank you. That's why I asked. Like the original was a lot better with Schwarzenegger.
The way he stand when he curse, you can't duplicate that, bro.
No, you can't. What the hell is going on here?
Done to me, left me down. That shit is the funniest shit ever, bro. I'm dying.
What the hell is going on? What the fuck did I do?
What the fuck did I do? Bro, that shit
the movies nowadays
bro.
is whack. We don't even got to call Lethos way.
We don't
got
have
nothing,
shit, bro.
No, we sure don't.
Bro.
We don't got nothing that's of value, like something that you really want to watch. Like
what is coming out recently? What is coming out, if anything at all?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say,
bro. Nothing.
Well, that's why I stopped
no
watching a lot of movies and stuff because they're all garbage now.
Yeah, they're all garbage.
Yeah, like I used to be really, really into movies, and now
think about it. When The Town came out, The Departed, those are like original movies. Are somebody telling a new storyline? Some new
for real, it wasn't.
There's still a lot of good movies, man. They just come out in like the small studios, like the low key studios put them out.
Bro, listen, man.
I watch they good movies.
What passes for a good movie in this era is a TV show in the other era, bro.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, like what they do nowadays, movies come out in theaters and then they just come out on streaming platforms like literally a week or a month later.
Yeah, like I can't remember really I can. Like I really thought that Smile was pretty good. Like that was a pretty good horror movie.
You see that in theaters or?
Nah, I watched that shit on fucking Max, bro. You crazy?
Okay, bro, if y'all like gritty movies like The Town and the part of this shit, you should check out You Were Never Really Here with the old boy. What's his name? Joaquin Phoenix. That is a fucking dark, gritty, just grimy ass.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that film. I heard about that. You heard about that movie?
Netflix?
Haven't seen it though.
It might be on. I think it's on Amazon.
No,
Prime.
killing.
Say the name of it again.
The shit with Brad Pitt.
I'll put it in the chat.
Long Kiss Goodnight, or no, not Long Kiss Goodnight. Killing Them Softly. That was a good.
That was good. That was good.
They beat the shit out of Ray Liotta, B. They made him cry out there.
They made him cry. Who they make cry? Who cried?
A good movie.
Brad Pitt cried?
No, B.
He was a gangster.
He said, "I'm telling you, I didn't do nothing." And they just started.
I want to know. Don't even tell me who cried. I gotta watch it now. Don't even tell me.
You gotta watch that shit. But listen, you gonna laugh. You go. I'm telling you, I didn't do nothing.
You know what movie I caught the other night on TV, but it was uncut. Was Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, that's a classic.
Oh yeah,
that's a classic.
Yeah, that was, and it was uncut. Man, I was loving
that's
it.
A classic.
Yeah,
that's a classic.
Motherfucking Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah,
that was one of what's his name, Joseph D'Onofrio's first roles, I think.
That dude is versatile. Yo, dog, he the dude from the Jennifer Lopez movie, bro.
The Cell, yeah.
He was also on Law and Order too.
He played Yolanda and Selena, yeah.
Bro,
Vincent D'Onofrio, he played.
Yo, stop playing. I really thought like he what? No, he didn't. He too tall.
No, hey, he played his role really good in Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, but why you really made me rationalize like this? Can't play.
Y'all remember Jurassic World where he got
little?
Y'all remember Jurassic World where he got killed by the dinosaur?
I remember that. That's the Pratt one, the new one.
Yeah, yeah. That was lightweight funny. It's like, hey, I'm and Buddy's on.
Yeah.
Fuck, bro.
Have y'all seen Drive?
Oh yes,
Ryan Gosling. Ooh,
very underrated. Yeah, I love that movie.
There's so many like dope, gritty movies, man. They just fly under the radar because they're not like superhero movies.
Yeah,
because that's the shit.
I like movies like that where like little is revealed about the protagonist. Like it's just mysterious. You know what I mean? And that's what Drive was. Like you really don't know nothing about this guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
and it's the same with You Were Never Really Here. Y'all got to check that shit out because that shit.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it.
Y'all like Taxi Driver? Y'all like that movie?
I didn't see Taxi.
Taxi Driver.
I heard
Taxi Driver with Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro.
Yeah. It's like dark. It's like dark like that.
I didn't. You know what was good? Mystic River. Mystic River with Sean.
Mystic
Penn.
River was good with Sean Penn and the other guy, the guy from Road to Perdition.
Yeah, that was good.
What is it? It's not
Sean Penn was good in Fat Man and Little Boy too.
Another is Wind River. That's another like gritty modern movie.
y'all know who said something funny? Who cracked on Ricky Gervais with the Golden Globe? He's talking about like after this, I'm going in hiding. Not even Sean Penn will find me.
I need a good zombie shit, man. I gotta watch that Last of Us shit. I'm just waiting. The real reason I ain't watching it yet, I'm waiting for like they done with their season, right? So all the episodes that's gonna be out is out, right?
Oh yeah, I think so. And they renewed it for a second season too already. Yep.
All right, so then I'm gonna watch that shit because that's what I usually do. I don't be wanting to wait in limbo. I want to be able to binge watch it.
Jules, I'm like that too, bro. Like every time, like I literally wait weeks at a time for a show to come out. Then I just binge that shit for like
I want to be able to watch that whole shit in one shit
because I don't want something big to happen. Then I have to wait like a week or two for it to come back and shit. You know what I mean? So that shit kills me.
My sister keeps telling me about The Walking Dead. My sister keeps telling me about The Walking Dead. I ain't watching.
Listen, Hayam, I was just like you, bro. I waited mad late.
My sister keep going crazy
about
this.
You just started The Walking Dead, Jules?
No. I mean, in other words, when they were showing when it came out, I wasn't watching. It wasn't until after a couple of seasons that I jumped on, and once I see, because I love zombies, bro. I just love the whole zombie genre, and that shit, bro. Listen, man. That shit have you ready to beat the shit out of somebody. Be like, it get wild in that shit. Like it really is.
Have you seen Train to Busan?
You gotta watch it.
Everybody keep telling me about Train to Buford, and I still haven't seen it.
Jules, if you don't mind like subtitles, because it's a Korean movie. That's an amazing modern zombie film.
Yo, everybody said that. I really got to watch that shit.
Train to Busan.
You said it's Train to Buford?
No, the episodes haven't aired yet.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off was ahead of his time.
Of course.
Let me see. He says, giving you support because you rather support you than the PBC, by the way. They're on the 3rd episode, barely on The Last of Us. Yeah, I like the wait, bro.
I was just about to say that.
I got one more movie recommendation.
You only had 3.
And this is good for like boxing fans and for like, gritty film fans. It's called Brawl in Cell Block 99. With Vince Vaughn. Crazy movie.
99.
True Romance was a great movie written by Quentin Tarantino and directed by Tony Scott.
I heard about that film.
What was
the name
of it? Really was a good
True
movie.
Romance.
True Romance.
Oh, True Romance is the shit. That's one of the best movies ever made. If you really watch that movie, it's one of the best movies ever made.
True Romance. What movie I really liked? It was a good movie. It was a boxing movie. It was Raging Bull with Robert De Niro. Man, that was good.
True Romance is not a boxing movie.
I couldn't really get into that, if I'm being honest. I wasn't really feeling it.
It was more of a biopic for me, and I'll say, look, the best boxing movie that I've seen that was based on a boxer, and I keep these separate from Rocky because I love Rocky. Don't get it twisted.
The Fighter.
Let me get Cinderella
Man.
And Cinderella Man, bro. That shit really made you like, wow, yo, like
when he eating out the bowl with no hands.
For real, they gave him the corned beef hash and he chomping it down. But it's like, yo, I felt low key.
Eating out the bowl before the fight.
What y'all think about Southpaw?
No forks, no silverware.
Have y'all seen The Prayer Before Dawn?
Let me say, Southpaw wasn't bad. Southpaw wasn't bad. But the thing is that you playing on Rocky tropes and shit like that. Like you doing that. Like it's hard for me to be invested in this guy because this is a bigger story than you can tell in one film. It's just a bigger story than you could tell, and you can't really feel it all in one film. It's like
because he had it all, then he crashed and burned, and then he had to regain it. Like we see through the course of several movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like if you do it that the wife got shot in the second movie at the beginning of the second movie, then you kind of feel that, but.
Because in the Rocky series, like he was at his pinnacle in like the third, really.
Bruh, the reason you felt Rocky, I'm gonna tell you, I was never big on Rocky 1. Even now, I'm not big on that movie. Rocky 2 is what made me a fan. He did the dumbass commercial with the shit. Oh, I gotta be Quincy doing it.
You can't read.
You can't read. I only work with professionals.
I mean, but what was funny, like we saw that in the third movie, he's actually doing commercials and reading.
When did y'all actually join up with Rocky? When did y'all become Rocky's best friend? Was it Rocky 3 or Rocky 4?
Let me tell you.
Rocky 3 or Rocky 4?
I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you. It was Rocky 3, right? For me, it was Rocky 3, but Rocky 4 was the one I was like, yo, this is the greatest movie I've ever seen. The montages, the fighting.
Rocky 4 was one of the best movies ever made, bro.
Can I say this? What made me really appreciate Sylvester Stallone and make me think of him as a bit of a genius is Rocky 2. I didn't see that till I was very much older. Like, I didn't see Rocky 2 like really watch it, sit down and watch it to realize this is not an action movie. This is a drama. See, yes. Rocky 3 was an action movie.
Yes.
And Rocky 4 was an action movie. But Rocky 2 was a drama, closer to the first movie.
Yes. Yes.
And I seen that much later in life, and I was like, yo, this shit is dope, bro. Like, this shit is some, and it wasn't just one way. You see Apollo type, because they're like, yo, how much money they paid you to carry that bum?
Yep.
Like,
because Julie's like, Julie's like the thing is like, because when I found out when I became a film buff, I started doing a lot of digging and looking up information, and like, I found out he directed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and 6th movies, right? And I'm like, he directed the 2nd and 3rd and 4th. I'm like, holy shit! I mean, but like, you're right about the 2nd movie being a drama movie, but like the 3rd movies, they became like more kind of like, they were good, but they were more cartoonish.
And that's why it's hard to like find good boxing movies though, because they all like rip off Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky kind of wrote the book, man.
The thing is, it's like First Blood. First Blood is not an action movie; it's a thriller.
Yes.
But by the time that First Blood 2, all right, y'all Hollywood in this.
Yep, exactly. To the rest,
well, it's a completely different genre from First Blood 1 to First Blood 2. And it's the same with Die Hard. Die Hard was supposed to be situation.
Die Hard 1 is the shit. Yo.
It's the shit though, like it really is.
Yep.
Y'all went from a hostage situation to fighting Harrier jets with a truck. That's ridiculous, bro. Shit.
Like, dude, we're gonna go to the coast. We're gonna have a few laughs, pop a few drinks.
You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck you gonna fight an Apache with a car, bro? Like, make it make sense.
I mean, and one thing, he went through what he went through in the first movie, right? But in the second movie, he's like taking on military trained guys and mercenaries when he's a cop.
And he's just a fucking cop. What fucking cop? Like, bro, who the fuck trained you?
Motherfucker was working a crossing guard.
Like, he was working a crossing guard. I'm like, what the hell? Should he supposed to be able to beat him?
The third Die Hard is the best.
Yes, I agree with that, Sam Jackson. No. Wait. Let me say this. This is my order. This is my order of Die Hards. It's 1 is my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
3 is my second favorite, and Live Free or Die Hard with the stupid kid from Jeepers Creepers.
Number 3.
Yeah,
that's like
and that's it.
Okay, yeah. No, that's like number 5.
That's number 6. Live Free or Die Hard is like number 6 and number 5.
It's number 4. It's number 4. That's 4.
The other shits, I don't fuck with them shits.
They made 5. They made 5 of them. They made 5.
I don't fuck with 2, and I don't fuck with the other one where he got his son and his daughter.
That one was the weakest one. That one was the weakest.
I'm like you, but I'm like that with The Godfather, where I like the second one better than the first one for some reason. Like The Godfather, the original Godfather was a great movie, classic. But for some reason, number 2, I just like that better.
Yeah. I think it's like Spider-Man for me. Like Tobey Maguire, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, right? It wasn't that good to me, but I see that they spent a lot of money. It was a lot of big buzz. I didn't like the shit until the second movie.
Yep,
that's when I felt the shit. Like, well, the second shit is the shit, bro. Like,
same with Batman. Like, I feel like the Dark Knight, Batman Begins.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Like, it's not what I do, but who I am that defines me. I was like, who the fuck is this asshole?
That was Mauricio when he made that dumbass b-ball
fucking asshole. Like, get that dumb shit out of here. But when Dark Knight came out, I was like, yo, this is the most serious shit I have ever seen.
Yo. Y'all want me to tell you the moment that everybody stood up and applauded when like he damaged the Batmobile, right? And it was like catastrophic damage. And he just shot out of that shit with the bat pot of the motorcycle. Everybody just got up and applauded, like, holy shit.
Yo, the shit about Dark Knight is that shit hit the fan when the bitch died. And I was like, yo, I know they ain't kill a lawyer, bitch. They killed the lawyer, bitch. And then I don't know why I didn't realize when I was watching it that, yo, in this movie, this dude's face is going to get fucked up.
Two-Face.
When she hit the fan in that movie, it was all at once. Like, his face is all fucked up and she got blown the fuck up and Joker running around doing crazy. It's like, yo,
it's like I've been thinking. My main concern was like I knew they had cast the dude as Two-Face, but I was wondering if he was going to become Two-Face in that film.
I just wondered if they was going to do it in that movie.
Yeah, in that or in the sequel.
One of the best movies ever made. because they created the best villain ever made. Like
Agreed.
he's the best villain ever made.
Nobody's
like,
topping that Joker. I'm sorry.
But
I don't think
besides Thanos, I think he's the best villain ever made.
I agree with you.
Which Joker?
I like Jack Nicholson in The Shining, though. I feel he's another great villain.
Yeah, that was a great
or antagonist.
Good.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna give you a great movie villain. A great movie villain is Dr. Sleep. That lady with that hat, yo, that shit.
Oh yeah.
Yo, B, that shit. When they
What's
did
the name? Rebecca or something, right?
Rebecca fucking some shit.
Some shit. Yeah. I know you.
That was some shit, bro. Like that was some shit.
I first noticed her in the Mission Impossible films. She's been showing up in those.
I'll give you best storyline. Best storyline. I gotta go with one of the best. Lucky Number 11.
I love that movie. I love that movie. I said, Mr. Fisher, my man was looking at me, Mr. Fisher, and he said, "I'm not Fisher." Like, who are you?
I'm not, bro. Like, oh my god, like my mind was blown when I found it. Like this. Oh my god, man, that's
bro,
such an underrated movie.
That movie, bro.
That's such an underrated movie.
Like, who are you?
Who is this guy then? Like he's some he's some unwitting bystander in this whole thing. It turns out he's an assassin and working with Bruce Willis's character. He's just like, who the fuck, bruh?
That shit is really good, yo.
Can I tell you what? 30 Days a Night, bro. That's some wild shit. For a vampire movie, that's some wild shit.
I didn't see that one.
It's watch it. It's different.
Movie, what? Just straight up crazy shit. I would go with I don't know. A lot of y'all probably won't know this, but it's 44 minutes. Y'all ever saw that?
Nah,
I didn't see.
I heard about it though.
44 minutes is the shootout with the two armored motherfuckers that went against LA cops at the bank robbery.
I know when they had the Kevlar at the toe.
Crazy. They got armored shit on them, and they go in and shooting at all the cops. The cops got to go to the gun store to take guns from the gun store because they only have revolvers and shit. They had to come back to try to fight them.
It's because of that, the special weapons and tactics.
Yeah, that's where the SWAT comes from. It's because of that one shootout. Yo, that shit is crazy.
That shit was crazy. But that's
44 minutes. That's what it is. 44. You look up, Google that shit. That's a crazy movie.
You know what shit was crazy? The shit with Ryan Kaczynski, man. The army shit when they had to hold off the motherfuckers that was blowing everything up. What's the name of that movie, man? It's a really good movie though. Like it's really like I didn't even think I would like that shit because I ain't really into that shit. But that shit was a good ass movie. Like that shit.
You talking about like Black Hawks Down or none of that?
Yeah, it was like that. It was like, but it's based on a true story though. It's based on some shit that really happened.
Is it Valor? Let me ask you this. Is the name of it Valor?
No.
What's the name of that shit? It's John Krasinski in that shit, and the dude that was with Pam is in that shit. It's two dudes from The Office in that shit.
I don't got it.
I think I know who you might be talking about. Hold
on. I thought you were talking about Valor. They be having the movies, you know, like
what is it? The 13th.
13 hours in the secret. 13 hours in the secret of
13 hours.
The Secret Soldiers of Benghazi or whatever it is.
Yeah.
13 hours with the 13 hours was good.
Yo,
Tears of the Sun is crazy.
Yo,
Bruce Willis, Tears of the Sun, that was crazy.
You seen North Manheim?
No, I ain't see that yet.
Watch that crazy shit.
That shit is crazy.
Yo, listen, B, when you watching that shit, you gonna feel cold watching that shit. That shit, like you feel the dirt and the cold. Like, man, I wouldn't want to be back there, man. Fuck, who needs a time machine, bro? If I get a time machine, I'm going in the future. Cause that shit, like was like some real Viking shit.
Yeah.
By the way, Jules, I got a hot one for you. Like, all right, who was your worst Batman? Not the best live action, but worst.
Val Kilmer, bro.
I don't count those.
Yeah.
I mean,
can't close his mouth. Be like,
yeah.
Well, like, who the fuck decided Batman need to be blonde? The fuck was y'all thinking?
You know what? Like he's like the first Batman that actually looks like effeminate. Like he could be, you know.
You know what? Look, listen.
Nah, George Clooney, bro.
No,
bro. He had the
listen. Let me paint the picture for you.
George Clooney has swag.
Who played Metal Gear Solid?
Vaguely, I hardly remember it, but yeah.
All right, now who remember? Now wait. Now who remember when the second one came out? Really not the second one, but y'all know what I mean. Sons of Liberty come out. Who else was pissed off that you got to play as this blonde guy? Well, that's Val Kilmer to me, bro.
I was still on my Streets of Rage.
Okay. Just let me rephrase it. All right, so out of I don't count Val or George, but it's like that's cool. But it's like out of Michael Keaton, Christian Bale, Ben Affleck, and Robert Pattinson, who's the worst?
Ben Affleck.
You crazy,
bro. Ben Affleck just looked like him, but he didn't really.
Nah, bro.
Did you see that fight? Did you see that fight scene in Batman versus in the warehouse, bro?
Listen. I'm gonna be real with you, Julio. And I was a comic book master, and I'm not really, but I was. I used to draw like Batman was always one of like I'm big on DC. In other words, right? That's the most accurate depiction of Batman I've ever seen. Same with how
he fights.
Same with Henry Cavill and Superman. Like I grew up in the Richard Donner era. I grew up with Christopher Reeves. Special place in my heart for that movie magic, right? Because that was iconic, very iconic to a child at that time. But I can wholeheartedly tell you the most accurate depiction of the source material is the Snyderverse. Nothing comes close. Not even the Nolan brothers shit. Nothing comes close.
But Jules, who's the worst? Who's the worst out of those four?
The worst is Val Kilmer.
I just added who I named: Keaton, Affleck, Bale, or Pattinson. Out of those four.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Out of those four, the worst is Pattinson.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah,
that dude is weak sauce, bro.
I saw the Batman again. I watched it again myself last week. I just didn't do it for me this time. I don't know what it was.
I'm telling you the truth. That dude is nothing like no Batman that I ever seen. Like this must be like Twilight,
yeah, dude. It was like very Twilight depression.
Maybe it is the generational thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was like an emo. He was like
the film itself wasn't that bad.
That's facts. They were literally playing the fucking song, the grunge song, the Kurt Cobain song.
Julio, you know that's who the director based the character in the Bond, right? You know that's who he kind of based him on.
But you be like 30 years old and you already experienced like 50 years worth of generations. Like you be 30 years old and you experience mad time for some reason. It seemed like, and you 40 years old and you experience even more generations. It's like you have like an extra generation on you when it comes to experience, when it comes to TV actors and stuff like this.
When it comes to cultural memory.
Like when
I mean, honestly, it's very rare
to find out Urkel was close to my age and shit like that. Like shit like that. Like you be surprised like Carl Winslow's still alive. Like you know what I mean? Like you be surprised. Like it's weird.
I mean, but it's very rare. I mean, it's very rare for me when I watch a movie. Twice, right? And the second time I see it, it's literally worse. The Batman was one of those movies.
Yo, listen, Jay. I don't even like that.
I like the first half. The second half is garbage.
Yeah.
Can I say this?
Of what?
I like things. I like things.
The new Batman.
I like things about the movie.
Yeah.
But it's like you literally telling a story again that don't need to be told.
Yeah,
that's what
I'm saying. We like
I like the whole angle with the Falcones. I like that angle,
bro. But that's been done, bro.
And before several times.
You're not gonna get the funny guy from Transformers 1 and try to convince me now that he a gangster. I'm not believing it. I am not.
He looks like David Benavidez, bro.
Are you talking about the tax collector?
Yeah, like
he looks like David.
Now let me say this:
the
most gangster shit the best Falcone that I seen was the one from the Nolan brothers Batman when he sat him down.
What's his name? Yeah, that guy. Well, I forget his name. I know you mean.
He said, "You think because your mommy and your daddy got shot, you don't know. You know something about
you know how life works, but you don't."
Yo, he just made him feel like shit.
Right then and there.
In that whole scene, I was like, damn, B.
But Jules, you know what really drove him? Top of look, I got a district court judge, a DA, and 2 cops on my payroll. Now I wouldn't give a second hesitation to blow your head off right here now in front of them. That's what real power is.
Yeah, like he was even though he didn't have as much screen time as whatchamacallit, but you can't get the funny guy from Transformers to be the gangster now. Like, nah, I can't.
The funny guy from Transformers that looks like David Benavidez.
Right. Wait a minute. Wait. I think we're talking about somebody. Y'all not talking about.
Wow.
Wait. Y'all not talking about Shia LaBeouf, right? Y'all talking about somebody else.
No, the dude. Remember?
Oh yeah,
John Turturro.
Oh yeah, sorry, John. My bad. I'm tripping. My bad. You're right.
Tortellini was in that shit.
Yeah, you're right. I keep forgetting he was Carmine Falcone. See, that's how forgettable that shit was.
Yeah,
like,
I'm like,
bro, he got the David Benavidez hair.
Yo, he really do look like David Benavidez, yo. Yo, B, don't tell Mirage that shit.
But like y'all know the Batman was supposed to be. Y'all know that was supposed to be a solo Ben Affleck movie, like his solo movie.
Yeah, it was supposed to be with him.
He was supposed to direct, write, and produce it, but shit fell apart. Then they just let's just reboot it again. So it's
James
like,
Gunn,
y'all don't
James Gunn, James Gunn
crazy.
is going to turn. I already know they about to fuck up the whole DCU.
They're gonna make it campy, bro.
Jesus, man.
They're gonna make it like some soft fucking
campy. They're gonna turn it to Marvel.
Yeah, no, but see, Marvel. All right, look, MCU to their credit is pretty close to the source material.
Yeah.
Honest to God,
it is.
Bro, like Spider-Man and Captain America, they're like campy characters.
Check out Virtuoso's.
Drew is live with Barbershop right now. We are truly uniting. I dig it.
Nice.
Look, this is what I'm saying. MCU is always supposed to have a tinge of hope. That's how they source material reads. It's always supposed to be funny but sad but funny. DCU is more adult, more sophisticated.
Like tragic.
Sad. It's almost like Norse mythology. There's always a dark tone to it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like Greek mythology where it's about fucking bitches and having orgies. Norse mythology is actually very fucking sad. And that's how DCU is supposed to be sad. So it just works. That it's not supposed like I liked the Snyderverse. I don't see what there is not to
Me
like.
too. It's like their only mistake. Their only mistake was when they released Justice. I felt it was too rushed. They should have waited a bit.
Yeah, and that's not a knock on MCU. You know, before I close it out, because I realize it's fucking late. Been on a minute, but it's not a knock on MCU. It's supposed to be kitschy. It's supposed to be that way. That's the best way to do it. You can't let that source material take itself too seriously. It's supposed to.
But I think I know where Julio's coming from because let's be real. Like Phase 4 was kind of garbage, if I'm being honest.
No, Phase 4 is trash.
It was like the best movie. The best movie was Spider-Man: No Way Home. That's
I like Black Panther too, but yeah, most of it is trash.
What's up with this Black Panther shit? This Wakanda Forever? Is this,
I thought it was alright. It was a little cheesy.
I never saw it.
Yeah, I'm Holy. It's like
I ain't seen it yet. That's what I'm asking.
It'll be out next week.
Look, I'm probably going to watch
it
just to keep up with the storyline. I'm probably going to watch it.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of tidbits that like in characters that you could like.
It's for the kids, bro.
But I'm gonna say if it's like Thor: Love and Thunder, if it's like Thor: Love and Thunder, then
oh no, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Trust me, it's not that.
It has cheesy moments for sure though, but it's a lot more.
Yeah, Thor: Love and Thunder. Oh my god, oh lord,
it wasn't. It's like it was good for the kids, but it was like, yo, this shit, man. Like y'all gotta stop with all these fucking.
So
they ruined Spider-Man.
Russell Crowe is Zeus talking about orgies. That's good for kids.
Yeah, but it was just a lot of other shit. It was a lot of it's like I feel like they spent too much time telling jokes.
Facts. That's the whole problem.
Bro, it's like what they
with
did
the Spider-Man movie
after Thor's arc from from Ragnarok to Infinity War, whatever, they turned him into a complete jackass.
Yeah,
he was a dumbass.
With the Spider-Man movie, they brought back Tobey Maguire and they turned him into a fucking joke, bro.
Nah, that's not true. Nah.
Tobey was cool. He was cool.
I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. That shit was dope because low key, he was the Gandalf of the shit.
Yeah,
like he was like the old. He was playing the old sage role, and I think he did it well. I think
Jules when they showed him up fellas like Julio Jules when he came out on screen when I first saw him, dude, I literally felt like a kid again.
Bro, I felt that shit felt like SNL, bro. That shit felt like SNL got all the Spider-Man. I was not feeling that movie, man.
Nah, I'll tell you the truth. I'm gonna be real. That shit really. I have only seen that movie once, right? And that's because of how sad I was at the end. We seen that movie once.
What happened to him? Like
the Spider-Man
forgot about him and all that.
In the lobby.
Yeah, but
Listen. I'm old. I only watch shit that entertains me and leaves me feeling good. If the movie gonna make me sad, I don't watch that shit.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I'm old. I don't want to watch shit that's gonna put me in a mood or remind me of some shit.
You know, speaking of moods, I got a trippy story.
I don't watch Bugsy no more because
my
of that.
pops took me out to a movie theater, right? Because I didn't always see my pops when I was growing up, right? So he wanted to take me to movies. We went to a double feature, and guess what it was? It was the Holocaust and the Apple Dumpling Gang.
Damn.
Oh God.
So I sat through the Holocaust, right, with no effect. It didn't even affect me. I was completely fine, right? And then, like halfway through the Apple Dumpling Gang, I'm like bawling my eyes out, man, and I'm crying, and I don't.
You were like,
why.
man, this is a lot worse.
But I was too young to realize it was a delayed effect from the Holocaust movie, and it totally like just jacked my mind around, you know. But I was too young. But yeah, dude, it was like, can you imagine that,
bro? Listen, when Nicolas Cage got his ass whooped and kick ass, bro. That shit, I felt that shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That hurt. It was meant to be like a funny, but that was actually
nah. But when he was burning and what's the shit? He was burning.
He was like yelling something to his. He was like singing something to his daughter. Like
turned him into an asada.
I saw Karate Kid and Outsiders. I don't know, y'all may be too young for this, but Outsiders. The Outsiders.
Oh, I love the Outsiders.
You talking about the one with Hilary Swank?
No.
I'm talking about the one with Hilary Swank wasn't old enough.
All them
Everybody's
guys,
in this movie. Everybody in the world is in this movie. Tom Cruise,
Patrick Swayze,
everybody's in the movie. Patrick Swayze,
yeah, all
everybody.
them dudes. That's like the old school version. I remember.
Yeah,
that
that's the real old school. When he got burnt up in the fire, I was
that was Ralph Macchio's character.
Yeah, Ralph Macchio.
And him and Pony Boy.
Yes,
I don't know.
Yes, I don't you got to be old. You got to be old to know that shit.
But right quick, let me explain. But Julio, let me explain like how that was significant for me. I mean, it's like maybe it felt. I mean, and when Tobey Maguire seen it, No Way Home, it's like because I was just a kid when I went to see the first movie. My pops took me to see it, the first Spider-Man in 2002. I was probably 12 or 13 at the time, and I had such a good time watching it. It's like, damn, this is some good shit. That's really kind of hooked me in superhero movies. So many saying it again, like all these years later. It's like, yeah, man, it hit me hard. I felt like a kid.
I had Spanish parents, so I don't have any stories like that. But we just watched like Spanish parents. They don't give a fuck, man. Like I was like 8 years old watching Chucky and RoboCop and shit I was not supposed to be watching.
I'll say that Toby, the reason it was good, or at least the reason that I was able to enjoy it, was because in the actual story, Toby, the way that he looks here today and the way that he looked in the film is actually very much close to the source material. And in the source material, it's actually very fucking sad. He loses Mary Jane, they get a divorce. He dies by getting hit by a car, I believe it is. Right. And Toby literally universe. Yeah, and Toby looks like that. So I was like, no, they did a really good job, to be completely honest. Like it didn't seem kitschy. It seemed like, no, they did a good job because his stories are primarily very sad.
I mean, I'll tell you what was sad, Andrew Garfield's version, because that was after he lost Gwen. And
he was good in the movie.
Dealing with that shit when he told his story to Peter and like how he lost her, and like you really just fuck, man, like you really just felt.
Yeah, like, I think they did a good job with that movie. Yeah, I think they did.
And like they weren't just like small cameos; they really involved them heavily in the story. You know what I mean? To really help him out.
Yeah. Like but when they were on screen, it was like I thought it was good. Like, and that's saying a lot because I really think Phase 4 sucks. Like like I don't even bother with it.
No cap. That's facts. That's facts.
Like a lot of shit I've been seeing. Like I said, the only thing I saw in Phase 4 that I was like, damn, this shit is really good was Wanda. That's it.
WandaVision.
Other than that, everything was just it was mid.
Okay, yeah.
It was mid. It was like it's alright, but it's like y'all doing too. The main thing was that in Phase 4 they was doing too much, and that happens to writers. That happens to teams. Period. It just happens in showbiz. You're doing too much. You're not coming up with nothing that adds nothing to the universe that you created. Like now you just making movies to be making movies without.
This shit is all. It's all a commercial for Phase 5.
Because everything in like Phase 1, 2, 3, that pretty much like build up tidbits to Infinity War and Endgame. in a nice way. It led to films.
Yeah, but
and all
every
the finished
story
films
had
properly
but
made.
the difference between Phase 4 and everything else is that everything did have a point. You needed to tell the story of this character, this character.
Yes, correct.
It all
That's
tied
what
in.
storytelling.
Endgame was very well done.
I
It was.
agree with
It
that.
was. That's
Bro,
probably the greatest.
Phase 4 was like
character development, everything. It was very well done.
Yeah, Phase 4 is like a Queensberry undercard. Like this is all just for the main event.
Real beat. That shit. Yo, Queensberry, I swear to God, Queensberry, watching a Queensberry show is like getting drunk. It's like everything is a blur. Everything between the card starting and the main event is just a blur. Like,
And
bro,
you're
I
not
don't
really sure.
know
You're not
what's
really sure
going
if it's like. You're not really sure if it's really real, to to an extent.
For real, like I don't be knowing what the fuck going on. It's really like if you, I'm sure y'all know, y'all get drunk, y'all have fun, whatever. And it's like that. They're like, yo, I don't know what the fuck that shit was. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. What I said yesterday, I don't know, bro.
That shit feels like time travel, bro.
For
That's
real.
why I don't drink. That's why I don't drink as much anymore. Because like when I was drunk, I thought that everything was pretty much a fantasy of mostly what I was seeing.
For real, like they'll have guys on there. I ain't never seen these motherfuckers. Like, who are these motherfuckers, man? Like, who is this? Who is these fighters, man? But on that note, I'm gonna close it out. It's fucking late. Close this shit out.
Night, gents.
I'll let y'all.
All right, have a good night, Jules, fellas. Thanks for having me on, Jules.
All right.